everybody, welcome in. Let's get us started. I hope you're doing well today. It's Sunday. It's Atheist Sunday School. And it's time to let go of the Bible God. Hope you're all doing well today. Oh, got a bit of an echo coming in, Dean. Are you there? Did you make a request up?
Give me 1 second.
Sure, yeah. Got a little bit of an echo, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning. We're just getting started. I just sat down. We have a guest here already. Haven't even played the intro song yet. That's all right. We'll say hello, and then we'll get to it after that. Dean, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
Hi, I'm 29, and I'm an atheist. I just had a quick question.
Well, you're in luck. It's Atheist Sunday School. Normally, I don't let atheists up, but on Sundays, come on up and do a question.
All right. I'm pretty new to this, and I was having a conversation with a Christian the other day, and they were asking me where I get my morality from. And I realized that I didn't really have like a intellectual answer to give to that. I was just like, well, it's just sort of, we just like agree on something, like as a collective, like this is wrong, this is wrong. There is no objective tablet or whatever. So since you're all into this, can you just tell me like, what's the real answer to that? Like, where do I get my morality from?
Well,
like, where do I get my morality from?
Well, like we all get it from you. It's probably like some, just like your culture, being raised, your parents probably had a lot to do with it. Stuff like that. You know, what you think is good and bad is purely yours. Okay. And as far as like where we all get it from, I think that's probably the same for everybody. And we're all just like growing up near each other. And then we share these ideas. There's this discourse, this communication that happens, right? So there is like really complex philosophical ways to ground morality, or to talk about, you can talk about objective morality in an atheist worldview. That's possible. You can talk about, like, I get into holistic consequentialism. It's a dumb, boring word that's like unnecessary. Really, just where do you get it from? Probably your parents. That's the real answer. We all do. We get it from our surroundings and our upbringings and things we read and things we like or things we watch, and we see something and it like makes us go, oh, I don't like that.
But like, you know? What do you say then when they're like, well, then everybody's just deciding it on the fly, and anyone could just decide, for instance, that like unaliving someone is morally fine and that there's no objective. So what do you say to that?
They do. That is what happens. People do that. And it's unfortunate, but like that's the reality. That is what happens. People suddenly go, I should get my neighbor's head, right? And they go do it. And then we want to go, well, I don't like living in a society like that. The rest of us, what do you guys think? Do you want to live in a headless society or not? And like we've built society around this, so we kick those people out of our group.
Right.
You know, like that's the bummer of it, is that it is the case that that's what happens. Now, what do we do about that is a like totally different question. Like, how do we like convince people that they should join our society or take part in a society that they were just like born into without being asked? Like, they didn't ask to be born wherever they were, right? So we have to now say, like, how do we like go about convincing them not to chop people's heads off? What do we do with people who do that? Like, these are all great, deep, judicial questions. But it is the reality that people do that. And so
I guess like the morality,
in contrast to them, say, well, I'm under the impression that we shouldn't do that. That feels bad to me. I'm open-minded. Should I be chopping people's heads off? You know, like, because I'm here to be convinced. If there's a good argument for it, there's not. but and they agree with it too. So like it's always weird to me why they like push into that. There's stuff that we're going to disagree on, but their book in the Bible, it says sometimes to chop people's heads off.
True.
So,
And so I guess like just like as a quick response, I could basically say that the objective morality of it doesn't actually matter. What matters is what we are going to agree to do about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would matter if we knew it. If there is like objective morality being handed down from God, we don't have like full access to it, right? Why do you think murder's bad? Well, for me, it makes me feel bad. It scares me. I don't want to live in a society where people are doing that, so I think it's bad. Okay, why does God think murder's bad? We don't know. He doesn't say why it's bad. He just says don't do it. So ours comes with this why. Theirs doesn't, right? And theirs has all these stipulations, right? Sometimes Joel does this great thing where he's like, just show me one objective moral. What's one? Name one. Like they can't really do it. There's stuff that's like, yeah, but people disagree on that. You know what I mean? So it's certain that subjective morality does exist. If in addition to that, there's also objective morality, that'd be interesting, but we need to kind of look for it.
But when they give you an extreme example, like the intentional unaliving of another person for no reason, like no self-defense, like not in like war or whatever, but just like doing it just for the hell of it. Can't you how do you argue, is it even possible to say that that's objectively wrong? Because we can all just agree, like pretty much everyone agrees, right? But I guess maybe there are some people, like a few people who are like sociopaths, and then they would disagree. But do they actually disagree with that?
I think they might. Yeah. I don't know. I've never dabbled in sociopathy. So I'm not like totally sure. But like, yeah, how do we tell the sociopaths that they're wrong for doing that? Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah. But like pointing to the Bible and telling them, look, it says here not to isn't going to work. They're still going to want to do it. It's not, that doesn't like fix, they're not going to go, oh, well, if the book says not to, that solves, then I won't do it anymore. They're still going to do it. So like, that's not going to work. We got to put them in jail. That's the solution anyways, whether it's objective or not. Like you still have to deal with this problem.
All right. Well, I'm satisfied with that. Thanks for letting me out, Mezzo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super complicated. Like, a fun thing to do would be just like get into a conversation with Chat GPT and be like, what are some philosophical views of morality, and try to read it and tell it, I've never looked in this before. Give it to me at an introductory level, because it'll like all of these things have like, $10 words that are like just really hard to grasp. And when you get into it with someone, they've already read them all, and it's annoying. And they use them intentionally to like, make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about. But you're right to be like, I don't know if there is objective. It doesn't seem like there is, so we're trying to figure it out. Like that's really what's happening.
What was that, just before I go, that one that you mentioned earlier, though? It was like 2 words and it sounded really complicated. And you said it was like the objective atheist morality?
It's not objective, but consequentialism is, holistic consequentialism is a really cool one, and it goes by other names too, but consequentialism just is like the consequence. So we look at the outcomes and say, do we prefer these or not? So if, there's kind of an if-then statement that needs to be applied, right? So if we want to live in a society where we all feel safe and nurtured and our loved ones feel like they're able to thrive and do art and all these things, like you make this big if, then since we have a goal, then we do know how to accomplish this. Now we can track data points. Now there is a best thing to do to achieve that goal, right? And so we look at the act, chopping someone's head off. Does that, like the consequence of that, lead to more of the stuff we want or not, or more of the stuff we don't want, right? And so that's how you can measure if it's good or bad. You look at the outcome. And holistic means you're just including like the global effect of it. It's important to do that for things like pollution and climate change and stuff. Like that's literally global, but also just like think of it like an ecosystem. Like sure, you could say that, chopping one bad guy's head off seems good because now we're one less bad guy. But now our society's in a culture where we deal with murder, And so now, so like, what does that set us up for? And you have to look holistically at the whole, like the larger view, and see, does that set up a culture of that's going to like lead to more murders in the long run or less? And how do we want to live? So holistic just means like looking at it broadly, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah, dig into it. It's fun stuff.
Thanks, man. I'll go ahead and drop down.
Absolutely, Dean. Thank you for being here. Yeah, on Atheist Sunday School, we will take. Oh, I forgot to see if you wanted to do like. Didn't want to do swears today. What should we do today? Okay, so we're doing a new thing where atheists are allowed to come up, and if you have a quick question or comment, you can do that. And maybe we could do say your favorite sin today or something like that. Vintage, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
I am 40, and I've been a Christian all my life, but here recently I'm like more like non-denominational.
Okay, what was your denomination before?
Southern Baptist.
I was raised, I think, like Southern Baptist kind of, but it was in Washington. So our like teachings were from the South, but we based in the South, if that makes sense.
Right, I understand. Yeah. And I'm not very, I don't know the whole Bible. I'm still working on it, and I know I should already have read it, but I wanted to just testify just a little bit of what happened with my experience. I know people are going to say it was a hallucination, and for me it was real. So I was unalive when I was 16 years old, and I went to a different realm, and I was floating down towards a city of Crystal City, and gold at my feet, weed on each side. And if I tell people, if I could bottle the smell of heaven, I would be the richest person alive. And it says up here, Atheist Sunday School, let's get believers.
Time to let go.
Convert me. Yeah, time to let go of the God.
I'm saying you should let go, but you have a chance to try to convert me. Let's both go home picking a side here.
Right. No, there was no milk and honey. I did not go through the gates. I didn't even get close enough, but I did. I mean, I was there. It was amazing. And the euphoria. And I've had really bad nightmares where I've like experienced what hell would be like as well, you know?
So have I.
And I know it probably was, I get that it was hallucination, but it was it was installed in me as a kid to, I think that's where I know that's where I'm going when I pass.
Well, if it was a hallucination, which of course, or just a dream, maybe it would be a better word to say it. If it was that, which we do know those happen. We know there have been like very realistic, convincing dreams that seem totally real. That's something that we've all had. If it was one of those and you based the rest of your life on it, would you feel comfortable like risking that? Like it might just not be the case. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's why. Same thing. I really want to ask you, what atheist? What do you think happens when you die? Is it just lights out, or dirt? Just ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and then that's it? What about something
as far as your experiences go? Yeah, I think they turn off. I think that we experience and make memories and and actively remember things, and that's a process of our brain. When our brain stops getting the blood it needs to do that, it stops doing that, and our legacy continues. By all means, like our
just don't believe in a.
I don't think you wake back up somewhere else.
Believe that we're all going to rise. The dead will rise first.
No, I don't believe in zombies. No.
No, I don't. No.
Well, there's different things. If your body comes back, then that's zombie. But if just your consciousness comes back and something else, I don't know. There's just no good reason to believe that. Every time someone says that they've had an experience like you where they've gone somewhere else, it's been amidst a tragic situation, right? It's during like a trauma, during a death experience of some kind.
It makes sense that God would do that and
show you heaven.
Show me, yes.
Why?
It makes sense because He wants me to let everybody know that it is real.
Why wouldn't He just show it to everybody?
Because you know what? The faith of a mustard seed, people have to have faith. Doesn't, I mean, you have to,
Wait, what's
I'm
that?
rolling
What's the
my
mustard
eyes.
seed?
I just have blind running faith in God because ever since, like I told you, when I was 16, that happened, and it took over my life, and I actually,
I just don't know why you brought up mustard. I'm sorry, I'm confused
the
about that.
mustard seed, I wish you could have the faith like I have. I wish
But why?
everybody.
What does it have to do with
Oh,
mustard,
yeah.
though?
Do you know the verse in the Bible about it? The faith of the
I might
mustard
not be
seed?
familiar with it.
Okay. Well, if
I can
it
look it
says,
up.
yeah, that you can look it up, but
Faith of a
verily,
mustard
verily, I say to
seed.
you, if you had the faith of a mustard seed, you could say to that mountain, "Rise," and it shall rise. If you
Oh,
have
can you
that
do
faith.
that?
No, I my
Matthew
boyfriend.
17:20. Hold on, let's just read it.
have
Let's
proof. Well, yes, I can do that. Yes, I can.
just do a quick read of it. He said to them, okay, so he cures someone with a demon. Jesus
Yes,
cures someone who has a
Matthew,
demon.
in Matthew 15,
17.
17, Matthew 17.
He
Okay,
rebukes
yes.
the demon, it comes out of him, and the boy was cured from that moment. Then the disciples, I don't know where the demon went, but it
Into
went
the
out.
pig.
Then, no, this isn't the pig
No,
one.
that's a different one, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Sometimes he puts it into pigs, drowns the pigs, and then the demons live. Kind of just a weird way to drown a
Yeah.
pig.
I guess I
For
get
no
why all
reason.
atheists are like, God is mean. God is like a.
Well, yeah, he drowned those pigs for no reason.
He drowned, and he did also drown the humans, but they were. It's all about making good decisions or bad decisions. You
Yeah, I
can
would
make
say
yeah,
drowning
it's worse
people
than
is
life.
a bad decision. Then the
Yeah.
then the disciples came to Jesus privately, so they came out and they were like, "Why couldn't we do it?" So they tried and it didn't work, and then Jesus did it and did work, and he said, "Because of your little faith, truly I tell you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you will say this mountain, move it from here to here, and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you." So they had less faith than a mustard seed's worth of faith,
Exactly.
and
That's
you have
why-
more faith than the disciples.
No, okay. Don't get me twisted. Okay.
You said
let's
you
talk
do
about
have
miracles.
more than
These
this.
are we're talking about miracles, right? We're
Yeah,
talking
so
about.
can you do
let's-
miracles?
My boyfriend, I had the faith that my boyfriend was able to I had back pain, really bad back pain. And I said, little man, put your hands on my back and pray for my back. And it felt like somebody put a shot of lidocaine in my back. So I know God can give the people the ability to do exactly what him and the disciples did. We
to
have
be
just
fair,
hold on.
vintage.
Just
Hold on. You can't
I'll
say
forget.
that touching someone's back and healing
You had
back
the
pain
faith.
is the same as moving a mountain. Those
Okay,
are
well-
very different claims.
Okay, all right. Sure, but in general, I mean, can you touch somebody's back and heal it?
Yeah.
Exactly. If you have the faith of a mustard seed.
No, I don't need God for that. I do that as an atheist. My wife is a massage therapist. She does it all the time.
Herbs. I guess I can understand why.
Honestly, just like human
atheists-
touch, like really does, someone just said it releases dopamine, but it also like there's a thing called like contact. What is it when the nerves get like a contact release, and so like they're busy like clenching, experiencing this pain, and when they're touched by something else, they release a little bit. So like yeah, that's just like a normal. It's an awesome, neat like function of biology for sure, but it isn't. You don't need faith for that. There's just like body for that, so but like also to be fair, like if you are able to do this, can we try it? Can we try something now so that we can see? Because if God gave you this vision as a child so that you could come spread the word, there's 2,400 people in here right now.
They just
Sorry, I guess it's 240. I thought there'd be more people here today. But still, it's a pretty good, like, sizable number, and we would love to see a miracle. We'd like to witness it. So, can you showcase one?
Well, my boyfriend's not here. I have the faith that I don't want to mislead anybody. I can't do anything without Jesus right here beside me. Okay, I can't do anything without him.
Is your boyfriend Jesus?
No.
Okay, that was confusing because you were like,
No,
I can't do it. My boyfriend's not here, and I can't do it without Jesus. I was like, are you dating the Lord? Okay.
Excuse me. No. But
Right, but Jesus is with you, right?
through my boyfriend, he did heal my back, and I immediately hit my knees and thanked the Lord. And
Sure, but there's a thing that we run here because I'm in my garage. It's just like a garage. I'm in. You can't tell behind the green screen here, but I'm just in my garage, and it's an automatic garage door. Like you push the button and it just goes up. And I've had people try this before. Like just open it.
I can't
Pray, open it up.
I don't have. I can't. I'm not going to say I can do that because
You don't have the mustard seed.
I guess I don't right now. You got me.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean to claim like you can move mountains, release demons, but you can't do a garage door is just kind of like weak. Although it is exactly what we would expect if it were true that God didn't exist. Right? That sometimes people have dreams, touch can heal backs, and there's no God. Then people would think that they have this power, but they don't really, which is what happens every single time we test it. Every single time we actually look into it, it doesn't work. Every time. Isn't that a bit unconvincing after a while when every test fails?
Right, but think about complete darkness. I want you to for a second, sir. Just think about your eternity, okay? And this goes for, you know what eternity is. So think about being in complete darkness for your entire life. And
can I do this with everybody in the chat?
The Lord Jesus Christ, He will come back for us. And I have the streets of gold. I have seen the golden city, and I have smelt the smell of heaven. Now I know where some are going, and the road is very long.
That smell at all?
I don't even know what frankincense smells like, or myrrh.
They're not that nice.
Okay, then it's
musky.
not that.
It's musky.
It's not that, I promise. Then I can only imagine what hell would smell like, because the earth does
probably pheromones like
sulfur and.
No one should be chatting right now. Close your eyes. You guys aren't doing it.
Okay, like we're walking,
fucking sinners.
And there are gnashing and gnawing of teeth. Imagine a zombie apocalypse in the darkness, but you know what? You are the zombie. Okay, you are it, and there is no way that you can get to the place you denied that existed, but sure wish you could. And this is before Jesus.
This doesn't sound like darkness. We're in hell has light.
Hell has no light. No.
Oh, okay.
This is before Jesus.
It has sound that we can hear the gnashing.
I'm kind of doing before Jesus came. Kind of like okay. So before we're walking through darkness, it's not and gnashing and gnawing of teeth, and here comes Jesus, and He dies on the cross for us. And all those people down there knew about Jesus.
We get to float up.
Yes, you think about going to the greatest place where that smell, I'm imagining, or that I've told you about. Can you imagine that smell, the most beautiful smell you've ever smelled in your life? And now you get to spend eternity.
It's like Thai basil for me. It's like a Thai basil plant, or maybe like a lemon verbena, like those. Yeah.
Yes, and I just want people to come home. I want to see that this is not our home. This is not my home.
All right, now that's lovely. So we want people to go home. Now I want, let's do the same thing with mine, okay? Can you close your eyes, Vintage?
Sure.
All right, imagine for a moment. The life you have right now on this planet is limited. There is no eternity waiting for you in heaven or in hell. When death comes, it is only peace. All the stress goes off. All the pain turns off. And while your memories are lost, your legacy lives on, because all the good things you did in your life will be remembered by the people who loved you. And all the bad things will be forgotten and forgiven. And you just sleep eternal, never having to worry again.
I like to sleep.
Hold on, let it happen.
I love to sleep, so I'm okay with that.
Just feel
I
it.
like my birds a little better.
It's all good. It's not so bad.
No, it's not.
It's not so bad. People are scared of hell. People aren't scared of nothingness, really.
Yeah.
And keep this in mind, Vintage. If your thing is true, and there's an all-good God allowing perfectly good people, like me, to burn up in our teeth-gnashing dark hell, then he's a piece of shit. That's bad. That's not a good guy to worship, you know?
There are different gods, but I just believe only one leads us to eternal life. And
but
his
that's not
father
true,
made
right?
rules.
That's just like that's a thing that like people made up a long time ago, but it's not real. That's not true.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention during mine that while you're alive, you get to live and experience truth. You get to be part of reality. You get to realize that like everything you have is right now, so live it up while you got it. Be with your boyfriend, right? Be with the people you love. Go to the Grand Canyon. Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon?
I've never been to the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
No.
you gotta go. They don't have a Grand Canyon in heaven. You gotta go now before you die. Like you gotta see it. It's like literally majestic. It's
I
like
just want y'all to know that I can't say I love all y'all because I kind of got in trouble on TikTok saying that, but I have love for y'all, and I don't want to see nobody burn, but because I do believe in it.
right. You're much better than God. But you also will be able to see people burning, it says. You'll be able to actually see it from heaven. Like you'll see me.
There's also a story. A man was walking and got hit. This is another NDE, and he was walking with Jesus, and there was a tornado in the distance, and he said, "Jesus, what is that tornado?" It was a vortex in the he said, "That's my son. Is what separates us from the ones we're with and love from down." Like I believe there are 3 different levels to heaven. Paul was called up to the third.
Hold on a second. You just said a whole bunch of stuff that I'm like, what?
I have ADHD really bad. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Actually, I just found out my kid does. We got that like diagnosed, so that's cool. Joel's my best friend in the whole world. While we're alive here, we're going to experience our friendship together. You know, we're doing it while we have. Joel, have you ever seen the Grand Canyon?
Pictures, and they look just absolutely fantastic.
The pictures suck.
Huh?
Photographers have only taken shitty pictures of the Grand Canyon.
Really, no good photographer has ever taken a picture of the Grand Canyon.
No, the best photographers in the world have done it. You look at the picture and then you look at the real thing. The picture sucks. It's trash.
Oh my goodness! But then you take
seen Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a photograph of Niagara Falls that like actually captures it?
Yeah, I took a few photos that I thought were pretty good.
Oh, so
I'm just like a good photographer. Maybe if I go to the Grand Canyon, I'll take some good pictures finally.
Okay, well, send them over to me then. All right, so this story about the tornado, is this in Luke, Vintage?
Oh, no. This is actually something on YouTube, another near-death
Oh, I don't have that book.
No, yeah, another near-death experience.
Vintage, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question just to derail this entirely? But like you said that you don't want any of all y'all to go to hell, and you believe in it.
Right.
If you could, and this is like a crazy hypothetical,
I would go
just
to
like an
hell
entity.
and like Jesus and get y'all. Yes, I would.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, if you could snap your fingers, hold on, if you could snap your fingers and God would no longer exist, and that means no heaven, no hell, you don't go anywhere after you die, you just snap your fingers, and everyone just is annihilated. There's no heaven, no hell. God doesn't exist anymore. Would you snap your fingers?
Like the universe wouldn't exist no more, or just people?
Just God wouldn't exist anymore.
In the
So
afterlife.
everything would go. Yeah, the no afterlife because God
Earth
wouldn't
keeps
exist.
going like normal, but it's
No.
our thing where like after you die, it just goes dark and there's no heaven, no hell.
I would not snap my fingers now. It's because I've
Wow,
been
you don't
to-
love us that much?
Because I
Yeah,
said
see,
first I said
Vintage, that's so selfish.
I did-
You
no, I
hold
did
on,
say I was
hold
gonna
on,
get
hold on. You're
new
yelling
if you
now.
were gonna
Hold
ask
on.
me.
I know Joel derails conversations and gets people mad, but this is a good point because more people go to hell than heaven.
That's right. Its pathway is wide.
So
Yes.
you're more like you're so selfish that you need to experience heaven for yourself that you're not willing to save all those numbers of people who are in hell from their suffering.
Right now, I'm trying.
You're trying to no.
So-
in the hypothetical, you can just snap your fingers. You don't have to try. You just
Well,
do you,
yeah,
not,
but
do
I
you
don't
know how
wanna
to
get
snap?
rid of
You,
God.
it's like
We
a
need
middle.
Would
like you
you
do the-
snap? That's like saying, would you snap your fingers and get rid of the police? I mean, to me, I don't know.
It's kind of like that, except it's God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the police are sometimes like helping people.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, but the thing is that like we're talking about like eternal conscious torment for billions of people.
Let's do it with the police. Let's do it. So, Vintage, if you could snap, let's just pretend for a minute in the world that the police put more people in jail, right? And it's like a terrible jail. It's like a torture jail. They put more people in torture jail than not. Most of the civilization, most people on Earth are in jail. There's like a few people out, and the rest of people are all locked up being tortured.
And the reason is because if you do one slight infraction, you get put into torture jail for life.
Like you could sneeze wrong. Yeah. And
Yeah.
so you are not in jail and you see that 90% of people, maybe 80-90% of people are locked up being tortured, right? With like dripping hot candle wax. They're like, they're tied up at their wrists. There's like the ball thing in their mouth. They're just like totally like in a terrible
Cane ball, yeah, kind of.
yeah, like that kind of stuff. Like,
got you.
yeah, just bound up, that kind of thing. And so you could snap your fingers and it would end both. It would end your existence and it would save all of them. It's like a
I would
mercy.
do it in a heartbeat.
You would?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what he said. So that's
Yes,
good.
I
Yeah.
would do that.
So you would do it for jail, but not for hell?
But heaven would go away too.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
we're saying.
but-
More people would be saved. You would sacrifice a few people's heaven to save more people from hell.
Like
Yeah.
if there's a billion souls that are going to be experiencing heaven, but there's like 400 billion souls that are going to be experiencing hell. Don't you
let's
think?
do the math actually. How
Don't you
many
think that-
people
yeah, that's a good
have
idea.
ever lived? 117 billion. How many people do you think go to heaven?
I don't like
It's
that.
I'm
like
gonna say a
1%.
1%. Holy shit! I was going to say a third. But
1%?
Yeah,
why don't we do 25%? I think
let's
that's
see,
fair.
well, because you can see the percentage of who's Christian now, but
That's
there
a
also
fourth.
wasn't Christianity before. Like all of the indigenous people in the Americas were born and died without ever hearing about this. Some people
Right.
say 144,000, right?
Right, that's the biblical number.
Do you think the Bible's right with 144,000 vintage?
Okay, there's the spiritual rapture and then there's the physical rapture.
Well, sure, obviously, but as far as how many people go to heaven, do you think that the total is 144,000, or do you think it's like 25%
the
of
saints,
humanity?
that's already happened, I believe.
You what?
That's already happened. I believe that's already happened. I really.
Oh,
may be
you didn't
wrong.
get in? Shit.
Huh?
Okay.
No, it's a spiritual rapture. I'm not a saint. No, I don't believe I'm a
No,
saint.
she's saying the 144,000 are like when they let the first class onto the plane first,
Pretty much.
and then all the regulars go
I'll
on
just look
after.
it up. What percentage of people go to heaven versus hell? It says
Hold on, Lauren.
73% go to hell. Okay, so yeah, you're actually pretty close, Joel. It's like about 25.
It's not.
Okay.
I'm not done. No. After the first rapture of the saints, then comes the second rapture because Jesus comes back. Or the
Sure,
rapture
yeah.
of the church.
So you have about 30 billion people in heaven. And maybe like 90 billion, 90 billion people in hell.
Like,
Right?
come on, you gotta snap your fingers to save us. Like 90 billion of us in eternal conscious torment. You snap your fingers, and it's all over. And you're telling us, you're saying you love y'all. You're saying you love all y'all. You got to snap your fingers, Vintage.
You're right about that. You got me on that.
All right. Okay, Vintage. Well, look, it's been really nice talking to you. I'd like to talk to you again. Would you come back another time?
I would, yeah, I would.
Well, we'd love to have you, and I want to hear more of your death experience from when you died. And Joel missed it, so he'd probably want to hear that too. She was talking about what heaven smells like. Joel, have you ever smelled frankincense?
No, but I did hear some of that conversation. I just want to put a button on this, and Vintage, I want you to sit with that question about hell and heaven, and just realize that God has chosen to leave the people in hell, in your view. So your intuition is, I would end hell because that's just brutal. So the right thing for me to do would be to do annihilation, to stop the hell thing. But your God, who also professes to love us, doesn't do that. He puts us into hell for eternity. And that can't be good, right? Your intuition is telling you that's not good.
Or maybe he did, right? That's why we can't find evidence that's really good for God or heaven or hell, is because a long time ago, he was like, wait a minute, this is terrible. I'm going to snap my fingers. He dissipates. He doesn't exist. Heaven and hell are gone. We all still think it's real because the book was here, but this stuff isn't true anymore. Right. That's why we look around. It's like, yeah, this is just nature. And so that's why when we go to die, we just experience like normal nothingness death, that was nice of him, actually. That would make him, the best thing God could do would be to like not exist, for sure.
Not exist. You're doing like a hybrid Christian deist view.
A deadist. It's a deadist. So he used to exist. The Old Testament was true, and then he was like, "Oh fuck, what have I done?" And then he drowned himself in a giant flood or something. Just a classic God move, like a fucking classic. I've talked about this before. That what God should do is sacrifice himself in heaven. Yeah, we can talk about that more later. Okay, Vintage.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right, leave the cult. You're doing good. Just hang out.
Get out of it.
Yeah. Hey, Joel, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry. Were you doing top of the hour or was that just a regular
that's what I thought you were doing when you stole my bit from last night. That's right, folks. It is.
Well, hold on. Huh? What bit did I steal from you last night?
The talking over the music, doing the testimonial sort of like come to Jesus thing for atheists. Where I go, look at the beautiful world we live in, and like we have this experience, and then you were there because you played music under it. That's why I thought it was my bit. No, the collaboration was that you played music, but I think I made the songs. But I told you to put the music under it, and you just did that here as if it's like yours, but like you didn't.
Wait, you told me to put music.
I love. Yeah, I said you knew I had this song. I can go find it. You just started playing. I said, "Give me some music under that," and then you put in some like music, and I did the whole like sort of false preachy atheist thing.
What did you say? Was it good?
I said like it was pretty inspiring. It was like you live your beautiful life.
So it must not have been that good. Logical Levi, welcome in. Sorry about this. We don't normally.
No, all good.
We don't normally squabble like this.
Meredith is confirming it. Meredith is saying, Joel said, keep playing the music. Like we stopped halfway through.
Why would you say keep playing if I wasn't the one who started playing? Like, that's why I'm saying I started it. And then you were like, good idea, Mezzo.
I think I said, give me some music. Okay, I can find it. I can find it on YouTube.
I would love to be proven wrong here. Logic
Levi.
Logic Levi. Wow, how old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 35. I was born Christian, but I'm atheist.
Oh yeah, welcome in. It's Atheist Sunday School. We're allowed to accept one question, one comment, and then if you want to share your favorite sin, we can do that today too.
I just want to. Were you born Christian?
Well, I mean, I was born in a Christian household.
Christian
Yeah.
family, yeah. So if I say, who would be a better role model in this society in 2025? Would it be Jesus or Muhammad?
Are those my only options?
Yeah,
Jesus.
100%. Wouldn't you think? Not being biased, but because, look, personally, my experience.
Muhammad was a warlord.
What? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was more like Moses. Moses and Muhammad are really similar. They're like bloodthirsty warlords who like, I don't know if Moses like did stuff to kids, but Muhammad did, right?
So there's about 400 guests now listening to your broadcast. I don't want to share my experience. I was born in Iraq. Back in the days, there were more Christians in Iraq. There was Christians in Syria, Lebanon. Back in the days, there was
I
more
think you
Christians.
shared this last week with us.
Did I?
Yeah, I remember this.
Okay.
Who would be better, Jesus or Gandhi?
Gandhi shared nice things. But even
I don't know what like. No, but like he seemed to have like some good things going on, and he was also sarcastic like Jesus, which is always fun.
He had some weird, like racial and some weird sexual things.
Oh, Jesus had a weird like. I guess he didn't have a weird sexual thing. What's a weird sexual thing that Gandhi could have?
He would like, I think it was Gandhi who would like, sleep next to children as a like to show that like, look, I can do this without being tempted. Or something weird like that.
Why is it always that shit?
Yeah, I don't know if that was him though. That could be someone else.
I think you might be thinking of Elijah in the Bible. Remember, he lied on top of that kid. I think it was Elijah or Elisha. He lied on top of that dead kid until he came to life or something, or to save him.
Yeah, that wasn't. I don't think that was him. That's someone else. But yeah, if you look up like, was Gandhi that good? There's some stuff that's like, yeah, he said some derogatory things. Well, here's the better question, Levi and Joel. Who would be the best person to like, look at? Who's the best like moral person that we would like look at for guidance?
Frodo.
No, they have to be real.
Einstein.
Who?
I don't know.
Einstein.
I have to think that. I don't know. I have to think about it. But yourself, wouldn't it be yourself?
No, not me for sure. There's better people.
No, like our thoughts, our inner thoughts, because we know what's wrong and right. Or not many people do, especially Muslims.
How about like what about Oprah? How do we feel about Oprah?
No, not Oprah.
Why not?
Oprah seems pretty good, but
She's done shady things in her
What'd
life.
she do?
Not that I remember, but I heard a couple of things that she's done. I don't know if it's true or not.
Keanu Reeves is good.
How about Barack Obama?
Yeah, it's a pretty good choice. Or actually, I would say Michelle Obama.
Yeah, like I feel like those are kind of like obvious because they're just like those good people. They just seem like good people. How about Conan
Mother Teresa?
O'Brien?
Mother Teresa?
O'Brien. No, not Mother Teresa. Yeah. No, she was problematic. Mr. Rogers is interesting.
Oh yeah,
Mr. Rogers is interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I would say Mr. Rogers. Okay.
But
Did you want to share your favorite sin that you like to do?
I don't think so I have a sin. But do you know what's scary? That Muslims defend the Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old and consummated her marriage when she was 9, and they literally defend that, and they said it was okay back in the days. That's
They do?
They do. Of course they do.
That's crazy. I've never had my account blocked 4 times for talking about that. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. They come up
It
here
is
and do it, and
terrible.
I get in trouble. And I get in trouble.
How do you educate? Like, how can you go? I just don't understand. Like, how can you educate these kind of people? Because
So you can't. Like, seriously, for people who are that deep in, they either won't ever get out, or they need someone else who was in that same thing to talk to them. They need to hear it from someone of their like brethren who is like, yeah, I had that too. I had that experience too. I used to be like that. And then I realized how terrible, like that might be the only way for them to get out, which is why I've kind of stopped trying to, because the only thing it does that's good for our side is show like, look at what religion does. Look at how terrible, like, and then you can like showcase this person and say, this is what it can lead to. And it really does. Like it's good for people who are on the fence to get that warning, you know?
Because they're taking over. Like, look at Europe, look at England, look at Germany, look at Australia, look at Canada. They're taking over, like, everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know.
And it's kind of scary, because if they take over, they're going to give us option.
Yeah,
they
spreading.
Us,
it's spreading dangerously.
Jizya, which is jizya in Arabic, means the taxes. I mean,
yeah, look, most of the people who are Muslims, though, don't like subscribe to that. Most people would be like, yeah, that was terrible, or that never happened. Most of them will say that's in a hadith that we don't trust, that kind of stuff. At least that I've spoken to. There are some, like the ones who are willing to come up and like fervently go, here's why this and that. Yeah, they're a little bit scary, but I think the majority of them are just like, yeah, we like the culture.
I agree that you said majority, because that's because they haven't read their Quran, they haven't read the Hadith and Sahih al-Bukhari. That's because they haven't read it. Most Christian of my friends, they haven't read the Bible. Most Muslims that
I think what we need to rely on, and like kind of the hope, lies in complacency. And that's what happens over time, and especially when like another culture were to come into like a Western culture, we can just rely on complacency, watering down their religion until it becomes as flaccid as Christianity is. Like there is a lot of like nonsense that the Christians get up to, but they're not as zealous as if there's a whole country full of like Muslims or something like that.
What about Dolly Parton? What are her views?
I think Dolly's pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting. What's her views on? She's gone on record in support of the LGBTQ rights and equality. That's good. That's in like 2014. She did that pretty early on. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's go with the Dolly Parton. All right, Logical. Thank you so much for, I keep calling you Logical. It's just Logic. Glad you could be here. You don't have any sins, which is a bummer. Get a sin, dude. But other than that, yeah, I think we're feeling like a Dolly. You know, I was talking to my wife about this, Joel, because we were watching some cult documentaries.
Somebody said Dolly is their goat, but it's Dolly was a sheep, I believe. But go on.
Well, the first one was a sheep, but the second one was a clone. You don't get to be called, you're not the same species once you're cloned.
What, a clone sheep? So it's like a separate species as a clone sheep?
I don't think it should count. It's like you're an abomination or something.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Was Dolly cloned?
Your wife was in a cult?
No. We were watching cult like movies. Have you ever seen Wild Wild Country?
Negatory.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one on Netflix. Really, really, really good documentary. I think it's like a 6-part thing. Super scary, like 1981 Oregon. Down here we have a place called Oregon. It's a weird name.
Heard of it.
Yeah. Really close to where I grew up, actually, where this one took place, and it was like a big, scary class, like the cultiest of cults you can imagine. Everyone like dressed
was it a
in
sex
red.
cult?
They did some sex, yeah. But they also like.
So you would maybe say it became Sex Oregon?
What do you mean?
Like a sex organ?
Oh, like their sexual organs?
Yeah, it's like a sex organ. Now it's a sex organ. It's like organ is
like
organ,
like a body
organ.
part.
Yeah, but it's play on. It's a bit of a play on.
I don't know if that
words.
was their main thing, though. They had more like
okay, so
like
it didn't become a sex organ.
Stuff.
Okay, so it didn't become a sex organ. Move on. Okay, that's
maybe
fine.
They did. There was naked people in it for sure. Wild Wild Country. Is that what I called it? Yeah, that's what it is. Anyways, as we were watching it, she was just saying like, I would never like follow one person. You know, that's like why she was saying that there's like someone that she knows really well who does like spiritual type of stuff. and they've been friends for a long time, and she does some of the stuff just like with her for fun stuff, but like would never like go too far with him because following a single person like is so risky. So this thing of like who's the best person, I think we need like 100 people. You know, like that's why having one like a king of the religion is always so sketchy, you know, because once they start to get followers and power, it's like dangerous. That's why like democracy is better, because we should have more people. That's why parliaments are better than presidencies, you know, like to have groups kind of like check each other is really
important. Because we can go, oh, that was a good idea, but that guy had a good idea, but then he laid beside children. Yeah. Oh, she had a really great idea. Oh, they had a brilliant idea, you know, but they also had these horrible ideas. And so we kind of get a variety of ideas through a variety of different people and different perspectives, and then we can hopefully maybe get closer to the good ideas that way. I agree. I think that's an excellent point, and we also don't want to give anybody too much power because that corrupts.
I'm trying to see who it was that like slept next to. I don't think it was Gandhi. Oh, forced young girls to sleep in bed with him. Let's see. Here's a Vice article. Oops, hold on.
How'd you feel about people pronouncing it Gandhi?
Oh, I love that.
You do?
I think that's fun.
Gandhi.
Oh, here it is. He confronted his inability to control male libido head on when he vowed celibacy without discussing it with his wife back in India, and using women, including some underage girls like his grandniece, to test his sexual patience. He'd sleep naked next to them in bed without touching them, making sure he didn't get aroused. These women were props to coax him into celibacy. Yeah, that's him. I hate it.
That's so weird.
To prove I'm not some sexual creep, I shall lie naked next to this my grandniece. Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Because on a normal day, I would totally love this.
You would all you would fuck her. I'm not. Watch.
I'm not going to. Look, I'm not even getting aroused over this child. Like, that's not it.
Who checks? Did he have people just looking at his dick all night? Oh, did it just? No, it didn't move. Who does it? Hate it. I hate all that. I hate everything about that. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Gandhi
was problematic.
All right. Joel, it's the top of the hour.
It is the top of the hour.
Sorry, there's no normally do this when there's someone in the hot seat. Just like invite and remind people that atheists can come up because it's Atheist Sunday School. We're trying that now.
And they're telling about sin, their favorite sin or their main sin or something.
Yeah. What's your favorite sin to do?
Okay.
And don't say sleep with your grandniece.
Ooh. Don't come up if you're going to say that.
Not a sin, because it's not a sin. That one wouldn't count.
Yeah, we don't. That's true. And we don't want to talk to any more Muslims. Okay. That's right,
Gandhi's
folks.
Not a Muslim. Gandhi he's Hindu, right?
Well, I was doing the Muhammad thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess it wasn't his niece, so it's the family member part that was what I got wrong. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it was just like jumping around. It was my fault.
Yeah, let's just like never talk about it again ever.
It's the top of the hour. That's right. It is 10:34 a.m. in the morning of the top of the hour, and we are live on BBD. That's right, Bad Bible Debates. We got Mezzo hosting ass, and you're all welcome to come up and tell us one little thing, your favorite sin, and ask us a question or just hang out. And if you're a Christian, come on up and let go of the Bible God. Yeah, that's right. It is ass, baby. I'm JRB, and we've got no one in the hot seat. Please feel free to come on up and get in the hot seat. The Bad Bible Debates, Atheist Sunday School, top of the hour, 10:34. Take it away, Matt. Yes.
Yeah. Drop it down. Beautiful. Oh, there was someone there, and right when I reached out, they left.
We got user in the hot seat. We've got user in the hot seat.
User, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
I am in my 30s and I'm an atheist. My name's Thomas, by the way.
A smog theist?
An atheist?
Oh, man, your mic cut out at a weird time. That was funny. All right, well, listen, do you have a question or comment for Joel or I, or maybe for yourself? And then did you want to share your favorite sin?
I just want to share my favorite sin. I think that blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is great.
It's the best
I'm not
one.
exactly sure what it is, but
That's what
Christians
the-
keep telling me I do it.
Yeah, what is blasphemy to you, Joel?
I thought that, like, well, you know what? For some reason, when I was a Christian, I took it as saying things like "God damn it" would be blasphemy or something like that. Would be like saying horrible things. But then, since I've left Christianity and I've actually like been looking into like Christianity more, I feel like it might be just like perpetually not believing. I think that that's what they claim as blasphemy.
Well, that sucks. Like, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, that's the one thing to not forgive, because you have to believe to go. When I was a Christian, I thought it was like saying, "You're not God, I am," like that kind of a thing, or I'd be a better God than you. Like, yeah, demeaning God while also like elevating yourself. But it doesn't say that in there. I don't know why I thought that. Like, that's just not it. User, what do you think it is? How do you do a blasphemy?
I grew up a Southern Baptist, and I think that it was taught to me as like rejection of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
But I think whether it's saying things like "God damn it" or rejection of the Holy Spirit, or thinking I would be a better God, I think that no matter what, I've got it covered, and still.
Yeah, do them all to be safe. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah,
what did you say your name was?
Thomas.
Skamamet. Yeah. All right. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. That was a good sin. That was our first sin of the day.
Nice.
Come up if you guys want to share your favorite sin with us. We have Zaphod. Zaphod Beetlebrox. Don't say his name 3 times. Welcome in. How old are you?
Well, I am 53.
And are you a religious person?
I am not.
Good. You're right.
Yeah, it's just something I haven't been able to manage. I try, but I fail miserably every time, and I think it's because my favorite sin is choosing other gods.
Okay.
The big one. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I keep like usually money. I mean, sometimes sex.
It's pussy, yeah.
All the other legitimate gods. Yeah.
God, yeah. I mean, that sex thing. I mean, now that I think about it, I probably choose that more often than the money thing. But what do you do, right? I mean,
yeah, I feel like you could like jack off with a pile of money, but it wouldn't, like, the paper cuts would be problematic.
No, it's for sure, 100%. Yeah.
You know what I like
not
about the
good.
money though is nice food.
Yeah.
Can't get
Yeah.
that. But also you can eat pussy,
But-
so that's it's tough. It's tough. Yeah,
And,
really hard.
and when you give sex really well, then sometimes they cook you food, like what's happening for me right now downstairs.
Oh my goodness!
You're getting paid.
Yes.
You're getting repaid for making somebody orgasm, and they're making you eggs for it.
Yeah. And she makes like twice as much money as I do. So, like, I'm serving all of my gods.
You should go make
kind
her
of the same time.
breakfast.
But,
What do you do?
But she
Go-
doesn't.
She
doesn't
works harder. She makes more money. Go make her some fucking breakfast.
But she doesn't want that. She just wants me to play guitar and sing for her. And I did that all day yesterday, and so today she's giving me a break.
All right. Well, yeah. Make sure that you play her a really good song, and make sure that you make her a breakfast. Okay. You guys know that song, "How You Like Your Eggs Fried or Fertilized"? Have you ever heard that one?
I have never heard that.
Look that up. It's worth looking up. It's a good song. All right, Zaphoid, thank you so much for being here.
Last thing I will say, I do clean up every single bit. Like, I wash all the dishes. I do the laundry.
We do that. We do that too. Like, whoever cooks, the other person cleans, and we kind of like
Yes.
switch it off like that too. Yeah.
It's fair.
Yep.
It's fair.
Absolutely.
I can't cook, so I clean well. All right, you guys have a great one. Love your show.
All right. Thank you.
Worship her as the God. Do that.
Yes. Yeah. I bet you could probably, like, while someone was cooking, you could probably eat them out. But I mean, you might get like bacon grease on your head. Emmy, welcome in. How old are you?
Hey, Mezzo, I'm 37, just about to be 38. Hey, Joel. And I am an atheist.
Well, you get
but,
one question, one comment, and then you can list your favorite sin.
oh, my question was, what color is your nail polish today? I just want to see it.
It's a greenish. It looks
I
kind of
love that you
silver on camera.
coordinated.
It looks a little silvery on camera, but there's a hint of green.
Oh yeah, when you have that angle, we can see it.
Yeah.
I used to have a Gretsch guitar that was about the same color.
Oh, you mean something like this?
Yeah, but see, that's closer to your jacket. And mine was that really light green that they make. That was very similar to your nails.
This one's cool because it's like a dark green with the gold. Now I'm losing it. There it is. With the gold.
Hardware.
Yeah.
Hardware.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And then it has these like tiger stripes on the back.
Yeah, I love that. Actually, my comment was just simply going to be the green today looks phenomenal on you. I love the jacket. We've all been commenting on it in the comments.
It's a new
You look
shirt.
very sharp today.
It's a new shirt. I got it yesterday in the mail.
Very nice.
I did the thing. You'll do this when you turn into your 40s, where you'll buy a shirt on Amazon that sucks, and you'll send it back. And you do that 30 or 50 times, and then you get one that fits, and then you just buy 6 of those. You're just like, all right, I'm locked down. I need to go shopping for more shirts. You just get 6 of the same one in different colors.
See, I'm doing that now.
Yep.
I'm doing that now because I started transitioning about a year ago, and so finding clothes that fit and look right on me. Once I find something that I like, I just buy a whole bunch of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Get what fits and then work it. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to do online. It's really hard. But I live near Kohl's and they let you return stuff, so I just return hella Amazon stuff.
Absolutely. Well, hey,
congratulations. Do you want to?
thank you.
Did you want to say your favorite sin?
Yeah, my favorite sin is being trans. It's a wonderful sin to do.
I don't know if it's a sin. Does it say that?
No, it's definitely not. No, that's the thing is,
sin.
it's not, but it's so commonly held, that it's
true.
somehow a sin. And I'm
There's
also
a thing that
pansexual, so I
says-
guess that would make me, all sorts of every queer. So
There's a thing that says like men shouldn't wear women's clothing, but if you become a woman, then you're clear, right? Like it
or if
doesn't
you've
really.
just always been one in the wrong body, then it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyways, I think it's, I don't think it counts. Sorry, no sin for you. Nice try. Maybe try blasphemy next time.
Okay, I'll make sure I do more blasphemy for sure.
All right, bye. Love that.
Emmy's going to heaven
Yeah, sorry, you're going to be stuck in heaven with all the nerds.
with all the bigots.
Quick, do a sin, quick. Oh God, that's a really funny, like someone dies and they're slowly floating away and they're like, wow, heaven is real. And they look up and there's just a bunch of like MAGA hats, like, come join us. And you're like, oh, fuck God, fuck, like trying to sin, quick,
God
sin.
sucks, God sucks, God sucks.
Just jacking off as fast as you can, trying to sin. Dropped it back down. God, that's funny. Do a quick sin. How do I say this? Livia vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Livia vibe. Welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 43 and loving it.
I'm 42 and loving that you're 43.
I love this for us.
What is your religion? Do you have one?
I don't. I never have.
Good. Well done. Well, did you want to have a question, or did you want to have a comment? Have a question. Fuck.
I do have a question that'll need a little bit of unpacking and a favorite sin as well.
Okay. Let's unpack.
Okay. So in some of the debates on TikTok, like allegedly Ian has this argument that if God is perfect, and therefore reality is, when it only contains God, is perfect, then if God creates anything, it would by necessity be imperfect, because if it was perfect, it would be part of God already. So God can't create the universe. And I was kind of thinking like, okay, if God has all the perfect qualities, maybe not all, but all of his properties are perfect, could there be another thing that he could add to reality that was also perfect, right? So you're still maintaining that level of perfect. I'm not really sure if this...
I get what you mean, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, look, he makes a good point. So like perfection means anything else added to it would have been something that was missing before, so it wouldn't have been perfect before. So if you're perfect, then everything that is part of perfection already exists. You can't get more than 100%. It's the problem with using phrases like perfect, omni, all, total. Like these things really just trap, the story. They really, like, there's no way to resolve that. You know, if he was 99% perfect, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. Sorry. But like, it's an interesting point for sure. Like no Christian's going to fall for that. No Christian's going to be like, oh, I guess there's not a God then. But yeah, absolutely. Like that's true. If you're already perfect, you can't add anything, because then it's going to be different than it was before. Right.
Yeah, I think
the way that they do it though, the way that they do it is I think most Christians, like they'll say perfect, casually, like colloquially, but what they mean is these three omni qualities. There's more omnis that God isn't, right? He's not like omnimalevolent, right? There's I have a list. Where's my list of omnis? I can't open that right here. Hold on. Let me read some of these because these are fun. I was just talking about these recently. Here we go.
He's not omnifragile.
Omnifragile. Okay, here we go. The omni. He's not omni-cabbage. Of course, we know that. We've talked about that. The omni list. Here it is. Okay. Omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnimalevolent. That's what we're talking about, which is all evil. Omnipresent, they do think usually. Omni-absent means he is nowhere. Like unicorns are omni-absent, right? Omnitemporal, they probably would agree with.
What does that even mean?
Temporal just means time, like existing in and at all times.
Don't they think he exists out of time?
Yeah, so maybe not, but I think they think he's both. He's out of time and in time because they're
that's
lunatics.
a contradiction, so they can get fucked.
Yeah, that's what they do. Omni-ontologent, omni-capable, they would say no, because that includes good and evil acts. Omni-neutral, for sure no. Now this is a weird one, omnific. Or omnifus, not shint, but omnificent. This is like all creating with unlimited creative power. They would probably give him that one. That's a rare Pokemon card right there. Omnivorous, eats all kinds of food. They don't think God eats, right? We're omnivores. He's not. So, there's these list of like perfect things that he doesn't have all of them. So the way that they would probably get out of that is like, he's just these ones to the maximal amount. But yeah, it's a real interesting point. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, great. Can I share my favorite sin now?
Oh, please.
So my favorite sin, I think it's a form of lust. And essentially what it is my pastime is finding women who are in relationships with toxic masculine guys and then showing them the wonders of queer dating and how much better it is.
Ooh, okay.
Things like consent,
Yeah, you lust for consent. Yeah.
I am a slut for consent.
Oh man, that's a great shirt. That's a great shirt right there. I'm a slut for consent.
Okay,
God,
I'm
that's
gonna make
fun.
that.
Yeah. You can have it. You said it. I mean, I said it should be a shirt, but like you can still. I think that's fine. Joel, do you
Yeah,
think
we
that
can
we're
we can
okay
both
to give
do it.
that
It's
idea?
fine.
Wait, who said it first? Because I think we could probably.
They said the phrase, but then I said shirt.
Oh, she and her, please.
Oh, sorry, she said the phrase, and then I said the shirt part.
Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be I think that's gonna be hard to.
We could split it 50-50.
We'll make it a collab and we'll cut
the
Joel
shirt in
because he
half.
didn't participate.
You can have the top half of the shirt. I'll have the bottom half of the shirt. 50-50 cut.
Oh, so if we make it a crop, then it's all mine?
Yeah, but I get the two. Joel, you weren't there for any of it. Why would you? I was going to give you half of my bottom half of the shirt. God damn it, Joel's so fucking sensitive.
Men are so emotional.
Joel, just come back.
Okay, well, you can drop me so Joel will come back.
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about my friend, but thank you for your sins. I appreciate it. I did the invite already. Sorry.
Let's just move past it really quick because I don't even really want to think about that. Like,
here's if you want omni-equitable, perfectly fair and just. Omnifarious, able to take a variety of all forms. That's like a shapeshifter thing.
I thought that was going to be like Rastafarian, but like omni-Rastafarian.
Omni-Rosterius. Omni-purple, of course, we talk about from time to time in here. And then omni-nude, always nude without clothing, or also sometimes that's called all natural. Do you like that joke?
Do it again.
Okay, it's like if you're omnibenevolent, it means all good. Omnipotent means all powerful, and omni-nude means all natural. It's all right.
That's cute. That's nice.
It's okay. I wrote that.
I think you got to do
6 months ago.
Yeah, I think you got to do it like really early on. You got to do it as the third one.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
You can't wait till
when I
the
repeated
45th.
it for you, I did it in 3. Yeah.
Yeah. That's when it works.
Thanks for bringing people up.
Hey, no problem.
You're a good friend, and I appreciate our relationship. Alex, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 19.
It's time to let go of the Bible God. Do you believe in that guy?
I believe in God in general. I'm trying to get into Christianity, but I do believe that I might.
Why are people trying to get into Christianity? Like, there's a zero.
Bigotry?
What's it called? Thing of entry? What is it?
Bigotry. I think normally it's like they're trying to justify bigotry or something like that.
Oh, I was going to say, like, you don't have to try. Like, you can just jump right in, but, like, also you shouldn't.
I was in Rome a couple of days ago, and when I was there, I was just contemplating about why would these people do this stuff for this religion, and I thought it was worth looking into it at least, because like when I had a tour guide and when we were in Vatican, he explained some of the stories, and it didn't make sense to people for people to die for that certain belief for no reason.
Sure. So here's what we'll do. We'll make you a Christian really quick, and then we'll deconstruct you from it, okay? Alex, do you accept Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and Savior?
So you want me to answer like seriously?
Yeah. Do you think it's true?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the evidence. If I come to the conclusion, it's true.
As a Christian, you look at the evidence. You just have faith. You just go, yeah. I guess like I have no evidence, but I'm going to believe that happened.
I don't agree with that necessarily. I think
You're on the right track. Then we don't even have to deconstruct you. Yeah, it's true. Religions are things where you have no evidence. You just believe them without that. It's called faith, and it's not a good way to go about finding out what's real, what's true.
Yeah, but I believe atheism is also a religion, because by my definition of a religion, it would be like a system of beliefs, practices, and like...
Let's look it up. Define
Atheism doesn't
religion.
have those things, though, Alex.
I would say it does.
The
and I
belief
would-
in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods.
Where are you getting that
I
definition?
just did it on the internet. I have. Do you,
But
do
even
you
if
have
we
internet?
even if we use Alex's
I'm
definition,
looking
it's
at
still
the
not that.
Britannica.
Wikipedia, and it all says like different stuff. But wait
So
a
what
second.
was your definition again,
Yeah,
Alex?
let's write down yours.
Yeah, a complex. Okay, I'm just going to read it out loud.
A complex
A complex system of beliefs, practices, and
system
culture.
of beliefs. You got. I'm not a fast typer. I'm
Beliefs, practices,
practices.
and what?
That relate humanity to what is considered.
That relate humanity to what is considered.
Believed by them.
Sorry, what?
What is considered believed by them.
What is considered believed?
Yeah.
A complex system of beliefs and practices, I think, that relate humanity to what is considered believed by them. This sentence doesn't make sense, though.
Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what?
Maybe I mean that that when I said the last part, I meant that these beliefs make them act certain ways. Like they act according to their beliefs. That's what I meant.
Well, the first thing that you're doing is you're saying that atheism has multiple beliefs.
Yes.
Atheism has one unbelief.
Yes, but when you take an atheistic position, you kind of tie yourselves into a more naturalistic position.
Buddhism?
Buddhism believes in spiritual things. I don't necessarily agree that it's an
Right,
atheist.
but they're not theists. Like some Buddhists are theists and some aren't. So you can believe in spiritual stuff. You can think gems and crystals work. You can believe in astrology and still be an atheist.
Yeah, but you're still considered a religion, yes. And again, I can take this into a legislative.
No, that what we're saying is that it's not a religion because you can believe in all these other things, and all atheism does is say, God, I don't believe it.
Oh, sure, but then do you know that atheism, like legally in your country, is considered a religion because otherwise you can be discriminated by it, and there is a actual case of.
I think I would count it as you could almost categorize it as a religious belief. It's not a religion, but it's a religious belief because if someone says, "Hey, what are your religious beliefs?" you would say, "I don't believe in them." That's your stance on religion in that way, but it's not a religion. But even if it is, I don't care. Let's say it is. Let's say I'm the Pope of atheism. What's your point here?
Yeah, because you said that something about religions, and in religions you don't have to have evidence to believe in something, and you just do.
Right.
That's why we ended up having.
Yeah, that's what faith is, right?
Yeah, sure, but you described it as religion. That was my problem. That's why we. went
Okay.
to the
So for
conversation.
theism, you have to have faith in something that there's not evidence for. Does that help you?
You have to have. No, I believe that people who believe something without evidence are just ignorant.
Right. That's what I'm agreeing with you on that. Yeah.
That's everyone in the cult.
Yeah, that's the theist side of it. Yeah. You believe something ignorantly without evidence.
How does that follow? Can you explain?
Like Alex, if you become a Christian, you will be believing things without any evidence.
Not true.
that's 100% going to happen.
Name
Not true.
Alex, what God do you believe in?
Again, I just believe. For now, I believe in a deistic God.
Right. And do you have evidence for it?
If you consider evidence something that raises the probability of something being true or a certain proposition being true, yes, I in my opinion, I do.
Okay. What's that?
Again, when I look at something, or when I look for evidence for something, and I want to look at what certain worldview is better than other, I just take the both worldviews and compare them. And when I look at the hypothesis that a naturalistic worldview would better explain the constants and the fine-tuning of the universe, and I took a hypothesis of God, I just value both of them and decided that if...
So, sorry, you were going to say what the evidence for the God that you believe in is?
Yeah, fine-tuning.
What's fine-tuned?
The certain constants and the initial conditions of the universe fall within an extremely narrow range that is life permitting, which is either by chance, necessity, or design. And it's not by chance or necessity, therefore it must be designed.
I think that's a false dichotomy.
It's a dichotomy, that's sure.
Yeah, but why do you think that, like, if it was...
It's an exhaustive one.
If it was designed, why would you assume it was designed by a god?
Because design implies intention, in my opinion. And when we look at... If we say it's intentional...
You don't think nature can design things? Like, you don't believe in evolution?
Yeah, no, I never said that. I don't see the creative mechanism in evolution, but I don't think...
So we can see, like, things that appear designed via natural processes, like mountains are beautiful to us, but they happen naturally, right?
Of course. Of course.
So why would you think that at the beginning of time there was an unnatural thing that thought about it?
Of course, because as I said, the two possibilities when we're talking about a naturalistic design or whatever you wanted to make to say, it would be either by necessity or by chance, right? Like, if you think that dichotomy is false, you can, like, try to explain it otherwise.
By necessity or by chance?
Yes.
Chance is just a weird way of putting it. It could have happened it could have been a byproduct of something else. I guess that would sort of be by chance, unless a byproduct was necessary. It could be a little bit of both. I don't know. It's a weird thing to make, like, hard, fast claims about when the whole thing is like we don't really know what was going on.
I don't agree. We know what I don't agree with the fact that we don't know entirely what's going on. We might have, like, certain problems with it, but we know how things work back then in a way that we can make these conclusions that it's either by necessity or chance. And as you said, and you try to even do the dichotomy yourself, you came to the conclusion that it can be a mix of both, but it must be either one. Yeah.
I don't know. It could be one or the other or both or neither.
I don't think it can be both. Can you explain how it can be both?
Yeah, if, like, it was necessary that something else happened and the universe was a byproduct of that.
Yeah, that would be unnecessary cause. Yeah.
But could there be, like, could naturalism be necessary as well? Like, it is necessary. Like, for there to be this, there needs to be certain necessary laws of existence, and those are natural and infinite.
Maybe I don't understand what you're saying. Can you try to say it, like, simpler?
So you just that you're saying that, like, are you saying it's necessary? Is that what you're saying?
Me?
No, Alex. Which one are you saying it is?
I'm saying it's design. I'm saying it's so. I said there is no way it's necessary and by chance.
Oh, okay. So that's the third one. Is it was designed? I see what you're saying. And why couldn't it be necessary?
Again, so a couple of reasons, of course. First one would be that these calculations are empirical and calculated, these constants, and
which constant are you talking about?
You can pick any, like
gravity, speed of light, these types of things.
Cosmological constant, nuclear, weak force, strong force, initial conditions, I would say low entropy.
Cosmological constant isn't so constant, it turns out, by the way.
What?
Yeah, just the data about the cosmological constant that came out this year is that it's not constant, it evolves over time. It's
it's
just look it up. We don't need to get into a whole debate about it. Look it up.
Yeah. I know you're talking about the Desidet and dark energy, but it's not like the same thing. But sure, I can accept that.
It's very related to that. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. It not kinda, and it's not saying that it's going to get weaker. It just says that it's evolving, and
it's evolving weakerly. That is what it says. Yeah.
No.
But isn't there also this idea that, like, this universe has some things that we thought were constants, but that doesn't mean that the next universe or the prior universe would have had those constants type of thing, that, like, they're not always going to be the universal constants
Yeah,
in every universe?
You're kind of pre-assuming that.
I'm just going to read this. While
No, I know
traditionally
what you're
treated as a
talking about.
constant, evidence suggests that the cosmological constant, which represents dark energy, may not actually be constant. Some observations indicate that dark energy's influence might have changed over cosmic time, potentially weakening as the universe expands. So that's exactly what I said.
No. I didn't say I necessarily disagree with you, but they're saying might be, and
Yeah, you
we're
did.
not.
You said that's not true.
Yeah, but because you were trying to say that it's going to get weaker, and it's definitely going to get weaker, and
I never said that. I said the evidence is pointing to it being weaker.
The evidence is pointing it to be weaker, but it's not
Potentially weakening as the universe expands, which would contradict the idea of a fixed cosmological constant.
Sure. Yeah, potentially. Again, I'm just saying.
Yeah. So maybe I'm right, is what you're saying?
Maybe I'm right, and maybe you're right. That's the whole point of the conversation.
But the truth is, we don't know, so that we actually have evidence for both things, and you're like believing something. And when we look at this, we go, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. We don't know. Full stop. And you say, I don't know, but I believe that there's a God because you are believing something without evidence.
No, again, I'm not
even contrary to some evidence.
I'm just saying that if we look at this constant, yeah, but there are many others that don't do the same thing. And
what's your God like?
Again, why are we pivoting?
Because I'm done with this. What is your God like? Like, what do they do?
Can we just stay on track, perhaps?
No, I don't care about this anymore. This is boring. What is your God like? What does your God do?
What do you mean by that?
What are its qualities?
What are its
attributes?
Yeah, sure. I would say it's powerful enough to cause the universe. I would say it's timeless, it's spaceless.
Does it have moral preference?
Moral preference, that would imply moral agency. I don't think for now that my God can intervene in time. No.
Okay. Does it like have moral preference for us? Like, does it prefer that we act good to each other?
I don't think so.
Does it want to be called God?
Does it want to be called God?
Yeah, does it prefer to be called God?
I guess no. I don't know.
Right.
I mean,
so that's why you shouldn't use the word. When you say God, especially in this conversation where we're talking about the Bible, and you come in and muddy the waters with this thing that doesn't even care if it's called God or not, you really should use a different word. You should call it the source or the creative force of some kind. Come up with another word for it, because when you call it God, we're talking about a specific like deity from an old book right now. We don't care about this thing you're talking about. You're just like you're like stealing their name for something, this like being that has like preferences and feelings and stuff, and you're using their name to describe something else. And I think it's like just really confusing everybody.
No, I don't agree with you. 2 points here.
Why should you call your thing God?
Yeah, because by definition, it doesn't make it contrary. Like, God is believed to be a mind that created the universe, and you can imply any properties that
your
you
God
want.
has a mind?
Yeah.
You didn't list that in its qualities or attributes. How does it have a mind?
When you first asked me...
How does it have a mind?
What do you mean? If you believe that minds are purely physical, you'd have to prove that.
Sure, yeah. Minds come from brains. Every time we turn a brain off, the mind turns off.
Yeah, and again, your brain doesn't account for your subjective experience. That's the hard problem of consciousness.
Your brain doesn't account for your subjective experience?
Yeah, you have like...
I think your brain accounts for your experiences.
No, it doesn't, because your atoms, you can reduce your brain to atoms and whatever you want to call it, and you can reduce it to a physical point, but that physical point doesn't explain why it produces a subjective experience.
And so you're saying that yours doesn't have the brain, so it has just the mind part?
Yes.
How?
It's not contrary. Like, it doesn't impose a contradiction.
How does it work, though? Don't just say it is because it is without evidence. I'm believing faith without evidence. How does your brainless mind work? Like, you have some sort of a being that exists timeless outside of physical space without a brain, and it has a mind. We got to know about this. This is a huge claim.
What do you mean? How can it exist?
How does the mind work? Is it a Boltzmann brain?
I wouldn't say it's a Boltzmann brain.
How does it work? How does it think?
How does it think? I don't necessarily understand the question. Can you phrase it more clearly?
We think with our brains.
We think with our minds.
Our brains process thinking.
We think with our mind.
Our brain is an emergent quality, or our mind is an emergent quality of our brain.
I don't necessarily agree. Again,
Okay, how do our minds work then?
I think, again, that's the hard problem of consciousness. I can give you theories about it, but...
So you don't know, but you're assuming that your thing works?
Yeah, I can give you a theory that works. I can send you the papers on it. And again, you can give me another one.
Yeah, go ahead and send me the papers. I'd love to read your papers on how minds without brains work. I'd be really interested in that. But look, Alex, today we're looking for people who believe in the Bible God. You don't seem to apply. Do you have a favorite sin that you like to do?
Do I have a favorite sin that I like to do? I don't have a... I don't think sinning is good. I don't know.
About boring people.
He believes in sin?
That guy sucks. Oh my God. What can you imagine? I always think about this, just having to work with someone like that. That's like for some reason what I think about.
Yeah.
Like it would suck to have to live inside of his own skin. Like for him, it's a bummer. But also for like the people around him, you know. Just a nightmare. Hi Daniel, thanks for coming by with the raid. Daniel, go to bed. Right? Go to bed.
And tell us when you're in bed so we can picture it.
We'll tuck you in. He's probably in bed right now. Everybody, kiss your phone on the cheek to give Daniel a little good night. Meredith. I wonder how many people did it. Meredith,
I did
welcome in. You did? Good. How old are you?
I'm 45.
Great. Okay. And do you have a religion?
I don't, but I have a question because I'm allowed to do that on Sundays, right?
No,
absolutely.
Okay, that's really cool. I really like that. So I've always been an atheist, and so the only things that I know about Christianity are just things that I've kind of picked up in my, just living in America. And so your lives are so informative to me because I did not realize that all these people around me believe all of this crazy shit. Like I knew some of it was, I knew some of the crazy shit, but it goes like so far beyond what I knew. It's been very eye-opening. So the question, well, for one thing, I want to settle the little spat between the two of you. The way that I remember the
Hold
bit
on.
going.
Sorry, 1 second, Meredith. There's someone named Cameron that says you look nice. I think they're flirting with you in the comments.
Oh, hey, Cameron. I am nice.
Meredith looks nice. And being atheist, huge plus. Okay. Cameron, do you want to come up here? And never mind. I don't want to make a connection where there might not be one. So yeah, you were saying that Joel was incorrect about something, the way he viewed.
Well, I think that you guys are both right. The way that I remember it is Joel started talking, you started playing the music, then you the music was kind of fading out or dropping off, and he told you to keep playing the music is the way that I remember. Yeah, that's what I think you guys are both right.
Yeah, I started the bit, and then I thought the bit was over because you don't want to do a thing too long. But then he was like, let's do this joke a little bit too long. And so I was like, okay, I guess. And I kept going to it.
Because I had more to... You just did that. By the way, you did that exact same thing. You copied my thing. You stopped in your version, and then you went like, oh, I had more stuff to add, and then you added stuff after. And the stuff that you added after are all the things that I said in the original thing. But I think I was just starting to say it in a quiet way. Maybe I didn't say start playing the music, but you could tell that was what was happening. And so you didn't start the bit. I started the bit, and you just did the right thing.
I think that's true.
This isn't the end of the live. You can't music over me. That's just fucking rude.
Meredith, I actually appreciate you doing this. I think you're correct on how it happened. I think that, for sure, I started playing the music, and then he said, keep playing the music. He added to the joke. And so he gets a bit of ownership for that. The joke being...
Well,
and you did the talking. I'm trying to be nice. You did the talking part.
I started the talking. You can't just you can't have a guy that just starts playing music and then I go, oh, the joke is that I'm going to do a sort of atheist like come to Jesus moment. Like, that's not how that works.
You started doing the come to Jesus.
Yes, exactly.
The come away from Jesus moment.
Yeah, come away from Jesus altar call, or
Yes.
leave the altar call.
And we've all done that before.
Alter your perspective
That's
call.
something we've all been doing, like everyone does it. But then I was like, oh, this might be fun because normally when Christians do it, I play like the organ.
Right.
That's a joke that I do, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I was like, what if I did that for Joel, but it was like instead of the organ, it was a little bit more like peaceful kind of thing. And I had made this loop the day before.
Yeah, so you're using an old loop today? Like a 3-day-old loop? That's what Ask gets? 3-day-old loops.
Okay, I didn't mean to restart the argument. I thought that I would say, hey, you guys were both right.
Right now?
I made the joke 3 days ago, but like I don't have to make I'll make a new song right now. Like if people care that much, I can make a new here. Oh shit.
Don't bother. If you don't care enough to do it originally, then don't bother.
I don't know what chord that is. Fuck. It doesn't matter.
Can someone block Emmy? Someone block Emmy. Emmy says the guy that uses the same songs every live. Can someone block?
He does those. He actually records those live every day before his lives. So that I'll give him credit for.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
I'll give him credit.
It's a lot of work.
They are so good, Joel. You should keep using them.
They're so good.
Thank you, Meredith.
Did you have a favorite sin that you wanted to do other than like incite rebellion among friendships?
They're all so good. They're
not. Murder's not good, Meredith. Come on.
Okay, murder's not good. It's not good. But this is not my question. I was trying to just smooth that out, but I do actually have a question.
Great work.
Okay, so going back to, I don't know all the nuances of Christianity because I was never exposed to it. So I had never heard the term Yahweh before I started listening to your lives. I don't know, however long it's been. So, and this might be like I'm maybe perceiving this incorrectly, but it seems like sometimes when you use the term Yahweh, the Christians will sort of take a pause, like it's surprising or something. Anyway, so then I went to go try to look up what's the difference, because I know in the Bible he does refer to himself as Lord, and I guess maybe as God. So I was trying to figure out what is the whole Yahweh situation. Anyway, so in
Exodus chapter 3, there's a chapter where the divine name is revealed. In verse 13, Moses says to God, "If I come to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your ancestors has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' What shall I say to them?" God says to Moses, "I am who I am," which is a quote from Popeye, if you remember Popeye. And that's all that I am. He said further, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, 'I am has sent you to me.'" God also said to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, 'The Lord, the God of your ancestors, God of Abraham, God of Isaac,'" and all this stuff. So this is when, I believe in the Hebrew parts. Oh, Daniel's good about everyone.
Good night, Daniel. Good night, Daniel boy.
Quick little smoochie. I believe in the original translation is where you first get, instead of "I am who I am," is you get Yahweh. That's where the word comes
and I think it's like 4 letters which represent Yahweh, and the Jews pronounce it like Ha-Shai-Fa-Fe. They have got a different way of saying it.
So when I looked it up, what they said was that using the term Yahweh is somehow more like friendly or familiar. Is there a difference in the nuance between calling him God or Lord and Yahweh, or is it all just the same thing?
We did all of them in my church. We would say every word that is ever used for any God in the Bible. We would say Yahweh, El Shaddai, Elohim. We would say Emmanuel. We'd say Jesus Christ. We would really just if it's in there, we would do it. I didn't know, at least, that these are all referring to different creatures. That was something I was just not aware of. We could say everything but Baal or Satan, and we were fine, basically. It's weird. And in my Bible, Actually, let me check my King James, because in mine it didn't have the word Yahweh. It just kept saying Lord.
Yeah, so the Lord, yeah. So what they do in like, I probably maybe the King James, definitely the NIV, is they have an all caps, but you know how they can do like lowercase caps.
Jehovah.
They have like that for Yahweh. So every time it should say Yahweh, it says the Lord, because and that's out of respect for the Jewish people who Yahweh is a holy word for them. They can't really say it, so they say Hashem instead. So you oftentimes won't really get Yahweh that much.
Here it says, and God said to Moses, I am that I am, and it's in all caps. Yeah, interesting. All right, so they're scared of even his name. But yeah, some of them say Yahweh. In the original text, it's that Yahweh, remember that guy with the tetragrammaton said that it's all these letters, and it's YHWH, which I mean, not really. Like, it was different Hebrew letters. It's like 4 Hebrew letters that like match up to those. Yeah, it's weird stuff.
If you refer to him as Yahweh or God or the Lord, there is no difference in the connotation of saying it, of using the different names, though.
No, not really.
Okay.
It's all the same guy. But I like saying, like, when I read in my episodes on YouTube, I like the translation I use says Yahweh, because I think it's fun to know when they're saying Yahweh. Because when it gets into these other Adonais and things like that, it'd be interesting. Well, Adonai, I don't know if that's just another way to say Yahweh, but like El Elyon or whatever, it's like I want to see the different names. But no, Yahweh, the Lord God, they're all the same.
I gotta look.
It's just that
up.
I think Christians don't often use Yahweh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I think they would, and like, you know, they should. It's the God that they're talking about. But I'm just looking it up, and it says that at some point Jesus says Yahweh when he's being tested by Satan here. Apparently that, and I don't know about this, but like Jesus mentions, like when he's talking to the devil, do not put your Lord God to the test, that during that verse, he refers to him as Yahweh, which I'd have to see what's the Greek for Yahweh. That's interesting. Yeah. Anyways, Yahweh was just another God that was around. And so what they did back then was, the way I've described it is a my dad can beat your dad up kind of thing. And so different cultures around have these gods, and then like they'll say, well, ours is going to war with us, and it is the god of spears, so you're going to get speared. And it's like, well, ours does spears and swords, so ours is better. And they're like, oh yeah. Well, ours does storms. Oh, really? Ours does storms and bronze work. And they just keep like adding to it, and eventually like this like, you know, expands. And ours is also that one. You had Adonai and Yahweh. Ours is both of those together. Eat shit. And so they just like keep adding to it until it became this omni god that literally can't exist. It's like physically, you know, and spiritually impossible for something to exist. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate very much that clarification, because I couldn't figure it out by just looking it up by myself. So anyway,
when people say God or Yahweh or blah blah blah, they all mean the same thing. And then the Muslims just have Allah, and that means God. Like God means Allah to them.
Anytime you start a new religion, you should make a new one.
As the Christian God, and right? It's the same.
They believe in Moses and that stuff. Like they believe in Genesis. They have a different version of it, but it's the same Abrahamic faith, as they call it. Yeah.
It all makes just so much sense, doesn't it? Anyway, I'll do my favorite sin and let you guys get back to work. But I'm going to have to go with fornication, because obvi, you know, having sex with whoever you want and really not feeling bad about
taxes.
it. Gotta be the,
I thought you said form fraud or something. What'd you say?
Well, that's not a sin, is it? I guess that would be like lying or something. I don't know.
Form verifications. Being sexy is definitely a hot sin. It's probably the hottest sin. What's a hotter sin? Doing blasphemy while being sexy, like a hot blasphemy maybe?
Now, I almost went with blasphemy because it's kind of fun, because, you know, when you say God isn't real, or God is fucking stupid or whatever, you know, like the Christians like clutch their pearls, and that's always just kind of a fun reaction to get.
Oh no, sorry, so I meant that sometimes.
Sorry,
that was confusing. I mean, sometimes when I have sex, there is a blast from me.
Sometimes.
Not every time. Not every
All
time.
right. Thank you, Meredith. I appreciate you. Let's move on
Bye,
to the
guys.
next guest.
Appreciate you too. Bye.
All right. That was pretty.
That's such a great point that like you have Yahweh who's a certain character in the Bible, and then like now the Yahweh that people believe, all powerful, like that isn't that God. Like that isn't the God from the Torah.
I love the idea
or,
that the real Yahweh, like the bronze God or whatever he was, was like, imagine he's real and everyone's giving him all this stuff and he's like, whoa. Don't put that on me. I am trying to like work some metal over here. I did not do that to the Amalekites. I mean, I made the swords that you used, but that is not mine. Randy, hi, welcome in. How old are you?
I am 45. I'm an atheist.
Excellent. Well, what's your question, comment, and sin?
They're kind of related. My question has to do with, I don't know much about Protestantism. And I'm kind of curious, like when it comes to sins, if you do murder is obviously sin, but if you do 3, then that's 3 times worse. And when I see like Catholic movies where they have to, they have to make amends or they have to atone or do penance or whatever, they have to like do more Hail Marys because they did more sin. Is there anything like that in like Protestant race or religion where you have to do, you're worse because you did more?
Your guilt and shame is multiplied?
Yeah, the multiplication of sin. Like, how does that work?
No, that's the whole thing about Protestantism.
You just get to go. That's why Dahmer got in to heaven, right?
Yeah, all of them are the same. They're all just as bad as like stealing a candy bar. It's all still sin.
Yep.
They think that like telling a lie is equal to eating 10 people.
Wow.
And Jesus' blood forgives everyone of all of this stuff.
I did. Okay, so I didn't know that. I thought there had to be some other like this is worse than that, and stop doing this, or is it just once you've done one thing, then the gates are open, keep doing it? Like, how does they not take that and make that really bad?
They'll just say like you shouldn't do that. That just shows that you're not really a believer. You know what I mean? Like it's very ethereal. Like that, nothing's very concrete in it, right? Of course, like in real life, I think like any person would be like, well, murder is worse than lying. Right. But to God, they're all the same. So like in real life, we're going to like treat things like gay is the worst thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what right. Yeah, but like they'll still say like we should like judge people and punish them, although the Bible says you shouldn't. So that's confusing too. And they would say like people should spend more time in jail for murdering than for stealing candy bars, but God views all of them as equal because the slightest separation or like distancing yourself from God is the worst thing that you can do. And then some people will say, like we talked about blasphemy earlier, that's the one unforgivable sin. And yeah, it seems like I think Joel's kind of right. That just is not believing, because that's the one way to not go to heaven, right? It's just to not believe. And so that's the only thing that they don't forgive. And if you do it at the wrong time, like if you accidentally don't believe for a minute while you're driving and you get in a car wreck, tough shit.
Dead.
Tough shit. Wow. Eternal torture.
Wow.
And just keep in mind, Randy, that like that's going to be like probably the general Protestant view, but you'll probably find different denominations that have all the variations on that theme, because they're none of them are the same. They're all ridiculous.
They're so creative with some things. Like they're creative with these like weird imaginary like pretzels that they can spin themselves into to make like sense of a nonsense. But then when it's like, well, why couldn't God just like do this to solve cancer? No creativity. Like, no, like there's like, it's impossible. There's no way, like it's kind of weird what they choose to be creative about. But I think it's cognitive dissonance is the answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mezzo, the other day you were talking with someone, you said, imagine the beginning, and instead of creating the whole world and everything, God created heaven. And the guy, the Christian you were talking about, I mean, you stopped him in his tracks because he was like, yeah, what is the purpose if he could have created a perfect place where everybody was happy? And then for a second, he kind of talked down about how boring that would be. And I was like, well, then heaven doesn't sound really great.
Right. Absolutely. That's a big problem. Yeah. They like heaven was too boring, so they made earth so people in heaven could watch people suffer. What the fuck are we? Like that just makes us like pawns in a shitty suffer game. Yeah. It's all terrible. There's no good way out of that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
All right. Did you want to say your favorite sin that you like to
yeah. And well, then the sin I just
confess
realized.
your sin. That's how we should have done it like that, Joel. It should have been like,
Oh
confess,
man,
yeah.
that's great.
And mine just took place on Friday. It was a 4th of July party at my neighbor's house, Saul. So I've always known that I kind of coveted his wife because he remarried this really young, smoking hot woman. And so totally covet her. But I realized not only her,
How
but
young are we talking, Randy?
He's 25, I think.
How old are you again?
I'm 45. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a little bit
It's
off.
weird.
But okay.
But it's true anyway. But now I covet his sister too. I've learned so. And,
okay.
And when his wife too, like, and yeah, it's just getting worse. I got to stop going over there because there's a lot of coveting going on every time I go over to his house.
You're allowed to covet a sister. Like, is she married?
No, she's.
yeah.
All right, well, that's not.
fine.
That's
That's
coveting. You want her as your sister? Is that what the coveting is?
I think the coveting is fine. Just don't ogle, and you're fine.
Okay, I didn't ogle, but I mean,
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay,
you were lusting. I think, Randy, you were lusting.
a little bit, yeah.
Okay, that was the sin. Okay, so
coveting
a
is when you
coveting
lust a married person. It switches from lust to covet.
Yeah, but you can't, like, you want that. What you can
Because
can
they're
covet
property
after
and-
something else, other properties,
All
like
right.
their slaves or their.
Does
car.
your neighbor have slaves?
I don't. Well, he does have a cleaning lady.
Okay, just don't want her, and you'll be fine.
What about? He doesn't have an ox, or what is the other thing in there? I can't remember all of it.
There's ox, slaves, and I think wife is the other one.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm like 3 or 4 times. So yeah, that's
Make sure he's paying the cleaning lady, and that it's not a slave thing.
All right, I'll check into that.
Just check into it while you're at it.
I'll talk
All right,
this
thanks,
off.
Randy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. 10 Hail Marys.
Randy was feeling a little Randy.
I wonder how long it takes to say Hail Mary. What is a Hail Mary?
Hail
What's the
Mary,
text?
full
What's the
of
actual
grace. And then it goes on.
text? Oh, this is just all these football terms about how to throw it. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, Holy Mary, Mother of God. Is that it?
That's the whole Hail Mary. So how many? Say 10 Hail Mary.
Mother God, pray for us sinners now and at the end of our death. Amen. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I could do that 10 times for eating ass.
How many
Hail Marys for eating
Marys
ass.
does it cost? What is it called when you exchange
What's
money?
the currency on Hail Marys? What's the exchange rate for
that's it.
eating ass to a Hail Mary?
To eat. How many does it cost to eat ass? Let's see here. Just 2.
2 Hail Marys. Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I would do that while I'm eating the ass.
So you probably just have spell your name with it. Yeah. Hello, Mary. Jordan, I'm sorry about that. How old are you? Jordan? Joel, can you remind me before I do any tongue motions to check their age first? Because if a kid comes in, I'm doing that. I'm going to hate myself.
Yeah, that's not good.
Jordan. Jorgens. I don't think Jordan means to be here. Oh, was tapping. Okay. He wants to drop down. Okay.
Some people, they come up, they don't know how to get down because they never come up on lives. Like, they're just not used to that. So then they just like, can you draw me? You know?
Yeah, when people are like, I don't know how to get down, I think the right answer is like this. It's like kind of a dad joke, but I like it. It's a good one.
It's fun.
It's fun.
It's super fun.
Sometimes they say, I don't know how to get off. And then it's like, okay, so when searching for the clitoris, oh, here's our next guest.
Gotcha.
Salty, welcome in. How old are you?
I am 36.
Great. I'm sorry. I saw my own face doing that and I hated it. It was so unsettling. Salty, what's your religion? Do you have a religion? Salty, are you there?
Salty?
Sorry, it froze and I could not hear anything.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, my tongue does that. It freezes people in their tracks. Do you have a religion?
I'm a polytheist, a pagan.
Okay. So you did let go of the Bible God. Did you come up here to ask a comment or question and say a sin, or did you want us to help you deconstruct your pagan beliefs?
I wanted to share a comment, which was, so essentially Hail Marys are just like a form of timeout. So in the medieval period, they would actually tell them to do things like make sure you can only do like 2 Hail Marys when you're hit with your hand in the oven, and that's when you'll know how it's hot enough for this kind of like cooking. So they used it as a timing system.
They had ovens in medieval times?
Well, they had ovens, but not like electric ovens. It was like an oven that was wood fed.
And
so you couldn't like set a temperature. So you were like, is this hot enough to cook this thing? Or like,
oh, so as long as you can stand it, if you can stand it for 2 Hail Marys,
then Hail Marys, then it's
not hot enough yet.
But if you could do 3 Hail Marys, it's not enough yet. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Wow.
So
okay.
Essentially, when they're like, you have to do 10 Hail Marys, it's like just putting you in timeout. It's just like Christian timeout. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just like here's a tedious, mindless task to do to kill time. Yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, so, I never knew that about the like using it as like a sand timer. That is actually really interesting. That's fun, but it's not very long. That's a hot oven.
No, it's not. But like they also used it with some medicinal things. Like they'd be like, mix this for 10 Hail Marys and then apply it to your wound for this amount of time. And modern doctors have actually found that like sometimes it actually like was actually meaningful. It probably did something to do it for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, it's like a 5 alligator.
Superstitious.
It's about a 5 alligator, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So instead of us being like, wash your hands for 20 seconds, they were like, do it for 2 Hail Marys.
Yeah.
And then they were like, God is helping.
I wrote a joke once during the pandemic. Remember when we were doing a bunch of jokes during the pandemic? Because that was a funny, hilarious time. That was like, because everyone was doing washing your hands for a whole happy birthday or something like that. That's what it was too. And I did something that's like, if you're not adding the and many more part to your hand washing routine, you're not taking this pandemic seriously. That was like my
for real. I mean, it's like a 5-second rule. If you don't do that extra bit, it's not even going to be effective. What's the point?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. If your food drops on the floor and you can get a whole Hail Mary in before it gets up, just throw it away. Yeah, it's probably too long. All right. Well, is there a sin that you like to do as a pagan? I guess worship other gods, probably.
Yeah, that's probably like my favorite. That one and like coveting, because I think coveting is pretty awesome. As long as you don't do anything about it, just the actual coveting, desiring.
The last guy said, "Do you ogle?"
Sometimes, yeah.
Ah, fucking gross. All right. Well, how many gods do you believe in? Like, are real? Do you think?
I mean, I have had experiences with 3 of them, which I know are not not something I could like replicate. So it's completely experience based.
Yeah, no.
But it was kind of
pagans are like a bit more like, yeah, I know, like I know, guys. So like we have less beef with them. I think it's not true. Like I don't think your thing is true. But I don't feel as like inclined to fight you on it as much. I do think that the world would be better if we set aside like superstitions, gods, religions, and things like that. Like overall, the world would be better. But I'm also like kind of picking my battles here, and that Christianity is like one of the biggest problems, and also that I'm more closely connected to because I was one, right? So, I'm not trying to ask you this because I'm about to try to like fight you on it. I was just curious because pagans have different views.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was a Presbyterian Calvinist for 29 years.
Really?
And, and I was really annoyed because one time as a joke, I did an appeal to the god Pluto or Hades, and I actually got a response. And I'm like, F the Christian God. Like I tried for years and I got nothing. I did a half joke and I got a response. Like,
do some science, a little bit of research. Yeah. I mean, I would say don't let one thing, solve it in. But yeah, I think that's something that, like I wouldn't have done as a Christian, even a joke to another God. I would have been too scared. You know what I mean?
You were
To
clearly
do
a
that.
better Christian than me. So.
Yeah. Well, burn in hell and have fun there, and I'll be with you. Thanks for coming up, Salty. I appreciate you.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Good. Salty pagan. Pluto is a god of the underworld in some religions. And not underpants. Just unless your whole world is down there, maybe that counts.
Down there.
It's the top of the hour,
That's right,
everybody.
folks. It is 11:39. It is the top of the hour. And that's going to happen every top of the hour, so get used to it. I know a lot of people are going, is it the top of the hour? It is. It is, again, literally the top of the hour at 11:40 a.m. in the morning. On a Sunday morning, it's ass. We got Bad Bible Debates happening, hosted by the one and only Mezzo W's. This guy is incredible. He is handsome. He's got a new shirt. And frankly, he's a bit of an atheistic genius. Now, it is the top of the hour. I'm JRB. We've got Amy in the hot seat. Why don't you take it away, Mez? That's right.
With pleasure. I'll take it away. We'll take it all the way there. We'll take it all the way back. That's right. We're going way back in time on this next one. What do you think about that? A little retro conversation here?
I fucking love that shit.
Amy, are you with us?
Hello, I had to get out of the room with my babies for a minute. Sorry.
Well, how old are you and what's your religion, Amy?
I am 50 years old. I don't believe in religion. I believe in the Word of God. I'm non-denominational. And I know that the Word has been tested several times. If you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and the KJV, it lines up with a 98.3% accuracy and over a 2,200-year span.
Have you done that?
Absolutely. I've done the research and how it came in.
You compared the Dead Sea Scrolls to the King James? You speak, do you read Hebrew?
No, but I've researched it and how it was translated from 3 different languages, Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew. And I've researched the 47 scholars, well-respected scholars that actually translated it from 3 different languages.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think they translated it pretty good. I think the King James has a few problems in it. Probably there's some things you can tell.
A few.
Yeah.
Yes, but nothing like the modern translations of your Bible from the Roman Catholic Church, given to you by the Jesuits.
Which one is that?
And why we just all modern translations. There's only one that has withstood the test of time, and that's the KJV. God said He preserved His Word, and He did through that. But
I think the NRSVUE is closer to the original stuff. Based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls, they update that one.
Okay, and the Geneva Bible is also a good one. But but what I'm trying to say is
I have both. So I have an NRSVUE and I have a King James. Right.
Okay, well, all I'm trying to say though is God preserved His Word like He said He would. And He did exactly that.
But Amy,
all of these modern translations of the Bible.
Amy, can you slow down for just 2 seconds? So, if we have the Hebrew, we have the original Hebrew, and we can understand what those words would mean or correspond to English, and so they're meticulously taking each word and changing it into an English word. And by all accounts, by all scholars, the NRSVUE is closer to that original Hebrew. Don't you think the NRSVUE would be the better translation?
Well, I think that the fact that that it lines up so perfectly as far as the geocentric model of the Earth, and you've got Enoch, first Enoch, you've got Jubilees, you've got Yasher. So you've got the geocentric
none of that's in the King James, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it does. In the King James, it says the earth is flat, there's a firmament, all that kind of stuff. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And we've been lied to about everything in the name of science, from Big Bang to evolution to the safe and effective.
I wonder who this really is.
I mean, everything in the name of science.
Who do you think this really is, Joel?
Well, let me just say, what
You think this is a TROLL?
Yeah.
A what? Absolutely. What? I'm a teacher. I'm getting my doctorate in biblical cosmology and the intersection of modern science.
Where are you going to school?
I have done my research.
Where are you going to school?
And I know about how laws.
Where are you getting your doctorate from?
Grand Canyon University.
Grand Canyon.
And I'm doing it in theology.
Grand Canyon.
And I'm doing
University.
a research design on
Hold
hermeneutics.
I know. I'm looking at Grand Canyon University.
theory.
Let's look at their programs and where they have
Absolutely.
biblical cosmology.
I don't know.
No, that is what my
Doctoral.
dissertation is.
Are you getting it online?
Yes. I'm getting it through yes, teaching and learning is what I'm going through, but I'm getting an EDD in it.
Amy, I got a quick question for you.
Don't have it.
What's your take on Amy? What's your take on eternal security?
Oh, I believe that you have to go through the Son. The Bible plainly says that you cannot go to the Father but through the Son, and I believe in the Trinity. Just like the KJV.
I'm talking about eternal. But I'm talking about eternal security versus you can lose your salvation. What's your take on that doctrine? Which doctrine do you sign up with?
Well, I believe that God says that his people know him and they follow him. That means they obey him. So that means you have to love him more than you love sin. So to truly
could I lose my salvation?
Jesus, absolutely.
Can someone check if Born Again Atheist is live right now? I'm suspicious of that. I don't know.
A lot of people think that this is a real person.
I mean, it's just like...
Really?
It's just like people say that Christians can't have demons. Well, how did Christians sin?
A lot of people do say that's true. A lot of people say Christians can't have demons. I hear
a lot of people would say free will.
Well, and that's the wonderful thing about God. He's never going to take your free will away from him. You can choose truth and accept truth and get in his word and let the Holy Spirit lead and guide you into all truth.
Do you think that everything God does is all good?
Or you can believe in the world.
Do you think everything God does is all good?
I believe God is a just God, and I believe the mediator between him and us is Jesus. I don't believe without Jesus we would have had a chance. Right. I don't believe without Jesus because God hates sin. I believe he's a just God. Why do you think
is it good to
destroyed
be just?
The world with a flood? Absolutely.
Okay, so the flood was good?
I mean, we wouldn't have laws and morals without him and his word.
I understand I know you want to yell about this. Is it good to flood the world if people are bad?
Well, see, what people don't understand is why the flood happened. It was, if you read the Book of Enoch, they bred with human women.
Can you read us that verse? I don't have Enoch in mind. Can you get the verse that said about the Nephilim?
Absolutely. I can go into that if you give me just a minute.
Yeah, just cite the verse. I believe it's there, but I want to hear what it says.
Absolutely.
Amy, while you're looking that up, while you're looking that up real quick, do you believe that fallen angels are still fucking human women?
But that was just back then.
No, I believe they're doing it through gene therapy now. I believe they're modifying through gene therapy, just like the Bible says. So in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the coming of the Son of Man. So that's what they're doing with all this gene therapy and
Amy, calm down.
Is they are manipulating
Calm down. So, Amy, in the Book of Enoch, we learned that the fallen angels thought the women were buxom. It wasn't about procreation. They thought they were hot, so they wanted to fuck them because they were so attractive. So I would assume that they are hot. I would assume that they still want to do that because unless earthly women are not buxom anymore.
Well, let me just tell you this. The devil is the author of confusion and the father of all lies. So they're going to manipulate and tell you exactly. These white coats, you're scientists, a lot of them. Now, not true
Amy,
scientists.
can you focus on what we're talking about? We're talking about demons fucking human women.
Proves everything through the scientific method.
we're talking about women being hot to demons. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, what's the Bible verse in Genesis?
Well, how is that irrelevant?
The reason why
irrelevant?
The reason why it's irrelevant is because we would still see that. Do we still have fallen angels on this earth?
Absolutely, and that's what we're dealing with right now.
Do we still have buxom human women?
Why do you think we have UAPs in our ocean and congressional hearings?
For the buxom women?
Because of how buxom the women are.
What does buxom mean?
Congressional UAP
They're
hearings.
so hot and just like lusty.
Okay, so
It's different than
Genesis
busty.
1-4, sons of
When
God.
people began to multiply on the face of the ground and daughters were born. Oh, sorry, you want King James. Let me switch over to King James. I'm reading it.
References angels who left their first estate and
what
are
we're talking about.
in chains.
So I'm going to read the Bible, and if you interrupt the Bible, you go to hell. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and that they were fair. And they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, that means like physically jizzed inside of them, right? And they bare children to them, and the same became mighty men, which were of old men of renown.
Yes.
Now I understand the idea of like so an angel is having sex with a human, right?
That's exactly what happened. That's what the Book of Enoch talks about, and why it wasn't part of the original canon.
Yeah. So where does it say that in Enoch?
Well, let's see. Enoch, it says, and the Lord said unto Michael.
What section is it? Like,
first Enoch 10:11. It says, and the Lord said unto Michael, go.
First Enoch.
Okay.
Scrolling.
And then you've got First Enoch
chapter 10, verse 11. Okay.
11 and
each of them will live 500 years, and the Lord said unto Michael. Is that part?
Yeah, and then it says
the women
10,
who defiled
11.
themselves with them in their uncleanliness, when their sons have slain one another, they have destruction of beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment.
That's what's happening.
Wait a minute. This isn't in the King James, though.
But there's nothing.
So I don't know
in
if I can trust
Enoch.
these.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Let me explain. There is nothing in Enoch, Jubilees, or Yasher that is contrary to the KJV.
I just don't know if we can trust this, though. It's not in the King James Bible.
But it lines up with a 98.3% accuracy.
What does?
I mean, what books for over 2,200
what lines
years?
up?
The manuscripts, all that the
manuscripts line up to what?
Found in human from 19.
One thing can't line up, Amy. You have to line two things up. What are the two things? The manuscripts
KJV
and the King James. The King James doesn't have these.
Yes, it does.
So this part doesn't line up.
All the Old Testament books, except for the books of
Enoch,
Esther.
Amy, Enoch and the King James have a 0% lineup.
That's not
a
true.
word of Enoch is in the King James Bible.
No, but it relates back to it. It lines
so it's a 0% accuracy rate.
I'm telling you, you need to go and look and do your own research. And the Shroud of Turin.
Sure, I'll do it right now. I have the King James Bible. I'll open it to the table of contents. There's no Enoch. I see it right here. So it's not in here. So this part is at a 0% accuracy rate.
It's not part of the
okay.
canon.
So we have to take this with a grain of salt, because we know King James nailed it with such accuracy, and they got that accuracy because of what? Did they use like divine inspiration?
Well, look at the 300 prophecies.
How did they get the accuracy of the King James?
From the 2,200 year span,
Were they inspired by God?
Absolutely.
And God inspired them to leave out
inspired
Enoch?
and breathed by God.
Did God inspire them to leave out Enoch, or did they mess that part up?
That was the Roman Catholic Church that decided to do that. That was the Roman Catholic, the Jesuits.
Did King James scribes not have access to the Book of Enoch?
Look.
Did King
they
James
tell us right now.
Did King James's scribes have access to the Book of Enoch?
No.
Did they?
No.
Yeah,
because
they
it
did.
wasn't found in 7.
Oh, really?
The Book of Enoch, the Dead Sea Scrolls were not found until 1947. These are all brand new
The
from
Book of Enoch was
1947
rediscovered
to
in the
1946.
1700s.
No, it was discovered in 1946. They were in Cumin.
That's the Dead Sea Scrolls, but there was other findings of it before that. In
Older,
Ethiopia.
yes, that did line up, and over
Line up with what?
The King James version of the Bible. But what I'm okay, so what are the,
Okay,
what
so,
are the
so
Dead
you're
Sea
saying
Scrolls?
so in
It's discovered-
1611 the King James people they're putting together the Bible and God is inspiring them, but God doesn't give them the Book of Enoch. Why?
Okay, so this is a reason we can
Why
trust.
doesn't God give them this book?
Confirms textual accuracy when
I love
compared
that.
to the
That's so true.
Masoretic text.
Yeah, that's
used
interesting.
For the KJV.
So, Amy,
the differences are minor, proving the Old Testament has been preserved faithfully for over 2,000 years.
2,000 years.
Yes, it confirms ancient belief in the Watchers and the Nephilim.
And the
Books
Nephilim.
like Enoch and Jubilees were found among the scrolls, showing
agree.
the Second Temple Jews believed that these stories were real history.
Great. Now,
So
Amy,
it
let me
shows
ask
the
you a
Bible
question
was
because I
not
know you
changed.
want to keep talking and not respond to our thing, but I need you to actually respond to this one point. And otherwise, we're probably going to move on because you're really annoying and you're rude. But let's just say this. Why didn't God include Enoch to King James? Why didn't he reveal the Book of Enoch to the King James scribes?
Because he wanted it to be sealed and hidden to these days so we would be able to know truth from lies because of the manipulation of the Roman Catholic Church. Enoch was considered scripture by early Jews and Christians
Do you
as
think
part
there
of
might
the
be
Dead Sea
more
Scrolls library.
secret books?
Respected.
Amy, slow down, slow down.
Oh, it could very well be.
Yeah.
Yes, it could very well be. But in all
How
of
does
the
hold on,
artifacts
Amy,
that have been
Amy,
found that line up with all this.
I mean, you got to take a deep breath. You're going.
We got to
really
go
fast.
nice and slow here.
telling
We
you
got
why.
to.
This is
Ask
new
me a
information
question.
to us, and it's hard for us to grasp. We're trying to understand it, but you're dumping a lot, right? So we need to kind of slow down and talk through it. Can you help us through it?
Like
Absolutely.
you got to really go slow because we're really slow. So like,
And I actually think it might be helpful if we kind of draw it out.
drawing it out might be really helpful. I mean, I don't know if like this idea that God didn't put it in the canon, the King James canon, so that later on we could validate something. Like, I don't understand how
can I
that works.
explain this? Can I
and what I'm on
explain this?
while you explain it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to like draw this out as an infographic because I
Okay.
want to see this timeline happen where, God is here, the Book
Okay.
of Enoch happens, it's hidden secretly, and then it comes back, right? I want to like see how that happens. So
What can I say this really quickly?
Sure.
Enoch exposes the sins of the angels, the giants and their hybrid nature, and it's the corruption of mankind through forbidden knowledge.
What was their-
Such
wait, what
as
was their
the
sin?
geocentric,
I know
such
you
as
want to
the
read this thing, but I have to,
cosmology.
Amy, if you say something I don't understand, I stop right there and I get blocked, and the rest of the stuff you say I can't hear.
Okay.
If you say something like the sins of the Nephilim,
That's right.
what was
What we were
their
just
sin?
thinking
What
of.
was their sin?
Well, they bred with human women, and that
No,
was
that was the
forbidden by
angels. The
God.
angels bred.
I
Yeah,
know
the
that.
Nephilim are the
But
children.
The Nephilim taught us the technology that we should have never had.
No, that was the fallen angels,
Taught us
Amy.
the technology that we should never have.
Okay, so
it
let's
was
just
about
let's draw it out.
plants.
Let's do that part first. Okay, so we have an angel, right? And they have like wings, and this is a shitty halo. I can do a better halo than
Yeah, that just looked like a rock that was falling on their head.
All I can say is look into 5,500
Okay.
civilizations and how all of them
Amy,
believe.
Amy,
in
we're
the
going
cosmos.
slow. Remember, we're going nice and slow.
we have an angel, we have a human, a buxom human woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pictures saxophone music, a saxophonist
Now,
Well, just remember, they told us in the name of science, the safe and effective, was safe and effective, all in the name of science. Just remember that they told us the moon landing happened.
Okay.
It's been proven
So
not
can we
to
do?
happen.
We're going to go back to Amy. We're going to go back to the
Big
board.
Bang and evolution.
Amy, we're going to go back.
The Bible is true, and
is the moon part of this? Is the moon landing part of the angels and the
I'm telling
Nephilim?
you, it's part of the hidden knowledge that they have kept hidden.
Amy, I'm going to mute you when you're talking, like saying stuff that doesn't apply to this. Okay, so just don't bother rambling because I'll have to do little mutes.
Yeah, I want to do a lot of it. So, like, I think the moon landing thing is interesting, and I think there's a long list of secret hidden stuff. But if you just list them all off, I can't draw it fast enough. So let's do this one first.
Well,
So they
we'll study the Bible to show you stuff about
sure. So they have sex, right?
Lack of knowledge. The simplest things confound the wisest of men.
Amy, do they have sex? The angel and the woman?
Like I said, the simplest things confound the wisest of men.
Okay.
You know not because you ask not. Because
I'm
you don't
asking.
God's word and let the Holy Spirit lead and guide you in all
Amy,
truth.
listen to the question that Mezzo's asking you.
Did the angels have sex with the women of earth?
Yes, the Bible says that they did.
Okay. And so
And there's
just to be
different
clear,
races of the Nephilim.
just to be
There's
clear,
different races.
I know. And so just to be clear, and I know this is kind of gross, but I'm sorry, but do the angels have like penises?
Well, you know what? I believe God's word over me.
So the angels
And
would
if God
have to,
tells me that
the
that's
angels would have to have big, perfect
guess what?
penises, right?
His word has been
I'll draw
proven
it
for
up.
over 2,200 years. So men lie. Men lie to
So Amy, what we're just confirming right now is angels would have
tells
big,
me that
beautiful
happened.
penises.
Guess what?
And balls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, y'all are. I mean, really.
angels would have
I'm
big,
so
beautiful
glad that y'all
penises and balls.
They
And
would-
to have
They would have to, Amy.
visual images of such things.
They would have to. This is
Well, you know what?
we're drawing your
God
Bible.
told us that.
So
They
then
would
they
be
make a baby.
producing cum.
They make a Nephilim, right? And the Nephilims are giants.
Okay, well,
Amy,
you can be. It says the sons of God saw the daughters of men that were fair, and they took them as their wives.
Right.
So guess what?
They fucked
I'm
them.
going to believe them.
Oh,
They were
they're
sons
married.
of God in the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, and
I'll put a ring on the
yes.
finger.
And Amy, what you're believing is that the angels
Physically,
the angels.
physically,
Amy, what you're saying?
sexual reproduction.
What you're saying is, yeah, they fucked them with their big old penises and came inside their pussies, right?
You know what? I got to go on this one.
I need to know about the
pray that you
Nephilim.
guys get some wisdom.
Amy, is this
I
how?
do. I pray for y'all.
Oh, hold on.
I
Sorry, Amy. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Amy, hold on. I'm just trying to figure out how the Nephilim came to
go
be.
and flee from you in Jesus' name. I bind it and I rebuke it in Jesus' name.
I just want to
And
know
I
how the
pray
Nephilim
for
came
your
to be.
enlightenment.
Amen.
The Holy Spirit will lead and guide you into all truth. You just have to ask Him. You don't have to draw silly images to try to make someone look bad. That's done
we're
your
trying to understand the view, Amy. Please
because
help
I'm
us.
telling you, you're perishing, and the fake alien invasion that's coming because you don't know where you're at in relation
that
to your
the-
earth is pretty important.
Is that this
if
part?
you know that
Is
you're
that
dealing with
related to
fallen
I don't know if they're going to invade that
fallen
way.
angels and not
That's
aliens,
well, no. If they're
then you
off
will
of Earth,
likely
they're
not be
extraterrestrial and
Look
they're
at the
invading.
Project
That's
Blue
what
Oh,
she's
that's true.
talking about.
Project Bluebeam, DARPA, HARP, and how they're going to manipulate.
Wait, how
Guess what?
how tall were the
AI
Nephilim?
ionosphere to make you think certain things.
Amy, how-
Why do you think AI is so important right now?
Amy, how tall were the Nephilim?
There's several different types of Nephilim.
Okay, well, the
And
biggest ones. How
there
how
were
big did they?
Nephilim I mean, I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I haven't researched some
10
of
feet
that.
tall?
All I know is I
Amy, can I help you
no.
really
It was
quick?
some of them.
Amy,
Big,
can I
like
help you?
100
them.
feet tall?
Well, can I help real quick?
You know what I urge
Wait,
you guys
hold on,
to do to get
Joel, hold on one second. Hold on, Amy. I just want to know, like, do you have an idea? Like, are they 2 people tall, or is it like a skyscraper?
I don't know, but there's articles that they covered up, the Smithsonian covered up, and there's several. You can go back and research them. You can even go to the reading room and pull up some of those articles at your local library. But they have suppressed that knowledge from you.
Sure.
And
Let's
some
do it
of
like
them
this.
were over 30 feet tall if you do
30
your
feet.
research.
Okay, right there. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. So when I draw, now they made this baby, and I'm gonna make this kind of tall guy. Okay. Now, what you're saying was that the sins of the Nephilim are what the flood was for, right?
Well, God says that sin, what is it? The wages of sin is death. So yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're perishing for right now.
What
is
sin did this Nephilim do?
Lack the knowledge of God.
The Nephilim didn't choose to be born; it was just born. So, what sin did the Nephilim do?
What sin did the Nephilim do?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, well, I'm just going to tell you. Why do you think God destroyed the Noah's Ark?
That's what I'm.
Because of the sins. We suffer from generational curses.
Okay.
It's just like the sins that you have, your children are going to pay for unless you get them straightened out.
Right, but is that why God flooded the earth? Was because of the generational curse?
Generational curses. You'll never understand God and the plan for humanity.
Amy, can you do me a favor and answer? Can you do me a favor and answer with one sentence? Can you do that? Just like a quick. Here's why it happened. Right. So, did the sins of the Nephilim cause the flood?
Yes.
What sins did the Nephilim do that caused the flood?
Well, they keep procreating, and they're see, we're suffering
that was the angels. The angels were the ones. So the angels did a sin, right?
Skeletons. There's some in North America, Ohio, Tennessee.
Amy, that's more than a sentence. That's more than a sentence. The angels sinned. The angels sinned by fucking the women. What consequence did the angels get? Did the angels drown?
You're talking about something that's irrelevant. This is irrelevant. You ask where they are. I'm telling you where these things are at. They're 8 to 12 tall. Some of them were in Ohio, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Nevada, California. Double rows of teeth, elongated skulls.
Okay. Slow down, Amy. I want to draw that. Double teeth? That's great.
No, I mean,
let's do that.
You know what? You're not going to go in and research this on your own to show yourself approved. You're just going to make fun of someone that has gone in and
this is the initial research. I'm starting my research with you. You have a doctorate in biblical cosmology. You're an expert in the field.
I'm acquiring it. I do not have it.
Well, you know more than me.
I'm studying it.
You know more than me, so I would like to learn some of this from you. But when you go too fast, I can't keep up. I really can't keep up. Okay? So I don't understand how an angel and a human can procreate.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you have to think outside the box. Like if you're supernatural and you believe God's word, then you're.
So instead of coming in the box, it was like on the
supernaturally. So that means thinking outside the natural. Do you know what supernatural means? Do you know what supernatural means? It means thinking outside the natural. So if you're a Christian. If you are a true Christian, then you're going to have to think outside the natural. That's what part of being a Christian is knowing that you have a creator and that he sent his son to die for you for all of humanity.
So this guy was the creator of this one. Right? So this guy created this one by coming outside the box. I assume on the tits, right?
What is he owning now?
The whole point. You're being sarcastic and it is irrelevant.
Well, Amy, what you're saying is irrelevant because it's not what we're talking about and not what we're asking you questions about. You need to focus up on the conversation, and so that we can actually learn.
Profitable for doctrine and for reproof and for correction.
It's not going to be profitable
including
for us
the word
to learn.
firmament, ends of the earth, pillars. He set the earth on pillars so that it shall never move. Every word is profitable for doctrine. Every word. Sin, hell, heaven.
Let me ask you a question,
all of
Amy.
these
Do you
things.
think when an eclipse happens that it's not really the moon, it's like a secret other thing?
Well, if you do your research and you know the sun and moon are close and local, and the Book of Enoch says that they line up, they have the same
Everybody knows
circumference,
that. That's not like just a Bible thing.
Two
That's common
separate
knowledge.
luminaries. One that tells you the time. What now? Two separate luminaries. It has a different source. One has a heat source, just like.
But there's also Nibiru.
refers
There's a
to
third.
a
There's three luminaries. There's Nibiru.
No. No.
You don't believe in
believe
Nibiru?
I believe in celestial bodies that are inside the firmament. We've been lied to
Of
about.
course, we know about celestial bodies, but
planets
Nibiru is the third one. You don't believe in Nibiru?
Without the T, a plane, a flat and stationary plane. God says he pressed down like a clay under a seal with upturned edges.
Yeah.
That means that
You're preaching to the
what?
choir,
It's like
Amy. I'm a
sphere.
flat earther.
Oh, please. I don't believe it.
I am.
I don't believe it.
Test me.
Because if you believe that, but you don't really, okay.
Yeah, I just
well,
don't
let's
think
see.
the Bible's true.
What is our circumference of your globe model? What is your circumference of the globe model?
The circumference of the globe model?
What is your circumference?
I don't
what do they
subscribe
say?
to the
Modern
globe
science.
model, but it's like probably like 5,000 or 6,000 feet around or something like that, or miles.
No, it's 24,901.
Yeah, I don't know that model. I don't believe in it.
24,901. How fast did they say that you're spinning around the sun? How fast did they tell you that you're spinning
66
around
miles
the sun?
per hour, 666 miles per hour.
66,667 miles per hour around the sun. Do you know
666
how?
miles
Do you
per hour?
know the formula for curvature? Do you know what the curvature formula is?
8 miles per square foot drop.
Oh my Lord! So for every 10 square miles, you should see a 66.6 foot drop of curvature.
Yeah, I don't believe that model. Why are you telling me that one? Tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Why
agree
are
on the
you
shape of the earth, Amy.
all
Why are
of
you
the
talking about it?
In all of this, I'm
Amy,
just telling you. It's
do you
all
want to
based
have a
on
debate?
satanic numerology.
I believe all that
Theology.
stuff.
I would be
I'm with
glad
you.
to have a debate. I believe in God's word over man.
Yeah, that's the part I don't
in
believe.
His
Yes.
word over man.
Yeah, I don't believe in God's word.
I believe in Him.
Why do you think
and
God
His
is so
word.
bad?
I know. But why would you believe in a geocentric model of the earth if you don't believe in His word?
You look around,
would
it's
you
flat.
believe in a
That's like so obvious. Even cavemen knew that, Amy.
observable
Like,
reality,
have you ever seen a Geico commercial?
And then you've got
You don't
laws
need
that
a
can
Bible to
precedence
know
over
that. That's crazy.
Wait a second, Amy.
you've
You're
got
saying there's
laws
no
that can
evidence. Hold on,
precedence over
Amy. You're
the
saying
law of fluid mechanics.
Amy, you're saying there's less reason to believe in a flat Earth, but the only reason why you believe in it is because of the Bible? Is that what I understood?
No, I'm saying my observable reality is the main reason.
That's what I'm
see,
saying.
what I experience and see every day.
Yeah, the government's
What I
lying
see,
to us.
but
I'm
there's
with
even
you,
more to
Amy.
it than that.
You're yelling at me, and I agree with you.
Numerology. They tell you that we're spinning around the sun at 66,667 miles per hour while we sit here and feel absolutely
That's just
nothing.
a lie, Amy.
They tell us that the people in Australia
Amy,
are
that's a lie.
down
They're
by
lying
their
to you.
toes.
Stop believing
Fake
them.
force called gravity.
I think you're a
When
glober.
gravity.
I think you're a secret glober.
Such a strong
You came in
force.
here with so many
Gravity
facts about the
is a
globe Earth. Hold on,
strong
Amy.
force
How big? Hold
allows
on.
all the
I'm testing
oceans
you
to
now.
Stay inside.
Shut up, Amy.
That allows a
Quiet.
bird to fly.
Amy, quiet. I don't believe you, and I'm going to test you right now. How big is the actual
Go
Earth?
ahead. How big? The circumference of it? They say is 24,901.
No,
but guess
not the
what?
globe, Amy. The flat Earth. How big is the real flat Earth?
Oh, we don't know because we can't measure Antarctica. You can go measure any other continent, but you cannot measure Antarctica.
You don't have to
we
measure
don't know
Antarctica.
how big the ice wall is. But you need to know your
I just mean,
circumference of your Earth.
obviously, I just mean to Antarctica, not the lands beyond. I know there's lands beyond the
because
firmament.
It's the ice wall surrounding us. It's holding all of your oceans in, your ocean water
I
in.
know about that and the lands beyond. I mean, up to there, up to Antarctica.
No,
we
you
know
don't.
where, Amy, we know where Antarctica is. It goes all the way around.
Look at Admiral Byrd.
Do you think that we don't know where it
Admiral
is?
Byrd. He was
Amy, you don't even know the size of the flat Earth. You're a glober. Get the fuck out of here. This is a troll. I don't believe you. This lady's a glober.
You're such a joke.
You don't even know the
You're
size of
such
the
a
flat
joke.
Earth.
God bless you. I hope you get enlightened, sweetheart. I really
I'm
do.
trying
I pray
to,
for
but
your
it's not
enlightenment.
from you because you're making it up. You're a troll.
It's for everybody. God
Why don't
wants
you
everyone
go get
to
vaccinated, you frickin' glober?
Oh,
Get out of here!
never,
Like I know
never.
for sure you've had the
And
jab.
change
Get
my
out of
DNA?
here!
I don't think so.
Get out of
Change
here!
my DNA?
No, you
Get
did
some
already.
of that
Yeah,
Nephilim DNA? I don't think
I can
so.
tell.
No, it affects your pineal gland.
You can hear the
It causes
vaccination in
all
the
of your
voice.
cognitive
Yeah,
abilities
you can hear
to
it.
be affected.
Yeah.
It's affecting your body. You know that? Your consciousness.
Oh,
your
Amy, hold
God.
on. We have another guest. 1 second, Amy. Danny, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
69.
Hot.
For both?
I'm pulling over just so you won't catch me driving.
Okay.
You probably don't like me driving.
Yeah, just come back when you're done driving. Sorry about that.
He said he pulled over. That's what you didn't understand.
Yeah, he said he's in the process of it. He can come back up
It's
once
that
he's done.
booster. Stop taking it. It affects your reasoning and your cognitive abilities. It's really dangerous.
Is it the Bluetooth does?
No,
the booster, yeah.
pineal gland. You need that gland.
That's so interesting.
That's probably what happened to the fallen angel.
Amy, we have another guest. You have to respect the guests.
I'll mute myself. Y'all
Evio,
have a
welcome
good
in. What's your age and religion?
36. I'm atheist agnostic.
Okay. Did you have a question or comment for the panel here?
Not really. I was more having questions, related to Amy's preaching. I'm feeling so illuminated by her vast amount of knowledge right now. I was very interested.
Well, let me ask her something real quick. Amy, do you mind like co-hosting for a little bit and fielding a few questions for people? I think some people might have some questions for you.
I would say that for people to get in God's word and let the Holy Spirit lead and guide them into all truths, because that's the big.
Do you have the Holy Spirit inside of you?
Absolutely, and that's how I know where I'm at.
You're our hotline then to the Holy Spirit. Go ahead,
That's
Evio.
how I know where I'm at, and that's pretty important to know that you're flat and stationary, and that you're.
So we're going to
spinning
use
around
you
the
as
sun.
our antenna to God. Okay, so Amy, you're playing a really important role for the Lord right now. Evio, what was your question?
My first question was about these Nephilims. I heard they were coming all over people's titties and stuff, and
That was the angels. The angels did the.
Oh yeah. My bad. Of course. And I just wanted to know how that can get someone pregnant. Have you ever seen someone get pregnant through their titty skin?
I'm hearing something, Amy. Is that a
It's my
Nephilim baby? Is that a Nephilim baby?
No, it's actually my grandbaby. I apologize, but
How tall is he?
Yeah. What percentile?
he's only 9 months old.
Amy, can you tell me that your child, whoever's the parent of that baby, is backslidden? Please tell me they're backslidden and that they don't agree with you.
Well, I could tell you this: they're not they'd.
Just to be clear, in Christian words, when a baby is 9 months old, it means they were born today, because as soon as conception, it counts as a baby to them. So they're 0 in our. I'm just doing the translation for like atheist stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? The wonderful thing about God, you know what the most
Amy, I have to fix my mic. Can you just preach for a few minutes?
He will never take your choice.
We love this.
If you choose to believe man's version over your creator, because the same men wrote textbooks, science textbooks, and you choose to believe that over your creator.
Actually, I want to listen to. I actually want to listen to more of this, Amy. But I'm a little bit concerned. I'm going to roll my eyes, Amy. Amy, hold on.
Causality tells you that alone.
Amy, hold on. I'm trying to give you the platform here. I want to give you like a minute to just go off, but I don't want to be rude. And sometimes when people do this stuff, I'll admit I roll my eyes a little bit, Amy, and I don't want that to seem rude. So I'm going to just do this, just so it's not like too distracting, and then you just go ahead and do your thing. All right, Amy, take it away.
I would just like to say I don't want to be responsible for giving anyone any knowledge. God holds us responsible to get in his word and research him, and he will lead and guide you into all truth. But God says we have not because we ask not. So I urge you to go ask your creator what he created. See, people want to go start in Matthew and that Jesus died for their sins and that he rose from the dead, but yet they don't want to understand and believe how it all came into being.
I feel like I might need this also, if I'm being honest with you.
Amy, I tried to ask my creator. And get to know him like you're talking about, but the problem is I don't know which of the voices in my head is his. So could you maybe explain what he sounds like?
The tentacles of indoctrination run really deep, and it takes years to unravel
Right.
those.
Facts, sis.
Yeah, it does. And if you are, you know what, then your cognitive and your reasoning senses are really affected. So then you have to detox and allow God to heal your body.
But doesn't
So-
the secret cabal not want you to know that stuff, like the
Oh,
Illuminati or the
absolutely.
Freemasons?
And
Or
that's the reason they are going.
which
out of their
Semitic
way
group
right
do you
now.
think is behind all
The
this?
devil is the author of confusion, and the father of all lies. And why?
That's why he wrote Project Bluebeam, right?
I did just like you guys. I believed all of this until I started doing my own research.
Wait, you believed what?
Until I
believe you.
Hold on, you
believed
believed
in the
what?
growth model. I
You belie-
believed in the
Oh,
growth
yeah. But hold on.
Lizard people.
until I sat
Do you
down.
think lizard
and
people too,
looked
Amy? Do you think
at
lizard
what
people?
they said, and
tell us
started
about
doing
lizard
my
people.
own observations and proved that there's no curve.
Amy,
have
do
a
you think lizard
P100
people-
and a P1000 camera? They see too far. We see too far. We don't see a curve. Even
Okay.
pilots are coming out.
1000s. It happens every time.
Evio, did you have a sin you wanted to say that you like to do?
We all sin and come close to the glory of God. That's
My favorite sin is helping with Project Bluebeam. Actually, the devil talked to me. When I
Oh,
was in
this
my
guy's on
closet.
Project. Get out of here! You're on Project Blue. This guy's the enemy. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry about that, Amy.
Research your
Sometimes
beautiful
we
bill.
get people up here who are
The
from
big,
Project
beautiful bill and what's
Bluebeam.
all in it. Research the big beautiful bill and what's all in it with AI and all these dark.
I want to do that now, Amy. Before we go any further, Amy, can you tell me something?
Research it. Do your own research. I've done mine.
Do you want me to do it right now?
I want you to do
I can do. Do you want me to do the research right now or later?
You want truth? You've got. If you really, really
Amy,
desire truth,
do you want me to do the research right now or later?
you know, all I can say. God,
Do you want me to stop the live and do the
Live
research
and
right
without-
now, or should I do it later?
from where you are at in relation to your Earth, because we are not spinning at 66,600.
All right, I think we're done with it. That was enough.
Well, drop me down. Y'all have a blessed day. But Jesus loves
Hey,
you.
Amy, can you do me a favor? Fuck off and never come back.
Jesus.
Thanks.
I don't know how anyone has that level of energy. Like, that's just like wild.
Yeah, probably some type of amphetamine. Danny, it sounds like you're still in that car, are you?
It's sitting dead still. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. There was another car driving by, maybe. Welcome in, though. What's your age and what's your religion?
69.
And is that both of them?
Let's see. I'm behind. Is that both?
Is that your age and your religion?
Oh, you're killing me. You're so funny.
What's your religion, Danny?
I'm deconstructing right now. I'm just saying, Daniel Green said, check in with you. That Australian guy.
Australian guy.
Man, he
Australian guy.
praises you. He praises you. And he's one of the best. He's the one best deconstructionist out there.
I just got a violation warning.
For what?
Harassment.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to remember not to leave the people up here for that long. Yeah, so who's Australia? I don't know if Australia is real, though. Oh, wait, that was the last guess. Sorry. Yeah, so...
Daniel.
So what's up? What do you need?
Oh, nothing. I just, I know you're a sarcasm genius, but I happen to agree with you, so I know you're not going to hang around too long. But I haven't agreed with you, but more than 7 or 8 months. So I've lived in a cult called Christianity for 55 years,
That'll
and I'm
get you.
pissed at myself and the people that put me through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how Joel and I feel, too. We feel like we were tricked, like we were duped. And, to be fair, though, Danny, the people who tricked you were tricked, too. So it's important not to hold it against them. Seriously.
Yeah, don't be pissed. Try to not be pissed. I know.
Well,
it's disappointing.
let me tell you what I'm pissed about mostly at the moment is is so our Christian brothers and stuff down there trusted God to go down there and stay on that river down there in Texas and not listen to the National Weather Service and tell them to get the fuck out of there or they could drown.
This is a little bit weird, Danny. Are you sure we want to go down this road? It sounds like this might get weird.
All right.
Just
I'm
whatever
off of
you're talking.
here.
It just
I'll let you go.
No, it's okay. Just that particular topic felt like it was going to get weird.
Oh.
You know?
Death.
I don't know if
unnecessary
you're getting, like,
death.
Political or something. I wasn't sure what you were doing there. It was just a little bit weird.
Okay. What I'm saying is this.
Some people died and they shouldn't have. Like, I agree with that. Like, that if God is real, people shouldn't like die from.
But that's
from
not exactly what I'm saying, though. But the belief and trust in a God that's not there to ignore the National Weather Service and say, hey, it's dangerous to be down on that river because we could have a flash flood on it. Instead, the people went to bed saying, oh, thank you, Jesus, you're going to protect us.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I know what you're talking about. Okay, I get what you're talking about. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, that's a problem where people think that God is going to heal them or protect them and doesn't.
It's fresh, and it hurts to know that these children that drowned could have lived to be at least as old as me. And they
Is this a new thing in the news I don't know about?
Maybe.
When did this happen?
There's 50 people
this
just past week. And there's still bodies hanging in trees.
I didn't realize that the death toll was so high. Yeah.
This was down in South Texas, and there was little religious Christian camps all up and down the river. And the National Weather Service was warning us all, it's not a good idea to be on that river. Just 25 years ago, the same thing happened. And so these people were all trusting in Jesus to protect them, and so they could go ahead and have a good old religious time down on the riverbank. Lo and behold, they all got swept away. And so I'm angry that this religion is going to go on forever and ever and not allow people to have good common sense.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize what this was that you were talking about. So I apologize because I was just talking to like a flat earther. So I was still a little bit in this mode of like being wary of what people are saying. But yeah. I thought you were like, when we started talking about like Noah and stuff, I was like, oh no, we have another. No. You're totally right. This is terrible. And I didn't know about this part of this. I knew there was floods. I didn't realize how bad it was. And yeah, it does look like
that very ignorance of that woman that just before was that's really got me upset when she was just, ranting that just trying to save your soul,
Faith in God is responsible is the like blame for these deaths. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna calm down and get off here and enjoy your show. Hey, I enjoy you. I think you're doing a good thing.
Hey, you too. Thank you for sharing that with me. That sucks, and I'm gonna read up on it a little bit more. But I appreciate you bringing that to light. Thanks, Danny. Keep deconstructing, man. Keep getting further away from it. Like it gets worse. So you're doing great. Okay.
I'm gone.
Good,
and Danny, forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for being duped. I know it was a long time, but forgive yourself, man. I mean, we were all duped. So
yeah, you're not an idiot. Okay, you're okay.
All right. Later.
Thanks, yeah, good point, Joel. Sorry, man, I really had to like switch gears from the last person. I thought he was doing like a government thing, and I was like, don't talk about that. And I was like, oh yeah, this is,
he's got the same accent.
God, yeah, this is really bad. So there's like, there was like 750 girls and young women staying at these Christian camps. And they all stayed. Looks like 50, there's a bunch still missing. Wow, that sucks.
When did this happen?
Over the last few days.
Like, why are we not? Why is this not like loud front page?
I think it is. This is an ongoing thing. So this flood has been going on for the past week, which I knew there was a flood happening. I just didn't realize I haven't looked at I don't look at the news anymore. I intentionally set it aside. Yeah, it's huge news here. It's like it is the front page of CNN and stuff. I intentionally have not been looking at it because I'm trying to stay like sane a little bit. Yeah, but I didn't realize that it had this high of a death toll. And then this particular story is like, yeah, here they are saying God will protect us. There's that story about like when there was a flood and then like a boat came and he said, don't worry, God's going to save me. And then the helicopter comes and he says, don't worry, God's going to save me. And then he dies and gets to heaven and says, God, why didn't you save me? And he's like, I sent the boat and the helicopter. What are you doing? Yeah. And this is like, here's Noah saying, which Noah is not, that's confusing for you because you're not American. Noah, NOAA, is like the system here that like watches our weather and tells people it's dangerous, get out, kind of stuff like that. It's confusing to talk about a flood and Noah.
That's someone who probably, I bet you they named it ironically, but
national, what's NOAA stand for? I don't actually know the thing. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Yeah, they could have named it something else. They called it NOAA. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Christine?
Hello.
Hi, welcome in. How old are you?
I am 49.
All right. And do you have a religion?
I am atheist.
Excellent. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It just keeps getting worse. We have these atheists come up here and they're like, here's a heartbreaking story that's true. Here's why I left religion. And all these like great, heartfelt, genuine things. And then our Christians have been that other lady.
Yeah. I came up to ask you guys something that kind of I'm inspired by a lot of these Christians.
Okay.
Because I know they talk about dreams as being signs from God sometimes. And earlier I fell asleep on your live and people were talking and I was trying to give responses and both you and Joel were very rude and you did not let me talk. And I was very
today.
Yeah. And I thought that was very rude that like you guys, we were all in
well, Christine, we're about to make your dreams come true. We're going to interrupt you a whole bunch of times.
We want to apologize for whatever we did. So
I appreciate that.
We're apologizing right now, Christine. Can you please let us finish?
We're so sorry about that.
Oh.
And you were saying,
you want me to stop talking?
Well, if you
keep going, please.
Give us a second here for a second.
Okay,
to
all right. I'll
apologize
stop
for
talking right
overtalking
now.
you.
Don't interrupt us.
You're
I had
still
a nightmare about this.
I am?
Somebody
This is a nightmare.
Okay, so I have a second part to this question though, because if these Christians were talking and I couldn't respond, does that mean that it's a sign there is a God and God is saying, no, these Christians aren't allowed to shut up, they have to keep going? Or does it mean it's a sign there's no God and they're just not worth replying to?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I've had lots of dreams that don't have gods in them. Does that count as evidence against God? Yeah,
I would argue the majority of my dreams don't have God in them as well.
I don't know if I've had a God dream. I probably have. I don't think I ever had a dream where I was like hanging out with God. Maybe Jesus when I was younger. I probably had some Jesus because I really thought Jesus was real and like hanging out in every room. I thought he was just in every room. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't
like you're
go
playing
through the
hide
door
and
with you.
seek with them?
He'd be in the garage, and then when you went into the kitchen, he'd just be there again. Like that was just like what I thought. He was just in every place. It's kind of weird. So I probably had dreams about him, but yeah, I don't know. The thing is, dreams is biblical, right, Joel? That's the thing where it
dreams
says
is biblical, yeah.
Like that people have dreams, and that is a thing from God.
Yeah, Joseph had those dreams, and those meant something. Remember?
Yeah, I guess Mary did too. Like it says, came to her in a dream, or does it just came to her?
Or the Pharaoh had. I think he showed up, but Pharaoh had the dream, and Joseph had to like interpret it, and that was a message from God. So yeah, dreams and God. Oh, Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel. There's that whole thing, but yeah. Or Abraham has a disturbing dream, which is one of the early covenants, I believe. The cutting up animal covenant. So yeah, there's dreams and God are all over the place.
Yeah, I guess in Luke, it's not saying it's a dream. It's like the angel actually just like shows up to Joseph But let me see if Matthew. I thought one of them was like came to her in a dream for some reason. Birth of Jesus, husband Joseph, she'll bear son. I just met. Okay, when mother had been engaged to Joseph before they lived, she found to be pregnant from the Holy Spirit. Well, she just was found to be pregnant. Yeah, it doesn't really.
I thought it was like Angel Gabriel or something.
Appeared to him. Yeah, it doesn't really say that it's Gabriel. It's just yeah, someone else. Yeah, it's weird. Dreams, like it's so obvious that people were having dreams and just like writing down mythology around them. I've done that. Like, have you ever had, like, I have dreams from high school that I remember still. You know, like I still have a vivid, like, memory of, there's one in particular that was like, I was in a hotel and there was lions walking around. There was like just lions in the hotel just as you walked around, and they were scary looking but not dangerous. And I have a vivid memory of it still, like going downstairs and just a lion's just passing you. And like you could totally write that down.
Wait, Mezzo, that might be a God dream, because isn't the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the lion is God?
I don't know. Is it? Is Aslan God in that? I guess
Even
so.
in the Bible, I think Jesus is called the Lion of Judah, or someone's called the Lion of Judah.
Yeah. I was probably reading the Bible. That might have been why it happened. What's the hotel? Heaven? Is the hotel heaven? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to pay the price to get in.
I used to have actually, and this is true, I had several dreams in college that were like, I was like a Mayan priest at the top of like one of the big like Mayan type pyramids, and I was the one doing the like child sacrifices. Those were scary dreams, and they were passing them to me, and I had to like do the like cutting of children. Yeah, I remember those. I had those while I was in a like class in college, and we were talking about dream interpretation. So I like stood up and told this dream in front of the class, and she had to like talk to me after class. She was like concerned about me. But I think it was just a dream, but it's like, it was a vivid, like it was really real. And I was into like lucid dreaming and stuff at the time. I saw you just like type that to Skits. Hey Skits. I was doing like lucid dream and stuff too at the time. So I was like really into like what you can do to play with your dreams. Like I would go to sleep holding things, specific items, like maybe like a squirt gun or something, to see if in my dream I would be like firing a real, like a pew pew or thing. So I would like, I was testing them and playing with them in ways like that. And, yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. But you know, you think that's real if you don't know better.
Oh, absolutely.
If no one says like, oh, that's just what brains do, then you're going to write that down and say, I had a vision and this is going to be the future. And then you start looking around for that to connect.
I'm going to remember how rude you guys were for me for the rest of my life.
Well, we weren't being rude. It's just that you were talking when we were talking.
No, you wouldn't.
You were talking when we were like, it's our show.
In my dream.
But you came up and you were supposed to do that. Like, don't interrupt now to bring it back. Oh, this is crazy.
Well, all right. Well, I just have one comment for Joel, and then you can let me go.
Mm-hmm.
Justice for Baldies.
How go fuck yourself. How rude. Drop this.
What do you mean justice?
Justice for Baldies.
What does that have to do with me?
What is justice? What does justice entail? Do you mean like how do you get like wigs?
Joel was very rude about bald people on Christ Before Jesus' live once, and
that's what you're talking about. I thought you were saying that I'm bald.
No.
No. I did say that bald people are scary in bars. Yeah, that's true. Fuck baldies.
But Joel he doesn't mean like a receding hairline. He means like dolphin.
Yes, he means like
head, like no mustache, no eyebrows, no armpit. Yeah, everything. Yeah, it's a little.
By the way,
creepy.
we are scared of bald people. Like, what are skinheads?
Ooh,
right? Like they're scary.
Well, they have eyebrows.
Lord Voldemort.
I don't think bald people don't have eyebrows.
Well, that's what Mezzo was saying, was like hairless cats.
Wait,
okay, well, now that's a thing for Mezzo.
I think they do. I think do skinheads shave their eyebrows?
They might. Actually, they might.
I know maybe swimmers do. If they're Olympic swimmers and racists.
Oh yeah, no.
That Venn
honestly,
diagram.
racists make the best swimmers.
Very
That is,
specific.
yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, Kristen or Christine, how do you say it?
Christine, yeah.
Christine, thank you so much for coming up. Sorry that your name is so close to Christian. It's not your fault.
No.
And
I keep it full like that on purpose just to mess with people.
oh, good, good. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, take care. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right.
Forgot to say your favorite sin.
It was justice for Baldies, I think was her favorite.
Oh, yeah. It's a sin to say that. To me, I thought it was an attack on my hairline.
No, I think like that wouldn't make sense because you have a perfect hairline. Like, how would you even attack something perfect? That doesn't make sense.
That's true. I never it's my gosh darn insecurities.
Here, I'll tell you what. Right now, I'm going to point out all the flaws in your hairline, Joel. Ready? Here I go.
Mm-hmm. And done.
Come on, people. Like that doesn't make sense. All right. What time is it? 9:40 about? Okay, we're doing okay. We have another guest here, El Predicto. Welcome in. How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 25.
And are you a Christian or an atheist or what are you?
I'm a Catholic.
Oh, cool. Catholic or Catholic?
Catholic.
Oh, okay. The TH got a little soft. I thought you said I'm a Catholic.
Maybe my southern accent. I'm from
No, I
Charlotte,
just thought
North
you were doing a
Carolina.
joke. For a second, I thought like I'm a Catholic. You know, I thought you were gonna like do a thing, but no, we're good. Yeah, Catholic. Okay. Well, hey, why do you? What background do I have here? Why is God so bad?
Yeah, why is God so bad? Not only that, not to convert you, but maybe for you to think about.
Well, no, it says you can request up and convert me. Give it a shot. Let's do it.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So I've been seeing your lives and other atheist lives recently, and I'm a sinner who's probably going to sin again.
Lord, forgive me.
Exactly. But my mother, she's a very strong Catholic, and I actually think, I talk to her and kind of get like a summary again, kind of like a reminder, whenever you guys have these talking points, I'm like, why do they talk with such confidence? Like, what the? And then I asked my mom, hey, these what these atheists are saying. And I'm glad that she's in my life still because she debunks everything you guys say.
Well,
but one
bring her
thing,
up. Yeah, I would like to talk to her for sure.
she doesn't do social media, but
that's
one
fine.
thing.
I mean, you can be the mediator. You can say, my grandma said this, and then I could say, tell her this. And we could
my grandma.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought you said grandma.
passed away.
See, I'm not very confident with how I speak, to be honest. I am a little bit like, I don't know, maybe it's like this, you know.
And the other lives.
Oh yeah, the other lives are bad though. Like it's only really I think my live, and then who else has a really good live? Daniel's are good. That's all I can think of right now. Joel, do you know anyone else who does good? Oh, he's not here. Okay, well that's fine. I mean, it's mostly just a couple of us. Justin, Ian, Sam does good lives. Jaron does really good lives. I can't think of it.
Christ Before Jesus. Thinker is good.
That's it though.
Yeah, racking my brains. I think your lives. Did he mention your lives are good?
Well, he said mine were the best ones. Yeah, and I'm
I agree with that. Yours
but it's because I'm not.
Yeah,
so
Mezzo's the
confident.
best one. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Joel Reed, I'm not gonna lie, without attacking or pointing fingers, I just don't like that you bring up kids a lot, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
to show that it's bad to molest.
I just
them?
think all children in the world are innocent, though.
I agree.
That's what we think.
What do I say? Like kids are horrible and I hate them?
The fact that you bring up innocent children, right? That's for me, I just don't like it.
But I'm showing how God doesn't.
I know, but I just think we just need to let children be children and then talk about other
I don't bring
topics
children
that you
up
guys
to
do.
talk to them.
Yeah,
I don't
Yeah, just to be clear, the reason, because I do that too. We bring them up because in the Bible, God slaughters children.
But Mizo, you don't do it as much. You don't do it that way, and I think that's you know what I'm talking about.
I do it all the time. I have a whole song about the Amalekites.
Not the same, but that's why I'm not trying to point fingers or go this way.
Do you know the story of the Amalekites?
No, not right now.
Okay. Well, let's just do it real quick so you can hear the song. In in 1 Samuel chapter 15, we hear the story of the Amalekites. And this is where God really hits rock bottom for me. And it says here, this is Samuel.
Can I just give him a heads up? Write this one down to bring up to your mom, because it'd be great to hear her answer to this and come back and give us the answer.
And I want to just start off by saying I fully agree with you. Okay? I fully agree with you that the children are innocent here. We're going to talk about them, but I'm saying that they're innocent. Okay? I'm with you. Samuel says to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel." That's nice. Saul's going to be the new king. "Now, therefore, listen to the words of the Lord." And here's the quote from God. "Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt." Are you there, El Predicto? Okay.
I'm not writing it down, but I'm listening.
I just make you on mute. It's totally good to be on mute. It's fine. Okay, so he's punishing the Amalekites. Now, look, sometimes you mess up, you're going to get a consequence. I'm with you. Okay. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them. Now, to me, that's a little bit scary, right? Because if you can, all that they have, do you think that might include the kids?
No, I don't think so.
So he just means just the grown-ups?
100%.
All right, well, let's keep reading. "Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." So it says it lists them out here.
Yeah, what's the end goal here?
The end goal?
Yeah, what's the end goal here when you're doing this right now? What's your end goal?
I'm letting
My
you,
bad.
I'm giving, yeah, sure. We're giving you a good thing to bring to your mom. This is an example in the Bible where God is awful. He's too bad. He's committing not only genocide on these people, but slaughtering innocent children, which you brought up as saying, hey, we shouldn't do that. I'm on your side.
No, I'm
God
saying he
disagrees.
shouldn't bring it up on TikTok lives.
Why not?
Because all children in the world are innocent.
But were these ones innocent?
Yeah.
So God slaughtered innocent children?
No, he didn't.
He told other people to?
You brought up a name in the beginning. Samuel, this, that. But
Thus
God
says
himself,
the
Jesus,
Lord
he
of
didn't
hosts.
do that.
Thus says the Lord of hosts.
I know you want to
punish the
believe Sam all you want, but our Lord and Savior didn't do that.
Oh, so you think
I know
this part? That's fine.
You want to
If
trust Sam all you want, but nah.
Who's Samuel, you mean?
You can't pick and choose what you want to believe in, bro. And then I only brought up the innocent children because of how he does it in his lives.
You can't pick and choose what you want to believe in, but we're choosing not to believe this, but to choose to believe the other parts of the Bible?
That's what you guys do all the time.
No, I don't believe any of it.
So, for example, you guys automatically said, this is what Samuel said. And then you guys ended
Samuel
with,
is saying
so
God
does Jesus
said
and
this.
God condone this? No, Jesus and God never did this.
Well,
I know you
on.
guys want to believe
Just
Sam, but he's not doing,
Slow down. Okay. If Samuel says God said this, are you saying that that's not true? Samuel was lying?
I think we need to use common sense when it comes to these stories in the book.
That's a fine excuse. If you're saying this didn't really happen,
Fine excuse is what it is.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is that this isn't real. This part of the Bible's incorrect, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's a good excuse. This part of the Bible's incorrect.
That's not an excuse. It's like saying gay marriage, right? Love is love, but according to my religion, that should be against it. But
I don't know why
I believe I'm not, because you're basically saying like we need to believe everything that's in that book. But
I don't think we should talk about gay people on a TikTok live. I think they're innocent. But let's just go back to this thing. So if you're saying this didn't happen, then now we have to put into question all the stuff in the Bible because it was all written by people. Right?
Yeah, people, yeah.
Okay. So if we look at all these other chapters in the Bible that confirm
are written by people,
we don't believe the Bible anymore?
No, you need to use common sense in the Bible.
Okay, the common sense would be none of this stuff happened.
You guys love the bear story too.
Sure, we have a tote bag about it. You can get a tote bag about it. I don't think that really happened. Do you?
Link in description. But hold on. Sure.
Like in bio, normally would say.
Can I try? Because I actually want a good end goal here and to learn as
No,
well. And like you said, discuss it with my mom after.
Yeah, you
like with
nailed it.
dinner.
We got to use common sense. I'm with you. Did someone walk on water? No. Common sense says no. Did someone come back to life? No. Common sense says no. We look at the whole Bible and
No, he
say
did do those
these
things.
miracle. Common sense. If we're using common sense, I would say no. You can't multiply bread.
But what's your common sense? Because we can't
says
do it.
no, you
We're
can't
not
do
him.
miracles.
He's him. We're not him.
Yeah, common sense would say people can't walk on water.
Who? We, right? Us humans?
People, yeah.
Yeah, that's not him. He's him. We're not him.
But listen, common sense would say nobody should tell people to go and kill a bunch of children, but we're not him.
Yeah, we're not.
You see, as soon as we apply "we're not him" to the common sense,
All right, but he's
it
him.
stops being common sense,
Yeah, so
right?
maybe he did do that.
So maybe he did do
Exactly,
that.
maybe, but we have to amble on it, right? And we have to use common sense here.
Yeah, common sense would say
you guys
none of
can't
this is
run.
real.
You guys can't run with the bank on this one. But then let's just say there's something positive about the man. You guys are not gonna bring it up, or you guys are gonna water it down. But let's
I'll
just
do
say
that.
it's
We
something
can do a
negative.
positive
You guys run the bank with it. Like, look what this guy did. Look what he did.
I don't know what run the bank means, but I'm
if it's-
happy.
but
Let's
if-
do a positive
you know,
God story.
basically
Tell
milking
me
the
a
cow.
positive one. What's a positive God story?
Did you wake up today?
I mean, I'm in the Bible.
What do you mean? That's what I mean by common sense. You woke up today. I hope you have a loving family around you. I mean, you have a fantastic hairline. He blessed you with that. You know, lots of men struggle with that.
We both have.
You
that.
look handsome. You look
He
fit.
hates me. This fucker hates me.
You probably
Wait,
played a
what?
song at him
Hold
or
up.
something.
No, I don't hate you at
El
all.
Predicto. Okay, so
But
let's
that's
go.
what I'm
Let's
saying.
compare.
God gave
Okay,
you a
so
beautiful life today.
now
That's
I
something
love
positive.
that. Okay, perfect. Now let's look at this. Let's compare these.
Look at
Let's
those beautiful hands you have.
pretend just for a minute it was Joel. Joel, instead of pretend there's not a God for a second. Joel is who woke you up today and gave you a loving family. And Joel also commanded the slaughter of infants.
Joe wouldn't go near
Now,
my family.
do you think?
Can you use another person as an example? I wouldn't let Joel near my family or kids.
What have I done to you?
No, I'm just. What do you mean? I'm just saying.
I'm
If we
protecting.
can
I
just
want to
use another
protect.
He
example.
can call you with a phone. He doesn't have to like come shake their bed.
Okay, if you can just call me, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so Joel calls you to wake you up, and Joel also, like you think, is awful for children, like he commanded the slaughter of children. You're doing exactly what we are saying with God, with Joel. You think Joel did something bad with kids, like bring them up on a TikTok, and now you hate Joel. God
I don't
commanded
hate
the
Joel.
slaughter of kids, and you
That's a
love
strong
God.
word. I don't hate Joel.
You
That's a strong
dislike
word.
him. You dislike him.
No, I don't.
What
I
word
don't
would
think
you?
of him.
How do you feel about Joel?
If I had to think of him, I guess an influencer. Straight up, I'll think he's an influencer.
In a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. You have a panel, and
Why wouldn't
I
you
think-
let him near your kids?
Like I said, all
'Cause
kids
I'm
are
an
innocent. I
influencer.
just don't want to talk. I mean, I wouldn't.
Like I speak out against harming children. That's why I speak about kids on my live. I'm saying don't harm them.
Did you misinterpret maybe something that he said?
No, not at all. All children are innocent in the world, and if
Do you
anything,
agree,
I don't want
Joel?
to talk about children.
I would talk about that to say like
things.
don't.
No one's born
we
with
shouldn't be
evilness.
killing them. Nobody should be killing infants, and that's why we talk about like the Amalekites. And by the way, that's what we're doing right now, right? And so, but you don't think that part of the Bible is true?
But that's what I mean by influencer. If you see the comments right now, there's lots of people with the thing next to their name basically saying, no, I'll leave my kids with Joel. Like they drop their standards as parents and say like, oh yeah,
That's not
as
dropping
a parent,
standards.
Yes, it is.
I am a kind person.
You're a stranger
Joel's
you're a
really-
stranger online, and you have people. Hold on, please. You have strangers online, right? And they're fans of you, but they drop their standards as a parent, and I don't know if it's a pride thing or to prove me
think that
wrong,
they would-
but they
honestly, I
literally
think that
comment,
they would-
"I will trust my children with Joel,
Yeah.
a stranger
He's
online."
not a stranger.
The
We talk-
standards
we
have
talk
dropped, and that's what I
offline.
mean by influence. If anything, props. That's
By
a
the way,
huge accomplishment, Joel.
I think that like they're basing that off of like they know that I'm a decent person who's kind and that I want to protect children. But I will say that I don't know how to take care of children, so nobody should leave their kids with me just because like do I have to feed them what happens when they whine. Like, I don't
You're
know
even
how to
protecting
take
children
care of
from
it.
your
Oh
own
man.
delinquents.
Wait, Joel,
right?
what do you mean? Was that a joke or no? How old are you?
I'm a fully grown adult,
No, how
but
old are
I
you?
don't
Joel doesn't have kids.
children.
But
He's
how
never
old
had
is
I
he?
don't have children. I don't have experience.
But how old is he?
What difference does that make?
It doesn't
Because he
matter.
didn't grow up with babies around him, siblings, younger siblings.
Yeah, of
So
course
they're
I
not the
did.
most precious, innocent thing in the
haven't
world.
taken care of kids
That's
for
what
a
And he said
very
he
long
can't take
time.
care of it.
Hold on, everyone, calm down. Everyone, stop.
I am calm. My bad.
Yeah, chill out. None of this is important. All right, Joel, you would make a great father. You'd make a great babysitter.
I would rise to the challenge, but I'm just saying.
But you don't have to do it. No one's asking you to right now. El Predicto, none of this matters. I wouldn't let you watch my kids, El Predicto. You shouldn't let me watch your kids. We're strangers.
100%. That's what I'm saying.
We all agree. So let's
So
go
you
back
agree
to the...
with the people in the comments are, what the heck they're doing?
Yeah,
you
they're
just
nuts.
basically agree with me.
They're lunatics. Now, I speak to Joel offline. We hang out in person. Okay? So I know him very well.
That's good for you guys. That's kind of cute.
Yep, thank you. We do a podcast together. It's great. Okay, we fly in airplanes and everything. Now, what I'm talking about is...
Wait, you guys fly in planes?
Yeah, we do a
we fly
podcast
to
in Sweden. We
Sweden.
have to meet there sometimes. Yes.
Oh, I thought you guys had private planes. I'm like, damn, you guys have it good.
No, our producer does, and Joel gets to ride it, but I don't get to. I have to pay for my own ticket. It's a whole thing.
Nice.
So here's what I'm saying, El Predicto. If it was the case that someone mistreats children, then we would look at them and say, hey, that's bad. Children are innocent. Don't do that. Now, in the Bible, there's all these writings where God is mistreating children. You're going to say that part didn't really happen. You have to discount the entire Old Testament, right? In Genesis, he mistreats children. In Exodus, in Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, throughout Joshua, Judges, all of them, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, right? Psalms. There's mistreatment of children from God, commanded from God in all of these books. Either he's doing it himself or he's commanding others to do it. In Job, sure, absolutely. So I'm with you. These things didn't happen. This does not make sense if God is all good. Then this is false, okay? So either God doesn't exist at all or this is false. You're going with this is false. Okay, then why are we believing in the God still if this is false?
Story by Sam is false.
What about Jeremiah?
It depends which one.
When God says, you are my work.
You know, they were drinking wine back in the day and partying with the...
Okay, so we don't believe Jeremiah. Okay.
No, it depends on which one, and you know that.
With you I smash young man and girl. With you I smash the old man and the boy. He's bragging about how he uses the Israelites to smash little children. What about Ezekiel?
What type of smashing?
Killing. He's talking about how he uses people to kill other people.
And who's saying this story?
This is God talking. In Jeremiah.
God didn't say that story. Who wrote the story? Like,
Jeremiah.
who wrote it in the Bible? Okay, Jeremiah.
So we don't believe Jeremiah. I'm with you. I
you know
agree
what
with
he's
you.
done.
What about Hosea?
Yeah, he's kind of legit, I'm not gonna lie.
Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed in pieces and their pregnant women ripped open. This is God's judgment. Are we believing Hosea or not?
Yeah, I mean, Hosea is kind of legit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, so then here's a great example
Yeah,
where
this guy's a troll, but okay.
God's judgment.
This is where it goes. This is where you water it down.
Why do you believe
And,
Hosea and not Jeremiah?
No, host, you moved on from that. He's watering it down by calling me a troll, and you know it. Now, what's the point of this?
Well, that's why I'm
just a
checking.
troll. I'm just a troll now.
Well, because it's really weird for someone to say, I don't believe Ezekiel, but I do believe Hosea. Like, why is that the case?
But you're acting like my explanation is trolling or it's funny or outrageous. Like, I'm basically telling
that raises a red flag, is all we're saying. That raises a flag. Why does this guy like Hosea? What do you like about
I'm not
Hosea?
a troll. And that just waters it down.
Prove it.
And that's
What do you like
guys
about
with
Hosea?
these Christians.
Even this level of bickering
It
is
is.
troll bickering. Like, it's just obvious and it's
If you
annoying.
were really into Hosea,
No, you got upset because
then
I
you would
called
just
you
say
out on
why you like Hosea.
on the kid part.
What about Hosea? What do you like about Hosea? What's your favorite Hosea verse?
Hosea verse? No, I don't know on top of my head.
Why do you like Hosea? What about it?
Because I think he has more like trust when it comes to these stories, and also especially with what he's
We're
did
saying
with,
why? What leads you to believe that?
because what he did with the community. He did a lot of community work that's been proven when you go visit the places he actually been to.
Who do you think Hosea is?
What do you mean? If you want to do it, I got you. You can do it. I don't have pride.
The community work that Hosea did?
100%. Keep flipping the pages.
Yeah,
I
give me an
promise you.
example. What are you talking about?
The community work he's done with, I forget if I don't know. I don't think it was agriculture, but I forget.
All right, let's.
That's what I'm saying. I
Let's just
don't
read
want
the chapter headings
I
of
don't want
Hosea.
to pretend
The
I know.
family of Hosea, the restoration of Israel. Is that what you're talking about? Restored
Maybe.
Israel.
I don't want to lie. Maybe.
Okay, it doesn't seem like it. This whole thing where upon her children also I will have no pity because they are the children of prostitution.
Yeah, my mom will definitely know.
Right. So in Hosea right here, it says that children of prostitutes don't deserve pity, even though the child is innocent in your view, that we should, I will see her stripped naked, expose her as the day she was born and make her like a wilderness, turn her into a parched land and kill her with thirst. Upon her children also I will have no pity because they're the children of prostitution. So here's God killing people. That's good community stuff.
No, God partied with the prostitutes and drank wine with them. So that's false.
That was in the New Testament. The Old Testament, God did otherwise. So this is Hosea that I'm looking at.
But that's what I'm saying earlier with
so
Hosea.
We don't believe
that
Hosea anymore.
Some of it. That's what I told you earlier.
But you said to me, I can't pick and choose what I believe.
Yeah, picking with common sense. You forget the common sense part.
You can pick and choose with common sense.
Yes. For example, you guys love the bear.
Okay.
You guys love the bear story or the mocking old man story. You guys love those stories. The mocking old man one.
I hate
you
that
guys.
story.
The cow is so skinny. You guys still try to milk it. It's like, know what stories I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what stories you're talking about with the community.
You know what I'm talking about. Now you're playing kind of thing.
I really don't know what you're talking about with Hosea doing community.
And then God sent the bear
yes,
to kill
I know
him,
that
blah,
story.
blah, blah.
I don't know why you want to talk. You want to talk about that story?
You guys just milk these type of stories.
All right, let's move away from Hosea and go find that story. Where's that in Second Kings?
How about this? This is like, because in the beginning you said, how can you convert me? How come, let's just say in the scenario, right? Not deathbed,
we're
but
not
like,
doing the bear story?
No.
Okay.
Can you listen to me?
You're jumping all over the place. I'm really trying to keep up with you.
I'm sticking to one thing now, and I'm asking you something.
Okay. I'm really genuinely trying to keep up with you, but we were like going through all these things about how God mistreats children, and then you were jumping to a new one, which I was happy to do, but now
no, I don't want to talk about children at all.
We only allow 5 pivots per minute. Okay, you're at 4. So if you do another pivot in this minute, you gotta be kicked off.
Pivot.
Okay, last
pivot. Okay. The convert me. This one, I even asked Joel one time when I went on his live, and he actually had a good answer. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's just say you're in a scenario where you're on your deathbed, or you're going to maybe be unalived in the next 30 seconds.
Sure.
How come even especially the atheists, the most atheists, how come we don't think of our possessions, we don't think of our loved ones? How come in this scenario, when we're about to be unalived, we always think of God and we always ask for forgiveness? And how come we don't say like especially atheists, how come we don't say, okay, I love my life or I love my family? If it's 30 seconds, you're about to be unalived, these atheists and people automatically say, God forgive me. God forgive me for what I did. God forgive me for my sins. God, please let me go to heaven. Like they naturally go to God. And I feel like that's something that should be discussed on both sides, especially you.
I can speak to that. I actually was in the room with one of my very close friends when he passed away. He had a brain tumor and he died, and we were able to know when it was coming. And me and a group of his close friends and family were in the room with him. And he laid in hospice, and he had his last words with us, and he had his last moments with us. And it's actually how I met my wife now was through him dying and us coming together. Was through that moment. And he died in his bed surrounded by family, and not once did he call out to God. Not once did he say, God, forgive me. Did he mention God? Just wasn't on his mind. He said he just wanted to be near his family and his friends. So what you said, this thing of why is it that this happens? In my experience, that's not true. I don't know. Like, have you been around a lot of dying people?
No, I haven't experienced death a lot. Like, and when I do experience death, it's my family who are in El Salvador, and I'm in America.
I was also near my mother-in-law when she
Shout
passed
out
away.
El Salvador.
Shout out to El Salvador. I was also in the hospital with my mother-in-law when she was passing away. We weren't there for her very last words, but we were there on like the day before. And she was like, I want to be surrounded by family, but she also was calling out to God a little bit. She was a believer. She believed in God, so she called out to God. People that don't. Which is exactly what you would expect. Like the people who believe in God would call out to him, and the people that don't wouldn't.
But you're doing that thing where it's what's that called? Exemption to the rule. Like you're bringing up these people, but then it's like
those are my
majority. Like
experiences.
it's like
I mean, do you have an example of a time that it was the other way? What, like, tell me when it happened.
Yeah, majority of the time people say,
tell me
"God
one.
forgive
Give me one example.
God, please protect me. God save me."
Who did that?
What do you mean who?
Who? No one's ever done that, as far as I can tell.
There's many studies, and not only that.
Okay, what's the study? Let's look it up.
Look up. Okay, I don't know the study name, but look up. I guess.
Do people call out to God when they are dying?
And then the one with if you're gonna look it up, the one that I looked into, it's when they interviewed, and the poll was for nurses and people in the medical field. So they get like they hear, right, like families who are losing loved ones, and they hear all the time, like especially the atheists, they automatically say, "God forgive me."
How do the nurse
God
know
this,
if they're
God
atheists?
that? It's like, why?
How do the nurse know if they're atheists?
You said what?
You said the nurse will listen to atheists?
No, this survey, it's the nurses were interviewed because they work in medical fields.
So I gotta look up nurse survey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of this. So sorry, I'm just trying to keep up. Nurses' response to spiritual needs of cancer patients.
Maybe it's that one. I'm not sure.
Experience.
I wish I was more prepared.
Spiritual and existential care for dying patients.
Oh yeah, and then the especially in this study, I think they have a chapel room every hospital. It goes like up. They book it, like people start going there when they start like getting those final words, and
people are
they get
scared
told
of hell
things.
for sure. Like if someone was, like you might have someone like me who just doesn't believe at all, and then you have a lot of people who, if they're filling out a form, will say like, "Yeah, I'm not religious. I don't really believe," but they were raised Christian or something like that, and they don't like it's not a big part of their core identity like it is for me. Like they don't have like atheist arguments and stuff. They just aren't convinced. And so for those type of people, if they're in a like death situation and they're about to lose their life, they might be like, might as well give it a shot. I'll go in here and just try this. And then
that's my point. Why are you giving it a shot? Like, why do these people who are atheists
because
why do they
your
automatically
religion
give it a
preaches
shot?
that hell is real, and they're scared of hell.
That's not the only religion. You know that. That's not the only religion.
Sure, because religions preach of
like,
hell.
for example, you don't have someone in North Carolina who's 60, Uncle Joey, who's a white male. You don't have him saying Allahu Akbar before unaliving.
Because they were indoctrinated with Christianity.
Right.
That's why.
No. That's just an excuse. Like, they got, what's that word?
Undocumented. You're losing connection there. I think you got a phone call. How is it possible that this guy's dumber than the flat earth guest? That's amazing. This guy's like just a real absolute like.
He's not a real person. He thinks he's doing jokes. He's not. He's a troll. This isn't a real guy.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like, he's never been on my live, and he's never asked me that question. Those are lies.
Maybe he thinks you're someone else.
I don't know.
Possible.
I'm pretty confident that he's just a troll. He was holding back a laugh.
The thing is it's atheist Sunday school. You can come up if you're an atheist. I do think that some Christians troll just to like waste time, where he does really believe, but he's just trying to like come up to like.
Yeah, there could be some of that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
or like just loneliness, maybe lonely. Eris, are you lonely?
I'm very lonely.
Okay, well, we can talk for a minute. What's your age and religion?
I'm about to be 41, and I don't know if I have a religion. I just gotta say, bro, like the fact that you come up here with that green suit and everything, that is some riz right there, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, I don't think I could ever wear that, but you could just fucking wear that.
Yeah, we got matching flip-flops. Oh, you can't see them. Well, they're good.
Oh, no, wait, can I see it again?
Hold on, I gotta turn this off. People, like, you know, this is a waist up only riz. Down here.
Yo. Dude,
socks and flops.
Are those Crocs?
No, they're off-brand. They're, man, do you know what they actually are? They're like physical therapy. They're like for people who had just had foot surgery. They sell these special squishy. They're so comfortable. There's like, I want to make these the official flip-flops of Bad Bible Debates. Joel, I don't know if you have a different flip-flop you understand, but they're actually, I guess technically they're slippers because they don't have the thong middle, but they're so squishy and so comfortable.
The Haviland. People put that in the chat. The Havilani. That's the type. But you know, I'm open to really, really comfortable flip flops. Someone will know them.
Havaianas. Yeah, no. I'll put a link to these in the Discord. Let's see. What's my Amazon account? What's my login info, Joel, for Amazon?
It's mezzo_WS, and then the password, of course, is hot sex with me 69.
Hot sex with Joel 69.
With me, it's hot sex with yourself, like hot sex with me 69. You know how you love hot sex with yourself?
Yeah, but you said with you, so I was just confused by that.
I'm just telling you what the password is. So it's HOTSEXWITHME 69.
Oh.
No, you don't put the whole.
And
see, this is why
I bought them under my wife's account. I don't even have them. Shit. Mezzo. I'll just look it up in Amazon. Official BBD flip flop. I guess. Did we make that official yet? Did that happen? I don't know how to search these. I'll find them.
Just made that up like 2 seconds ago, so we haven't had time yet to get it on the.
Was that recent?
Yeah, it was just like literally like not even a minute ago, and so like we haven't had time yet to get them up on the Amazon.
Okay, recovery sandals. That's what they're called. There they are. Okay.
No, for real. They're called recovery sandals.
Yeah, that's they're like actually.
Like, are we being for real?
They're recovery slides for people.
We joke around all the time here.
No, so for people who have like plantar fasciitis and stuff, like for it's not like necessarily for like surgery recovery, but they say to wear them like after you work out or something. They have really strong arch support. So they're actually like really good. Like these are just my around the house, and they have a bunch of different colors. I'll put the link here in the Discord. Highly recommend them. Not joking. I'll put them in promotes.
The fact that you wear those with that suit is freaking riz, man.
I wear them all the time.
Dude, that is riz right there, man.
Yeah, that's why they call me Razzo. I think that's like part of my nickname. Eris, did you want to tell us your favorite sin to do? You can make one up. It doesn't have to be a real sin.
Damn, put me on the spot right now.
You don't have to. Swearing, maybe?
I honestly, okay. Like, you're fucking great, man. There you go.
Better than God?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a sin for sure to say that. Yeah, okay. All right, you're good. Yeah, that counts. All right, thank you so much, man. Take care. I dropped Joel. He's going to be mad. been doing that lately.
You know, I bet you we could guess when someone comes up whether or not they're a believer just based on their demeanor.
Oh, that'd be a fun game to like we get 3 questions and then based off of those we have to like guess their religion.
Yeah. Or like, I mean, I could do it after the first sentence, but yeah. Like this guy, like dude, this guy, I'll tell you.
Well, this one's not loading. They're just a user.
He's up for me.
Oh, user, are you here? Okay, all right. Don't say anything except for the answer to these questions. What is your age? Okay. Joel, do you want to ask questions or do you just want me to?
What did you have for breakfast? Okay.
What's your opinion of the Pope?
Love the guy. Christian, nobody can hear you, user, so let's drop you down and then like request up right away, okay?
Yeah, it's weird because he's like still connecting on mine.
Yeah. And now I see Arius again.
All right, things are going weird.
Weird, yeah.
Let's try this. Nope. Disconnect Arius. Danny's back in the guest request. I'm going to kick him out. User's going to request back up. There they are. And let me do it. Oh, too late. Great. User.
Okay. Am I able to be heard?
Yeah,
And
so
everyone
I can hear you, but people in chat say yes.
Ones are yes. Better. Someone said better. That's like better than nothing.
They mean you better. Okay, there's a yes. Okay. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Hope.
Hope. Okay. Hope eats oatmeal for breakfast. And Hope, do you like the Pope?
I don't.
That's not.
know.
You can't. That's not. You can't
Okay.
ask that question. He, by the way, not a Christian.
Oh, is it the oatmeal or the hope that got you?
It's the demeanor. Like those things. Like I think potentially. Now, let me ask you this: Hope, is Hope your given name at birth?
No, but it is now my legal name.
Okay. Well, then I don't have an opinion about that.
I'm going to go not a Christian. Okay. Hope,
not a Christian for sure.
What's your religion?
I am atheist, but a member of the Satanic Temple, actually.
Yeah, well, you're super not a Christian. Okay, well, why are you a member of the Satanic Temple? What does that do? What's that about?
I love their ideals. It's generally all about being a good human and a good example and good influence on your fellow man.
Do you think Satan or any other type of like spiritual beings actually exist?
No. The Satanic Temple is mainly a atheist group. It's like a name for atheists. It's kind of the whole Satanism concept, and I'm not an ambassador for the Satanic Temple, is like ironic.
There's a little bit of sarcasm going on. There's some humor to it, right?
It's like it's like your tongue is in my cheek or something like that. One of those, whatever that means. So yeah, I get that, and this is something that Joel talks about from time to time about how like one of the benefits of being atheist is you can borrow worldviews, right? It's okay to be like, hey, we can call ourselves this because we don't believe in a God. We can kind of just we can like use a little piece of this and we can like Frankenstein a worldview together. And so you're taking the name Satan from the Bible, but you're taking the ideals of like probably secular humanism. Joel just left. I was saying that it was good that you do that, Joel. Why did he? I don't know why he left. Joel, I was saying, hold on.
That was a complete glitch.
I was a compliment I was giving you.
It was a complete glitch.
You're going to do glitches now?
I'm not faking.
We're going to like lie about glitches when
No,
you
it was a glitch. I wasn't offended for no reason. I'm cool. I'm totally chillaxed.
All right. So, sorry about that, Hope. Sometimes sensitivities get the best of us.
Yeah, I literally logged into my TikTok account for the first time in over a year just to request to be a part of this. You guys are awesome.
Wait,
I saw
are you watching on YouTube or something?
I was. Now I'm here.
Cool. I forgot that YouTube is happening.
Yeah, I was some person in chat that was telling everyone to like the video, which they all should.
Let me go see what's going on. How many people are over there? Am I getting good numbers?
It was close to 170.
Whoa!
Yes. I do have the membership card, person in chat, for the Satanic Temple.
No, it's 149 now. All right. Let me say hi to them really quick. Hi. I got to come up with more clever greetings. Joel, what's a better greeting than hi?
Well, yeah, hello or salutations.
Hello or salutations.
Ooh, Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I said hello or salutations. It looks funny typed out.
Hey, do you know this? This is a bit of a like, I don't know if like you know this, Hope or Mezzo. You'll probably find this interesting. You know Neil Hamburger?
Oh yeah.
Comedian Neil Hamburger, whose real name is I can't remember off the top of my head, but always works with Tim Heidecker. Mm-hmm. It was his I guess company that published the Satanic Bible, like when they originally published the Satanic Bible.
Greg Turkington.
Greg Turkington. His publishing company published the Satanic Bible the first time.
Really?
Yeah. So this is how you know that like this is tongue in cheek. Like this is a joke.
Oh, with Anton LaVey?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. He was in on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun thing, and it gets a rise out of the other side a little bit, which is fun too. Okay, here's what's going on over in here. Hey Mezzo, hello all you apes out there. Never Gonna Get It Vogue was awesome. Oh, they're doing a little Never Gonna Get It. I'm a Big Ape. Why are we talking about apes over there? There's a lot of ape talk going on over in YouTube. I'm gonna close YouTube up. You guys are fucking weird. They can't hear me now that I close it, right? Is that how it works? Okay. Yeah, I think that, look, there is a little bit, like, I do feel a little bit, and Joel, I'd be curious your thoughts on this too, of like, if we're going to like promote that we all just like take care of each other and watch out after each other and stuff like that, that doing it in the form of Satanism might be slightly counterproductive, although I appreciate the joke of it. I love the humor of it. I wish I came up with it. But maybe that's like, it's better to say like, there aren't gods at all, and we should all just take care of each other. And I think that maybe, I don't know, is it like misleading people in the wrong way?
I would say personally, it's definitely a part of that. It is meant to be a joke. It is meant to be sarcastic almost, which to many people does come off as offensive or rude. The main message, as I've come to understand, of the Satanic Temple is equality, and fair treatment for all, those who are religious, those who are not religious. Your religion shouldn't determine how you are treated by the government, by other people, anything like that. And that's the main message of the Satanic Temple, as I've come to understand it.
Well, I mean, I just mean like with the flying spaghetti monster, we can tell right away it's a goof. But Christians are actually scared of Satan for realsies, and so that's they probably think the flying spaghetti monster is an actual demon. Some of them, so that's kind of hard to tell. But the one thing I do like about it is that you're this case study, Hope, where you're in the Satanic Temple, right? Like, God, Days just joined too. Speak of the devil. You're in this, and you're proof that even like you can like worship Satan if you want, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually hurt you. It's not like real, and I think that's a good like lesson to be. Oh, Days wants up. Let's say hi to Days.
And Jay is saying that it's more of a political organization, which is true. And what they do in making themselves a religion so that they can like show the irony of what's happening with Christianity in America, that's really effective. I think it'd be handy. Have you watched Hope, the documentary on the Church of Satan or Satanic Temple. Have you seen that documentary?
It's good. I watched it a long time ago.
I think I have.
Yeah, so like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I am not super inundated in the culture of Satanism. I'm more passive with it.
Yeah.
I believe in their message and all that, and especially with their new abortion clinics going up and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I think in the documentary, like for the most part, you'd find like everybody's just aligning with you, but there is also like some weird stuff because like it attracts people that might still have a bent towards cultiness and the idea of Satan and spirituality and things. So there is like certain like I think there's like a subplot to the thing where there are different characters who maybe don't get it entirely and take it on in different ways. So I think that there is that danger that Mezzo's probably hinting at, but then at the same time, like it is a great organization to have.
Yeah.
For.
But so what I was talking about with how it's nice for a case study is what Days was doing. So I'm glad Days just came in at a good time because the idea of like being scared of Satan is a real like problem of actual people. And for people like in the Satanic Temple, or Days does a good job of showing like, even if you try to get possessed, which for people who don't know, Days spent 100, is it 100 days that you did it?
Yeah, I think it was like a few days over 100, but yeah.
He did more than 100 lives where he intentionally tried to get possessed by a demon and asked people to come up and tried to make it work. And tried. And like, how are you, Days? Are you okay?
As far as I know, I'm demon free still. And I got different conflicting answers about why that is from Christians. But as far as I know, I am not possessed. But it is interesting what you're saying about the Satanic Temple is because I got a lot of people coming up with a very incorrect idea, especially believers, obviously, idea about what this temple was all about. I'm not a Satanist user myself, but I obviously talked to a lot during my time doing those streams. And some of the just absolutely wild things that Christians would say about the temple and like what went on in the temple and what they were doing, like sacrificing children. And like, I mean, it's just bizarre. So I think, Mezzo, you're right that it's definitely not effective at I don't know, like convincing believers necessarily, but
it's fun for atheists.
Yeah, but for someone like me coming out of the religion and finally seeing like the truth about the temple, because I was always too scared to kind of look into it as a Christian. You know, I was like 10-foot pole, like go over there.
But evil, you can't even look at it.
Yeah, exactly. But as a person who was deconstructing and someone who was coming out of the grips of Christianity, it was very like extremely helpful to see these people that for years I had thought were, bowing down to this creature that I was so scared of as a Christian, to see that it was the exact opposite. That
you guys are the good guys?
Yeah, they could have all of the aesthetics of Satan and evil and they have Baphomet and all that stuff. And they were fine. They were actually probably in better shape than most Christians. And so I think in that
that was a rude fat joke. And
I think in that sense it's very helpful. So it's definitely not for a believer. I don't think that that's the benefit of the Satanic.
But for a deconstructor,
for deconstructing people and for people coming out of it,
we do it too. Like Joel and I and Days, you did too. Like we have a bit of fun with this. There's talking snakes in the book.
Yeah,
it's silly. It's like we can have a little bit of fun with this and show that like you guys believe a strange, silly thing. We need to confront this, and so let's have a little bit of fun with it. Maybe I drew an angel with a dick today. That happens. It's gonna happen. So like we have a little bit of fun with it, and it also makes the conversation, I think, less intimidating. It's not for everybody. Some people need a serious philosophical, theological takedown of it. But for some people, like where I was, it would have been great to have some people who are like, hey, let's have a little bit of fun and talk about this. I think that would have been more inviting to me. So I like this angle.
Genuinely, that's what made me want to follow you on both platforms now and join in was seeing that drawing that you were holding up as I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts. And then I saw that and I went back to look at it. So I was like, what is this?
You should go. I have on TikTok, I set up a playlist of all my drawings. So I have a thing called visual learning segments. And if you click on here and just look, there's a playlist that says visual learner. There's a good handful in there of things that you will absolutely love. I promise. It's gonna make your day.
I'll have to check that out.
They're the most fun. And like, I don't want to say anymore. Just go enjoy them. They're always fun to watch how they happen. All right. Did you want to say your favorite sin before we move on here, though?
Well, I wanted to leave with a talking point, hopefully, for you guys to consider, if that's okay. My talking point that I was thinking about was there's a belief that if God is real, he's either all-powerful or all-knowing, because if he's both, he's evil.
Yep.
Because he allows atrocities to happen that he knows about.
Not just that, but he thinks there's some things are bad to think about. So if you know them, you do bad things.
So that was what I wanted to mention out on my way out.
I love it. Yeah, we talk about it. We get into it. All right. Well, thanks, Hope, for coming by. Thanks for saying hello, and thanks for having the correct worldview.
Thank you.
All right.
Nailed it.
I got to tell you, Days had to step down. Thank you, Days, for coming up and chatting with us. Days there's something so cool about him.
Oh yeah,
he's just like, hey, I'm trying to get possessed by a demon. It's not a big deal. Like he's so
soft spoken. And
I love
just,
it.
Like, such a. I think it's that he's just such a sweetie. Like I really like.
He's a sweetie patootie.
The cool thing is that like he's just so fucking sweet.
Yeah. He sits there in his little, when he had his devil head on, just be like, maybe if we can he possessed me.
Yeah.
He's
All
like
right,
smiling through it. Yeah.
I'll read this verse here and then set it on fire. Dear Lord Satan.
Yeah. I missed those lives. Those were good lives. But didn't work. You know, he kept trying. Now, Dean Withers came up earlier today, but is requesting again. Dean, do you mean to come back up, or were we just tapping the screen?
Well, I didn't get to say my sin earlier.
Oh yeah, that was before we did it. Yeah, what's your favorite sin?
So I really like jorking it.
Doing jokes?
Yeah, jorking. It's like a favorite pastime of mine, and I do it every day, and it's sort of a ritual for me.
Okay, how do you do it?
Well, I usually look up hentai or something of that nature in my search bar, and I get really relaxed. And then
sorry to correct you, but you're doing it wrong. What you're going to do is follow Joel Reads Bible on YouTube. Mm-hmm. His YouTube page where he reads through the Bible, great jork material. Like absolutely, just like
can I confess something to you?
New episodes every Monday and Thursday.
Oh yeah, new episode tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you can get a fresh one in tomorrow.
Well, sometimes I start to do it when I'm watching these lives because I get really excited and I can't help it.
Yes.
All right. Well, I don't want to hold you back from that, so go ahead and get to it. Enjoy yourself, and I guess enjoy us. I don't know. Whatever works for you. Joel, so you have let's announce the schedule change. Did you do that already?
No, I forgot to mention that on my live last night.
Okay.
But so new schedule for Bad Bible Debates. It's not dropping on a Monday. It's dropping on a Tuesday. You guys love Bad Bible Debates. You're all over
I'm
that
really
shit.
nervous about this. I'm really nervous that Tuesday is going to just tank us.
Yeah, and we have begged Bjorn not to do this to us. We because what happens when you're on one of these networks is they switch the schedule around. Now people don't know when to find you. Right? They're like, where is it on the thing?
People are going to be like going into their podcast app on Monday and just like they're going to spend hours like looking, emailing Apple. Like,
where's the Bad Bible Debate? Well, it's now on a Tuesday. And JRB is moving to Mondays and Thursdays instead of Sundays and Wednesdays.
But JRB is moving to our
JRB. Well, because I knew that there was going to be a hole in the schedule, right? So I moved to Monday because
did you talk to Bjorn about this? Is this something
Bjorn
you guys,
moved us to Tuesday. It was his.
is this something you guys did together?
I know. All I've done is try to fill a gap. You know what I do? I fill gaps, right?
You're the god of the gapes.
Yeah. So
they call you that.
They all call me that. So that's why we did that switch. So we're gonna put Monday JRB episode, Tuesday the other thing.
That's so suspicious, huh? Yeah.
I wonder if I should do my I sometimes post a debate clip. Maybe I should do that on Wednesday because then it'll be hump day, dump day.
Can I get ones in chat if you want to see debate clips on Wednesdays?
Yeah, instead of Fridays. Ones in chats on Wednesdays versus Fridays.
Okay, so which one is this that's coming out? Is this the S&S episode, I think?
I think maybe.
Yeah, so yesterday morning we were out there. So I don't know why it's taking him so long to edit, but yeah, remember I found that cool magic 9 ball. So there's some good stuff to look forward to in this coming episode of Bad Bible Debates, which will come out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And just don't freak out. Like if you see it, just don't be like, "Oh, I thought it should be Monday." That's why we're letting you know right now.
Yeah, and it's Bjorn. Please go listen to it on a Tuesday because Bjorn needs to see the
numbers. It's been going good. It's been going really good, actually. Let's see what kind of numbers we're getting here. There's a 5.
Aren't they all like up to 1,000, getting up to 1,000?
Yeah, this one actually is on YouTube. This one has 1,040 views. Just a few. That's the last episode, the Moose Code, that had Dr. Bowen in it. That was a good episode.
Oh yeah.
Did you see my comment on YouTube about that episode?
Did you say it was the best? Did I pin it?
I'll read it. It says, "Holy Christ Jesus, this is objectively the morally best episode we've ever done."
Oh yeah, I responded to that. What was my response?
Your response to that, it says, "I don't agree." I don't agree, but that's just my subjective opinion and not grounded in reality, like this episode is. Oh, okay. And let me respond to that. Joel, don't ever disagree with me in public again.
It's getting serious.
Or
now.
I will quit the podcast.
Oh my goodness.
How many exclamation points do you think is appropriate here? 2 or 3?
I don't care.
Okay.
Just talk to Bert. And you know what? Actually, let's do the top of the hour.
It's the top of the hour.
That's right, folks. It's 1:36. We are doing a big Into a Little Whisper. And 1:36 p.m.
Do you want to do a more exciting song?
What, do you got to start from scratch or? Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Hold on, Bert. That's right, folks. It's the motherfucking top of the hour. It's 1:37 p.m. And we're hanging with the Mez, hosting that Bible Debates. I'm JRB, and I'm here to say we've got Bert in the hot seat to talk to on us today. That's right. It is 1:37 p.m. and I'm gonna hand it back to Mezzo. He's my best friend.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Pack it like it's hot. Pack it like it's hot. Pack it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Bert, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Don't tell your religion right away.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Bert. How old are you?
22.
And what is your favorite food?
Depends on the day.
Okay.
Do you drive
Tuesday?
Tuesday, probably like curry.
Do you drive a car?
Chicken masala or something.
Okay. Do you drive a car?
Yes.
All right.
Kia Soul.
Kia Soul. All right. This is a tough one. Tough one.
So the soul part, I think the soul part is what's making me.
Yeah,
think he's
I'm on the fence, but I'm gonna guess Christian, but he might be deconstructing.
I'm gonna say he pretends to be a Christian sometimes, but he's actually an atheist.
It is a L car, someone said, but no, I'm a Christian.
Oh my goodness. You can hear it. You can hear it.
I think he's pretending. Bert, what's your favorite Bible verse?
Jesus sobbed.
See, that's not in there. A sopping wet Jesus?
He sobbed.
Oh, I thought it said sopped.
It's actually, he's wet. No, wept.
Jesus wet.
But that's
the shortest verse is just him quoting.
Jesus
Guys,
wet.
Jesus wet. It's him saying.
It's sexy.
Third person.
Jesus wet.
Oh, God, that's fucking funny. All right, Bert, God is unbelievable. So why would you believe in something that's unbelievable?
Just basically how the universe has order and everything, like math, language, literally everything.
Disease.
Yeah. The fact that we can analyze diseases and like figure out some sort of like chemistry, like through chemistry we can figure out, medication that will help.
See, I don't think you can. The thing about believing in God is that you believe in miracles, right? Told you he's a fake Christian. What, you think miracles can happen?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think it's possible, like if I drop the pencil, gravity's going to pull it down, but God could pull it up? He's not going to, but he could.
He could, yes.
Right, okay. So when we do things like science to like research diseases and figure them out, we depend on the consistency. It's really important, right? Like in order to do science, we need this like uniformity, right? In order to like trust the inductive, process, right? So if it's the case that God is here tinkering, we have to like throw some of this like science stuff away, because maybe the pencil goes up, maybe it goes down. We can say every time it's gone down, so therefore it probably will go down, but you don't know for sure it will. Whereas if you don't have God, it's like, yeah, gravity's going to pull it down. We know that. But with you, it's like it could go up or down. We don't really have an idea.
No, I mean, since I'm accustomed to it always going down, I'm definitely going to more likely believe that it will go down, obviously, but that's not to say that he couldn't interfere with our world and, create a different outcome that, lies outside of that uniformity.
Sure. Okay. So like, let me ask you this. So like, what do you think about like cancer? Like, why is there cancer?
I really just think that's part of just the sin in the world that exists.
So it is magical. Like the existence of these things is a miraculous justice that's happened, right?
No, I just think the world is.
Well, does God not give justice to sinners?
No, he does.
Right. And so we sinned, and so we have cancer, but not as a justice?
Well, people that are like completely like, holy, not holy, because we're all sinners, but people that really don't deserve things happen to them, they also have things happen to them. It's not like only sinners get cancer or something like that. It can be used as something to...
Yeah, they do. Only sinners get cancer.
Well, technically, yes, since we're all sinners.
Right.
But like someone that is more so like a...
Is cancer a consequence of sin?
I think the world is just infused with sin.
And is cancer a consequence of it? Let me ask you this. Are daisies growing in a field a consequence of sin?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so there are some things that aren't consequences of sin. Is, I don't know, like cancer a consequence of sin?
Well, some things are good, some things are bad. Like the dandelions are good.
And cancer's the bad. Right?
Yeah, I think that just the world...
I'm with you on that one, yeah. Do you think that bad thing came about, like did God design that bad thing, or is it just a natural consequence of sin?
Yeah, I think it is a natural consequence of sin.
I don't think you have natural in your worldview. You have supernature, right? So when you say something's natural, it means God made it.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So God made cancer, and it's a consequence of sin.
Yeah, I would say it's a consequence of sin. I don't think he like formed it for us to like endure. Really, it's more so just a product of our free will and our nature to sin.
He designed cancer, and then when we sinned, he let it out.
By we he means Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but Satan kind of, well, we don't really know if Satan was a serpent because it just says serpent at the beginning.
Right.
But at the same time,
did God design everything?
Yes, he designed it.
Okay. So he's behind all things. He's like the architect of everything, including cancer.
That I don't agree with.
Okay.
I think he designed the world, but I mean, I think he kind of lets it have its own process and gives us the ability to decide if we want good or bad outcomes for our life via, good or evil. We have the choice.
Don't know. Joel, were you going to say something?
I got kind of lost in something a little bit, but I still I don't understand how God creates everything, and Bert, I don't know where the cognitive dissonance is happening, where God creates everything and sets all the parameters, but then for some reason cancer comes out of nowhere. I just don't know how that works.
I think that Satan kind of contaminated this world in a sort of way. So, I mean, it could be from that.
So
I don't
he
think
designed cancer. He's the architect of disease.
No, I mean, he betrayed God, and his number one MO was to try to contaminate humans because Lucifer was his favorite creation, but then once he betrayed
his favorite. That's fun.
Pretty sure he was.
Yeah, they were best friends. I think that this is all of creation is a lover's spat.
Yeah, that's
fun. They were lovers and they broke up, and then just to hurt him, Satan's very vindictive to hurt God. He's like, I'm gonna fuck with your creation.
Joel, are you around right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick pee-pee.
All right. I just Bert. What I'm wondering is isn't it seems like what you're saying is there may be a natural progression to a sin thing happening or something along those lines, and that is what results in cancer. But if that's going to be a natural progression, God still put that into motion. He still created that.
Well, here's my understanding of it. Angels existed before us, and his top one was Lucifer. That was his favorite angel that he created. But even for the angels, he had to give them free will to choose him or choose evil. I think that evil was just kind of, consequently just there from the beginning because it's the opposite of God, and God gives us free will. So and then Lucifer chose to not be with God because he wanted to replace God. And then he tried to contaminate us by, he just contaminated us because we were now his new favorite creation ever since Lucifer.
Who contaminated us?
Lucifer, Satan.
Okay, so he just wants to hurt us because God made us.
Well, because he wants to be God. I think he wants to have the more...
But he knows he can't be God, right? Because he's not the creator of the universe and everything, but God is.
Well, he wanted to become God. I mean,
in what world does that make sense?
Well, I don't know. I guess
as a character, just think about it watching a movie and imagine it being a fiction, right? And then just being okay, so here is something that's an all-powerful creator, incredibly glorious, this massive imposing being that made everything else, made me, the angel of light, let's say, or the angel of music, whichever one it is, and all the other angels, and controls everything. I know the power of this being. In what even fictional story does it make sense that I'm going to want to be that being or think that I can actually do that?
Well, I think it's really more so just like a
stupid fiction.
No, it's more so just trying. It's obviously not a true
story,
like physical story. It's more so just like an anthropomorphization of like where we think good and evil come from, I guess.
What story are we talking about?
It's not real. This is the Bible? The fall of Satan, the fall of Lucifer.
But I do believe like angels and stuff are real.
Yeah, but Bert, like you're relying on that story in order to account for the rest of it. Like you're the one that like told that story like it happened to account for what happens here. So you can't just then all of a sudden when I actually start picking it apart because it's a ridiculous story, like it's really dumb, go like, it's probably just like an analogy of something or a metaphor or something. I don't know. It probably didn't actually happen. Well, we still have the problem here then.
Well, the thing is, like, I do think that fictional stories can definitely be true, even though they.
Oh, that's interesting. I like that. I like that take a lot, actually.
Well, I mean,
what's an example of a non-biblical fictional story that's true that we can like compare that to?
Like any of the Shakespeare plays, the reason they like go through the centuries is because they have truth to them. They obviously didn't happen, but we relate to them in such a vast way.
So they're like metaphorically true.
Sure, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So then, do you think cancer is like just a metaphor?
No.
It seems like it's a real thing.
Yes.
Who do you think made cancer?
Not metaphorically, truly.
For real, like in the reference section.
In the nonfiction.
I just think it goes to show like that we do have free will because even on a cellular level.
Great point. That's a great answer. Who made cancer? It goes to show we have free will on a cellular level.
Yeah, because we can choose to not have cancer or choose to have cancer with our free will. Is that what you're saying, Bert? Because that's not true.
No.
I'm going to choose to have cancer right now.
Don't do that.
I choose it. I choose it right now.
Fuck.
No, yeah, that was a bad way to put it.
Quickly choose to not have cancer. Quickly choose to reverse that.
I'm not worried about it. I think it's all metaphor.
Well, I think the divine thing about it as humans is that we can actually figure out ways to diminish or, diminish cancer. We actually can have knowledge to do these sorts of things that plague the world.
All right.
Yeah. But that's all true, like under like just a natural non-God universe. Like that's just normal the way we see the world. There's no reason to appeal to anything beyond that. So you just not a Christian anymore?
That's what I'm saying.
No, I am.
Well, you're appealing to naturalism. That's our worldview. You have the God in yours, remember?
Yeah, you can't steal from atheism.
No, yeah, it's hard for me to believe that we're just here by accident whenever things such as like what I was talking about earlier, just all the order in the universe, we can figure out how to make buildings, architecture, cars, all sorts of things that we can, like, where does that come from? Because these things existed in dinosaur
People
times.
make them, yeah. Wait, buildings and cars existed in dinosaur times?
No, I'm saying like these things, these mathematical formulas that we could like figure out to create all the things around us were in the world whenever dinosaurs were here. So it's weird for me to think that.
I don't think those formulas were around. You mean like if that formula had been around, then the truth of it would have worked, kind of thing? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean they're just constant. They're not like in every world, even when dinosaurs.
During the dinosaur time, it was still the case that if there were 2 dinosaurs and 2 more dinosaurs, you'd have 4 dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get you. But they didn't use those like specific, numbers or names, but like the truths of it were still.
Yeah, all of them. Okay. Like Pythagorean theorem, all these things that we've used to create society.
Okay. And what is that for?
It's just weird to me so that's one. Just all these things that exist in the world that we can actually discover. And there's no telling what thousands of years from now we will discover with all new mathematical formulas, etc.
Right, but Bert, if it were true that God made the universe and made 2 + 2 = 4, then 2 + 2 would have equaled 4. And if it were true that the universe came about naturally and in its natural truth, it's the case that 2 things equals 4, 2 things plus 2 things equals 4 things naturally, then that would still be true. That's true in both views. I don't see how that points to God.
Well, I mean, that's the most simplistic mathematical formula ever.
Okay.
If you look at
what about
when
2 = 5? Do you think that's true?
No.
Do you think that if I've been doing this a little bit lately, this is kind of fun. I have 2 quarters. If I put them in in this hand and close it and there's no other quarters, can I open it and there'll be 5 quarters?
No.
Could God do that?
Well, God can do anything really, but
so God can make 2 = 5?
No.
So he can't do that.
Well, God is a form of logic and truth, and these other things he couldn't contradict himself or.
In logic, can 2 = 5?
No.
So God couldn't do this then. He couldn't multiply 2 into 5.
No, because he'd be contradicting himself.
Okay. So in the Bible, when Jesus turned 2 loaves of bread into 5,000, was that a contradiction of logic?
Yes.
Okay. So he can break logic.
I guess technically yes, but
okay. Okay. So you don't believe in logic now, illogical things can happen, right?
Well, I did say that miracles can happen, yes.
And they are illogical.
Yeah, I think that a miracle, you defined what a miracle is. I guess you could say something that lies outside of the uniformity that we were talking about, or something that I guess defies the natural.
Have you heard about the principle of explosion? Is this something you're familiar with?
No.
It's a fun principle. I don't know. Joel's kind of offline. I don't know if he's heard it before too, but do you know about that?
Explosion?
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
I don't know how to phrase it perfectly, but it's a cool thing in logic where once someone accepts a logical contradiction, any logical, even anyone, 2 = 5, then the outcome, the entailments of that is that everything is true. Now it can be the case that P and not P, right? Now it can be the case that cow equals pig, whatever. Everything becomes true. Every proposition becomes true because you can make
squares, circles.
You can have a Mary Bachelor. You can have a God and a not God. So if you accept one illogical thing, you're now allowing for atheism to be true. Now it's true that atheism is true. Because of that, the entailments of it just explode out. That's why it's called that. They explode out into a way where now anything can be true. So now atheism is true because you accept logical, in logical contradictions. Bert, do you want to retract that so that atheism isn't true?
Sure.
Okay. So God can't do miracles now, which I think is true. By the way, I don't think Jesus really did miracles. I'm going to side with you on that one. And I'd also think that God doesn't exist, but you think God still exists but can't do miracles? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the main reason that I believe is
the order.
The order in the universe, yes, but also all his disciples, they died in unalived in horrible ways.
Have you ever looked at a microscope at cells, life cells?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? When you look at those, you see this complex order and design?
Sure, but also, I guess chemistry is like a cool one that we can look at, since like everything dwindles down to like hydrogen and carbon.
That's neat. I have this, I don't know if I haven't shown this in a few days. Have you ever seen this? But it's like what I'm talking about. Let me turn myself around here because I'm right in the middle of this.
Like the fact that we can discover all these things. And
so these are cells, right?
Yeah. Is that cancer or something?
Does it look designed to you?
I mean, I think it has its own, not thought processes, but it has its own. It's not like God, I think, is ordering that thing to create cancer. I think it has its own, I guess, with order, there's also, unfortunately, chaotic things that can happen as well.
So this is not designed. It doesn't look designed to me. It looks like just a mess. It looks like a like a natural blobby mess of like things that are growing.
Yeah,
it's like fungus or something. Like it doesn't look like they're using the Pythagorean theorem here. They're not doing construction, right? This is just like a bit of a sloppy mess. And it's true also when you look at like non-cancerous life cells. It looks just a little bit like things are glumped together, in my opinion. So that's why like this thing of order and design doesn't impress me much. Shania Twain. It just like when you actually look at stuff, it just seems to kind of like stuff is just globbed together and fits where it fits. Chemistry is going to happen.
Yeah, I find it. So what do you think the human brain, I guess, developed from mushrooms and like cooked meat types of things? Because I mean, these things did lie for something to discover them eventually. So it makes me think that it was designed in a sort of way. And like with the Big Bang Theory, something had to create that. I refuse to think that just like on the pin, like the head of a pin.
That's a few different topics that you've brought up. So the brain thing, I think evolution is leads to the result of the human brain. I think what you're talking about is, for people who are confused in the chat, there are some theories that once early hominids maybe were walking but not quite like sapient the way we are, started to cook their meat. The discovery of fire and cooking, as well as like eating certain fungi, that they may have like expanded our brain wrinkle growth in a way that like led to us being this level of awareness that we're at. I don't know. I'm not sure the latest research on that. It seems like that might not be true. It might not be necessary. Maybe it is. Maybe the type of stuff you get from cooking food leads to brain growth. Although I don't know. I'm super skeptical of that. I'd have to look into the research on it. But yeah, whether it did or not, evolution is the main thing at play, right? We see this I was talking about this in Joel's Lives last night. We see this very clear connection between the like stages of like mental growth, consciousness levels, and the nervous system. So when you have a reactive, like the most basic level of consciousness is called reactive. You have that with the nervous system. Plants have this, right? When plants like feel the sunlight and will tilt towards the sun. They're just reacting to that. Then the next one is like responsive and perceptive. And to get that, you have a little brain, right? You have like a insect level brain, something that can actually like perceive things and sense things. And then once you get to sentient, you have like a bigger brain, like a mammal, or not mammal, but like a reptilian brain, right? You're actually like aware of things a little bit, not of yourself, but of your surroundings. And then once your brain gets a little bigger, you become self-aware. That's when you start to see like the mirror test. Some of these like primates and some animals that can like see that they are them and know how to like react with themselves in the mirror. And then once you get a enlarged prefrontal cortex, you get consciousness, what we call consciousness, like being aware of your awareness, right? What it means to be like, not just I know that's me in the mirror, but what does it mean to be me looking in the mirror, right? So there's a very clear and direct correlation between a physical brain development and this like consciousness development. And this evolves slowly, and this evolves slowly. So it seems to line up perfectly. Everything points to it being natural evolution. Consciousness exists physically inside the brain matter. But if you want to say otherwise, you got to point to an evidence for it. That looks like a really clear like correlation to me, right? You know, but if it's something else, like where did it come from? What's consciousness then? Where is it? What does that mean?
Well, even before, like even the Earth existed, like these laws of logic and math and all these other things existed. So it's almost like it makes me believe something designed it because, I mean, they've always been there. And
yeah, I don't think those could be designed. I think those exist naturally.
Yeah, I just, it's hard for me to believe that since it is so complex. And
do you think that if God didn't design 2 + 2 is 4, that it wouldn't? It still would. You don't design that. It just is the case. When you have two things and two more things, this is the number of things that makes. No one has to go like, now what should we make 2 + 2 be? 3? No, that's not enough. It's got to be more. 5? That's too high. I don't like it. Let's find just right. How about 3.14? No, but I do want some pi. Let's make it 4. That's not a decision. That's not a thought out thing. It just is the case. That's just why we numbered things, right? Like it's not something that has to be planned. And the entailment of it being the case that when you have one thing and another thing, it makes that you have these many of those things. Now there's all these other theorems that we can like unravel out of that. But it's not the case that someone like planned the Pythagorean theorem. This is the case because math works naturally. Once you have 1 and 1, the rest of it entails.
yeah, but that's where we differ because I think that something had to have designed it. Like, I just don't think that these things come from, like, if the Big Bang is real in itself, which I don't know if it's real or not, like, how do these things just emanate from, like, just an explosion?
I think they're necessary. Do you think God could have made 1 + 1 = 3? Could that have been true?
I guess, but the whole universe would have been different.
You think God could have made it so that if I have one pencil here and I add another pencil, that I now have 3 pencils? That's like a thing he could have just made the law of the universe be?
Well, I mean, the whole universe would be different in itself. Like every law, from that one law being different, every single other law would be different. But I guess he could have made that.
No, he couldn't have. That doesn't make sense. You said he can't do illogical things. That's illogical.
Well, we are limited to our finite.
Is this Chris Pratt? Is this actually Chris Pratt? You have to tell me if you are.
No. I literally didn't even know that was, I don't watch Parks and Rec, but apparently that was, I just made an anonymous name and apparently that's from Parks and Rec, Chris Pratt.
Suspicious.
Not a fan of Parks and Rec, never watched it. I might be, but like The Office way more.
Oh, that's incorrect. Yeah. Okay, look, well, I don't know how you can say that God could have made 1 + 1 = 3. That doesn't make sense. That I don't understand what that means. To say that feels like you're just like unaccepting of like super basic logic, and I don't know how to have a conversation with you.
Well, not in this world, obviously. I'm just saying,
in any world. I don't know how 1 and 1 can be 3. I don't know what that means.
We can't perceptualize it. Is that even a word?
Yeah.
We can't even conceptualize it. And I just don't think that because we can't conceptualize it, we're limited to the universe we are in right now. So of course we can't think about that in this universe because it defies the universe that we're confined to. But maybe
here's what it would be. I can conceptualize it. It would be that. Are you guys okay? Just my coffee fell and hit every loud thing on the way down. It would be like this. I'd have one pencil, you'd give me another one, and at the moment you gave it to me, a third one would be there, right? And that would be jarring. That would be weird. Now, luckily for us, God made it be the case that when I have one pencil and you give me another pencil, it just stays at what it naturally would be. He chose this option rather than the one where he could have made 1 + 1 = 1. So you would give me one and it would be like, here's one, great. You gave me one and something would disappear and it'd be confusing, but that would be the world that we live in. Or something would appear and it'd be confusing, but it'd be the world we live in. It's lucky for us. It's so nice of him to make it be the case of the one that just naturally is the case, where if I have one and you give me another one, this is how many I have. I have 1 and 1, which is 2, right? That's just the description of these objects and these numbers. Okay. So he picked the one that was already like naturally working, and the entailments of that include things like the Pythagorean theorem, right? It includes all of these other, how algebra and matrices and stuff work. That's neat. Good job, God. You picked the one that like just naturally is the case, right?
Sure.
Okay. So we could explain it with the natural way, or God picked the natural way, and you're picking that God picked it. And I'm still not seeing why. You were saying something about the Big Bang. Maybe that'll help.
Well, what I'm saying about the Big Bang is I just don't believe that whatever was there at the pin, because they say it's like infinitely small, like the head of a pin is how tiny the entire universe was. I don't think that just spawns out of nowhere. How does that spawn out of nowhere in your view? And I've heard Ian say that he thinks that the universe is contracting, and then like I know some people think it contracts and then it constricts back and forth, but like who started the very first causal contraction?
Do you know, I looked this up the other day, that the concept of an eternal universe has been around since like I think 6th century. So like this isn't a new. What's that?
Aristotle thought it was like always there, but it's just I don't.
Yeah, but that's it, Bert. Is like no one for hundreds, thousands of years or something, or almost for like 1,500 some odd years. People have been saying that the universe could have always existed in different states. So this isn't new. So to say that like how did the thing start is like no one is saying that, except for Christians straw manning like atheist or non-Christian thought.
I have an idea, and I'm not sure about this, but I need somebody like get Blitz up here. So like this, like what's like average size? Like maybe, right? And so, or like, let's just say it's a foot. Like this is a foot big.
I could cam up.
No, I think we all know. We've seen it. Okay. So I already got flagged once anyway. So let's say you have a 1 foot thing. And as the universe expands, this ruler of 1 foot expands with the expanding universe. So now this is 1 foot. And as if the universe was smaller before, then like this was the size of the ruler, right? This was the 1 foot. So it's kind of weird, and I don't know if this is true, but like if all of space and itself actually shrinks down, do the measurements shrink? So was it the size of a pin, or was it the pinhead, or was it the size of the entire universe?
I'm not sure. You need to get Blitz up here.
Yeah, I think people are saying Blean is live. Someone here says Blean is live. Thanks, Kaisak.
Yeah,
I was
so
looking
like
for Blitz though.
The pinhead, the size of the pinhead now would be the size of the universe then, but a pinhead then would be the size of like
now.
Proportionate. No, it'd be the proportionate size of the universe versus the pinhead now.
Yeah. So I think our measurements are able to like when we measure the expanding universe, we measure abstractly, not like they don't measure it with a real ruler. So we're able to like see how much it is. So I get what you're saying, but like it's kind of interesting to think about that. At the time, if it was the size of a pinhead, which I don't know if that's true. It's like a plank or something, whatever that is. That it was actually the size of the entire universe, which makes it seem a little bigger.
Can I just say I made a mistake. The idea that the universe has always been predate is BCE.
Oh yeah.
So like 5th century BCE or 6th century. I don't know exactly what they call it, BCE. And one of the people that came up with this was Heraclitus. Do you know the Greek thinker?
Yes, I remember because of Heraclitus.
Yeah, Heraclitus.
Yeah.
Heraclitus came up with this in BCE. That's before now.
Shut up, dude.
No, that's true.
Heraclitus is his name. Yeah.
The way you said his name was funny.
Yeah, Heraclitus came up with the but that's been around since before the Common Era.
Yeah.
But so Bert, when you say how could this come from nothing, or when Christians say that, when you hear that idea, you got to know that like someone is deceiving you to think that anybody would think that, when before the Common Era we already had the concept of an eternal universe. Right?
And by the way, that 500 BC time is also when the Bible was mostly written. It's like the main eras that we're saying, like Genesis through all of Samuel was written, right? Like that's that era.
That's a great point, that they're sitting there saying, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And Heraclitus is like, well, not necessarily. It could have always been. You know what I mean?
They're just across the ocean or the sea there in Greece going like, well, here's what I think, it was just forever. And just around the same time they were coming, like people at that time in this area were doing cosmology and they were trying to figure stuff out, and they were guessing. They didn't have the data we have now, right? Like they didn't have like star measurements. They didn't know how to do parallax to figure out how far away stars were and know that meant that they a long time ago were closer together. They didn't know about redshift, right? So they were just guessing. Heraclitus guessed correctly, maybe he didn't, but like, you know, it's a possible thought, right? Like it's a thing that could be the case, and it stood the test of time in that way. And so look, Joel's right. No one's saying it came out of nothing except Christians. Obviously, you think it came out of nothing. So I don't know, man. I don't think that this is really that convincing.
The reason why I bring it up, Mezzo, the reason I was thinking about this the other day is like, we get so many Christians come up and say, you believe something came out of nothing. So many Christians. Mm-hmm. The fact that when the Bible was being written, so was the concept of an eternal universe, means there's no excuse for a Christian to believe that anyone believes that. Like that's the competing view. That's a lie by Christians to straw man everyone else and make their view seem ridiculous.
So a lot of the early cosmological views, the religious cosmological views, including the Bible view and other views in that area, when there was like a nothingness, they call it the chaos sometimes, they think of it as water, though. They think of like the endlessness of being water. That was their nothing.
Wait, real quick. What are you talking about?
Ancient cosmology.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, how they all believed everything was like water, made of water.
Yeah, a lot of them were like, when they say nothing, they weren't thinking of nothingness in the more abstract concept that we're talking about it. They're thinking of nothing like water. That's what they thought of.
That like is probably what the ancient Hebrews believed too. Mm-hmm. Because God doesn't create water. There's the deepest, formless, and void. Okay, so they're in line with the modern.
So the cosmologies that came before the Genesis account were in line. Were doing that. They were saying like out of the water emerged these gods. They in some cases they say this God created himself out of nothing. That's like what the story is. And then this God created himself out of nothing. Like they do say that, right? Because they didn't know what else to say. Mm-hmm. And then there's that one great story of the Egyptian god, I always forget, but he drank his own jizz and got himself pregnant and made the other gods by doing that.
Yeah, I think all that is in the Enuma Elish or whatever. But okay, well, I'll let you guys get on to someone else, but I just wanted to say why I think that, Jesus is God, because All the things at first. All the disciples that unalive themselves, like in horrific ways, to stand on his name as honor.
Not verified.
Yeah, let's talk about that next time. Come back, either join Joel's or join mine on Wednesday night if you can, because those things where the 12 disciples died in horrific ways, not true. That's a story that the church fathers made up, and also, of course, if it were true, not convincing. They were lunatics convinced of a lie. So yeah, they're going to do things. They all thought it was about to be the end of the world. They thought the apocalypse was happening tomorrow. So they're like, yeah, whatever, you can take my life. I don't care. It's about to all be over for all of you anyways. Eat shit. So,
Yes.
Bert, let's talk about that another time, okay?
All right.
Did you want to say your favorite sin that you like doing?
Hercules.
I love it.
Good man. Good man. You know what? I'm going to do Hump Day Dump Day with you on Wednesday. I'm going to open the show, and then we'll join you. That's right.
A Mezzo Dump Day?
Hold on.
Mezzo.
Before Benny talks, I have to make sure.
Dump.
When Benny talks, sometimes I roll my eyes, and again, I don't want to be rude, so I'm just going to get these up.
You can tell. Be careful, because you can tell when the eye roll happens. We like your whole fucking head moves. Benny, what's up? What do you need, buddy?
Mezzo,
boy?
I need those actually because we have a Super Cruise on our car.
Oh, there it is.
And it watches your eyes, so it could that would allow me to drive while sleeping. Anyways,
so wait, you have like a self-driving thing, kind of?
Yeah. It'll change lanes for you.
Don't
stuff.
do this, people. But the reviews on Amazon for this were like, "Yeah, I use these to trick my car into thinking I was awake." That is what. It's like I'm just like, oh my god, we're all gonna die.
No, I was just coming up because Seth and I were gonna go check out some mattresses, and and I was just wondering how much longer you planned on going on.
You're going to check out some mattresses. So how much longer am I going on? Oh, because you have to end the thing?
Yeah, well, I could put on a timer.
Oh, I'll probably end in an hour, maybe shorter, maybe 45 minutes.
Okay.
I was like, are you inviting me to come mattress shopping with you guys? Is that what's happening?
Do you guys just want to be able to FaceTime just to show you what we got and see if you're going to want to join us on this particular mattress?
Yeah, like we'll all test out mattresses together. It'll be a pretty great time.
What are you going to, like a sit and sleep? Can I tell you a funny mattress buying story? I got to tell you guys this. The last this was like a bed that my wife and I got. I don't know if it was the last one, but a while ago we were like going to get a bed, and we went to this like kind of weird place in Santa Monica. I think it was Santa Monica. It was like a little sketchy, and there was just one guy there who worked there, and no one else there because no one is ever at those things. And we're trying all these beds and stuff, and we find the one we like, and we're like, okay, we like this one. And he does this, and he's like doing the pricing, and he does this thing where he's like, well, what if I could get you a deal on that one? I'm like, yeah, sure. How much? And he does this thing like from movies where he like writes down the price on a Post-it and like slid it face down across the table. And I'm like, no one else is here. Who the fuck are you keeping this a secret from? Like, what is this? What are you? And I told him, I was like, can you just tell me? Do I have to read this? Like I turn it over and it's like, it's a normal price. Like, okay. What? Like, I think it's just a thing that he was like, this guy's gonna think this secret agent shit is so cool that he can't help but like buy this bed or something.
It's just like, do you like me? And like a checkbox next to say yes or no.
Yeah, will you leave your wife for me? Don't let her see this. A little thing right there. It's like, she's right here. God, it was so fucking funny, and like I just want to do that in more situations. Like I want to like bring that up. I wish we could do that over this. Like thing, like somehow do these live.
Like slide over, there is no God.
Maybe I slide this argument over your way. I don't want anyone else to see it. There's nobody here. We were the only ones in there. It was so great. Yeah, we bought the bed. I mean, we got the bed. Yeah.
He's like, also, works every time.
Thank you, Mezzo. You gave me a really good idea to go live with tomorrow. And it's going to be so God gave me cancer.
Benny and Seth on a new bed?
Yeah, oh yeah, that too. It'll be on the new bed, but it'll actually be so God gave me cancer because of sin? ? Explain.
Here's our favorite sin.
Yeah, because I just want people to tell me to my face, Christians more than anybody, that I had cancer because of sin. Because that's good TV, right?
Yeah, yours. They're all going to be like, well, yours was natural, but they say this thing where it's just like, once sin started, cancer began to exist everywhere, which is just like, I don't understand how. I don't understand how they can make that connection. I don't know if I believed that when I was a Christian. I don't remember.
I don't know, but this will be my favorite sin too. So this will be my exiting.
Having cancer?
No. But I beat it. I beat cancer while blaspheming, which is the ultimate sin.
Oh, yeah. You were supposed to succumb to it, or it was supposed to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
That's a really funny thing. This is a fun thing too, Benny, to bring up, because it will come up in your thing where it's like, well, this was the result of the fall. This is like the curse of sin. And it's like so interesting that like we've figured out medically how to fix curses.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. And like how hypocritical it is for people to be like, well, this is the way God wanted it. And it's like, but then they go and, get their appendix removed.
Yeah. It's just like, especially like with cancer, it's interesting, but even with like, it turns out that the cure to the curse of allergies is Flonase. Like, it's just so stupid. Like what the fuck curse are we talking about? Yeah, it's all funny. It's all silly. It's all goofballs, but, yeah. All right. Well, look, enjoy your bed, enjoy your shopping. It's fun. Go jump on them, bounce around on them. Get the king size bed. Just do it.
I'm going to ask which beds are like soundproof and like start just screaming while on top of a mattress and see how that goes. So, all right, guys.
Get
love
the squeakiest bed you can. You want to hear it. You want to hear it bouncing.
Peace out, boys.
All right. Take care. Benny Boy, everyone follow tomorrow. Maybe you're going to do a live. That'll be good.
Gotta love Benny Boy.
He's the one responsible for streaming this on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I can't see you. I closed the window. So whatever chat you're doing, I don't know. Wait, what are you saying?
Only for a moment and the moment's gone.
Jordan, you have the purple bed. Are those actually good? I thought that was just like a gimmick. Sebastian, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 20 and I'm an atheist.
Oh, I forgot to do the game, Joel.
I would have guessed it. Guessed it. That had atheist written all over it.
Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting that. Remind me before I do the next one.
All right.
All right. Well, Sebastian, it's Atheist Sunday School. You're here. Amen. Hallelujah. There's no God. Did you have a question, comment, or sin you wanted to share with us?
Yeah. My question being, what's the best argument you guys have heard from a Christian or a Jewish person that you've received, do you think?
Oh, I mean, I think like the only thing you could say would be convincing would be a personal experience. Like when someone says, well, I believe because I had a personal experience where Jesus walked up to me and did this exact thing. It's like, well, yeah, I guess I would believe if that happened to me too, but it didn't. And then when you think about that for a minute, it's like, isn't it weird that that doesn't happen for everybody? So I don't know, like as far as like philosophical ones or data, empirical ones, I don't know, man. I don't think there are any. Joel, do you have any good ones?
No, not that I can think of. Yeah, no. I genuinely like. I know all the other like these
indoctrination.
Well, that's good. That's the reason.
That's the
but like
argument.
the everyone says, I shouldn't say everyone, but some of these guys think fine tuning is like some atheist people out there are like fine tuning is the bet. Like I think Dawkins maybe. Did Dawkins say it or someone? Anyway.
Yeah, that's a thing I've heard a few people say, and it's a very specific type of fine tuning, not just like look at the trees, but like the cosmological constants, that type of stuff. But like, I feel like you could argue that if we were stars, if we were nebula, because the universe does seem to be pretty good for stars. They can just like exist in places, but for us, like we have a really small spot You know what I mean? To say that it's fine-tuned for humans,
Yeah.
like Andromeda is there for us. It's not doing anything to us. It's literally not impacting us. So to say that he had to make all this other stuff just so that we could exist, but if we go like a mile up, we die. If we go a mile down, we die.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it's made with us at the center of the universe, which is pretty questionable.
So the thing that I bring up a lot is that, early on, when there were more gaps in our knowledge, we had more gapes, and God was filling more gapes back then. We thought we were the center of the universe. We thought the earth was flat. We're the center of the universe. The sun's going around us. Then we find out, that's not the case. Jupiter has things going around it. Maybe we're not the center if something else is going around something else. And then they find out later, of course, it lines up with we're not the center. But obviously, of course, okay, so we're not the center of the solar system, but of the galaxy, we're all the stars around us. And then later they were like, no, it turns out we're on the arm of the Milky Way. We're kind of out on the edge. We're not in the middle of the galaxy. That's fine. But our galaxy is like the center of no, it turns out every time we try to place ourselves in the middle, to give ourselves this, it's like an ego thing. We need the most importance to have meaning to our life. We have to be centered. It turns out we're not. We're over here. We're like this byproduct,
Right.
Every time we get and so I think they're still doing that with fine tuning, but surely all of the universe is just for us. No, it's not going to be the case.
And then, am I allowed to ask one more question?
Joel?
Maybe drop him and bring him back up for it. Go ahead. That'll be just take more time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so I guess I'm confused about. I don't know scripture, like you guys, but I understand he has laws that he outlines within the Bible, but I don't understand how some are taken or interpreted as more philosophical than taken as literal.
Right.
And I don't understand how that's seen in God's point of view. I don't see how that's valid for him. You can't just break some and follow others and change it to your moral standards if the day or the time you live in. Morals change with the time period, so I don't understand how you can...
So there's some that are here are my eternal commandments. And then there's some that are you specifically, David, do this thing. So they get away from some of them like that, where it's oh, that was just for this group of people, not for everybody. But that's kind of the case with all of them. The 10 Commandments weren't for you. They weren't for me. They were for the Hebrew people who just recently left Egypt.
Right. And I feel like there's definitely laws out there that are within the same context and are supposed to be interpreted the same way that are just kind of nitpicked. And I don't understand how that would be interpreted from his point of view. You can't nitpick it from God's point of view, right? I don't understand how that's...
They just do it willy-nilly, right?
Yeah, there's literal scriptures that where Yahweh is telling, when he gives the law, he's saying do all of these laws always. This is what you must do. Every single one of these words, you will live. I think Jesus says it when he's being tempted, but it's originally in Deuteronomy where God says, man cannot live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of Yahweh. And he's talking about the law, because every word that comes from his mouth is basically the law. So there's no mix and matching. There's no where in the Bible that says this is ceremonial, this is moral, this is whatever. It's all the law. And he wants everyone to follow the law always. So it's just Christians are trying to get away from that. Obviously, Sebastian, they don't like it because it's pro-slavery, it's misogynistic. They kind of still like that a little bit, but they don't want to worry about mixed fabrics. They still want to eat shrimp. So they want to get away from those laws for the bacon. And so they have to come up with apologetics for that, but they're all flawed and nonsense.
Yeah, there's multiple times where Jesus comes and says stuff like, not one letter of this law goes away until I return. This not come back to life, but I return with my Father to Armageddon, during the apocalypse. He says this law continues. Keep doing this law. Not a letter gets dropped, but they don't like it. The law sucks. They're right. The law is bad, and so they weasel and try to find ways to say, we don't have to do this one. We can work on the Sabbath. Like they find all these little sneaky ways to do stuff, but they're really just trying, like they're dumping parts of the Bible.
Yeah, I guess that's a big stipulation for me. I feel like from his point of view, you can't just pick and choose.
Yeah, if God were real, you'd be right. He would have a point of view, and that point of view would be, don't fuck around with my law. And that's what people are doing all the time.
Yep. Absolutely. And the people who don't, like people who come up and are like, yeah, I think we should all follow these Old Testament laws and stuff. It's like they're monsters. It's so scary talking to them. Like they are here. We had that guy the other night who's the Yahweh, like those guys and stuff.
Yeah.
They're going to be on the front page of the paper soon, and it's going to be bad. Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys.
Favorite sin?
Oof. Shit.
Maybe not following all the laws.
Yeah.
There you go.
Perfect. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate you, Sebastian. We're going to switch out a few people.
No, thank you.
And let's maybe we can get 2 people up here. Amy and Siege. Is Siege Slapper?
Well, we know Siege.
Let's go.
Okay, calm down.
New Testament Siege Slapper.
Let's check with Amy. Amy, don't tell us your religion right away.
Oh, let me mute myself.
Okay.
Amy, how old are you?
I'm 47. And
atheist.
You
100%. Like it's so easy.
You helped me last week a lot. I had
Come on,
questions. You told me you were fucking. It was helpful. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question last week. But you offered it.
I just mentioned that.
Yeah, you offered it. But I gotta tell you, I read Bible. I found a YouTube channel, and I've done some reading of Bible.
Is it Dan McClellan's?
And I don't think that's the guy. But it left me with a question. So today's the day I'm allowed to ask those, and I'm having trouble reading Bible because I think there's something wrong with my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what?
There's some really good glasses actually for this that I use. When you read the Bible, you might roll your eyes a lot, and I'm going to do this joke 6 more times.
Mine seem to be secularized, and I can't seem to. I can't seem to
I should
remember.
get some of those.
You know what you need, Amy, and I'll DM you a link on Amazon. They're Jesus blood colored glasses.
Blood color, that's the problem.
Yeah, they're you need to get them. They've got Jesus blood smeared on them. They're sold by the Catholic Church. And when you see things through Jesus blood, it's all a lot more clear. It's so clear that you can't really read what it says, so you just have to imagine. And that's the best way to do it. Oh, yeah?
That must have been my problem.
I'll put these in the promotees next to my shoes. So we have my sandals, and then these are
Jesus blood colored glasses.
Yeah. Click that link, Joel. You're going to like that. I don't know if you have your thing open, but you should try to find some of those. That'd actually be really fun. All right. Well, Amy, are you fucking...
You're not asking. Are you asking me my favorite sin? Is that what you're about to say?
What's your favorite sin?
Well, I was going to say that, but now I'm going to say my favorite sin is lying. And I have to confess, I don't actually read Bible.
Oh, God.
Guess what? Jesus. I think we knew that within the first second, unfortunately.
Sneaky liar.
Damn it.
All right, Amy, thank you so much for being here. You're the most fun.
Someone play the crickets. Oh, never mind.
We really like Amy, and we like Amy way more than you, Siege. So
we know why you like Amy more than me. Come on.
Hold on,
because she's on the right side of history.
No, because she just falls to your worldview, and I don't.
Well, that's what I mean by right side of history.
Sorry, I had to do the thing where you connect the thing. What are we doing crickets for?
No, I don't know. It was just me talking to myself. But a lot of things you guys talk about is the Old Testament. I'm just confused on why you don't talk about Jesus more. Like Joel is just talking about Jesus. Let's talk about Jesus.
What do you want to know about Jesus?
Well, he came to bring the new law. That's one thing.
Okay. Where does it say that?
What do you mean, where does it say that?
Yeah, where does he say, I've come to bring a new law?
Like the exact words? I don't think he spoke that exact word.
Oh.
Okay. What did he say?
Come on, quit the sarcasm. Come on.
Well, we're just not going to do your part of the conversation, Siege.
That's fine, but
I
like,
can do it. I don't mind doing this.
that's fine. It's just like, I feel like every atho just hones in on the Old Testament. You know what I mean?
I'm looking in Luke. Is that better? I have my Bible here.
That's cool. I don't have mine out. I just wanted to have an open discussion.
Yeah, about nothing, or do you have something to your talking point is that atheists talk about the Old Testament.
What do you mean about nothing? I'm looking to hear indefinite proof of that there is no creator or that there is no Jesus.
Here's the part that says, I have come to cast fire upon the earth. How I wish it were already ablaze.
I know what you're saying, but can I hear
how I wish you were already
definite proof of no Jesus or no God without using
you said
scripture?
to read the New Testament, so I'm going to do that, and then we can pivot to your next thing, but let's just do one pivot at a time.
What's the point of reading the New Testament? We've all read the New Testament. There's no point.
So you don't want to talk about the New Testament?
Who is saying this?
Jesus.
What? Read that again.
Oh, I love this verse. He said to read Jesus, so I was going to read some Jesus.
Go ahead. I'm going to cut you off again.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's him. So Jesus is quoted here, and this would be red letter, but I don't have that one. I have come to cast.
Oh wait, go ahead. My bad.
Siege, be quiet.
I have come to cast. What?
That was me. Go ahead.
Okay. I have come to cast fire upon the earth, and how I wish it were already ablaze! Exclamation point. I wish it was already burning. I have a baptism. I know, it's fun.
Bro,
you can
I like
tell
you
he's
guys,
just
bro.
like,
You know that?
he's just like,
You guys are my two
like
favorite
he just saw
atheists, bro.
somebody and was like, I fucking wish you were all on fire. I wish you were all on fire.
You were reading before I got here. I kind of heard you read the story of the mustard seed thing, where he goes like, "How long must I put up with you people?"
Yeah, that's in that
like,
one.
He doesn't like anyone.
What? Jesus doesn't like anyone. That's a bold claim. I don't know about that.
Here's the rest of this verse. How I wish it were already ablaze. I have a baptism with which to be baptized. And that's redundant. And what constraint I am under until it is completed. Do you think that I have come to bring peace to the earth?
No. He came to bring peace, but he also came to bring a warning
I
as well.
tell you, but rather division.
There you go.
From now on, 5 in one household will be divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3.
Correct.
They will be divided. Father against son, son against father, mother against daughter, daughter against mother, mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. Okay, so there's
Sounds like Jesus
there's a
talking
father,
about
a
spiritual warfare
son,
there.
a mother, and a mother-in-law.
Yeah.
I don't know who the 5th person is in the 5 divided. Hold on, there's a
Maybe it's
father,
stepsister.
son,
Who knows?
mother, daughter, mother-in-law. Okay, it is 5. It is 5. So there's the father, the son, the daughter, the mother, and the mother-in-law.
No father-in-law.
There's no father-in-law. He's out of the picture. So 3 of them are on one team and 2 are on the other. And but then he says they're all against each other. So it's a little bit confusing. But either way, they're all dividing because of Jesus. He's saying, I'm going to come in, I'm going to stir up division among these people. Now, I think doing that and wishing the world were on fire is kind of shitty. What do you think, Siege?
I think that's a very particular verse, but I would much rather less.
Luke 12:49.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's the particular verse we're talking about.
So I already answered that, though. I said it was just talking about spiritual warfare.
Oh,
we're talking about the division that happens
so when
in
we
real
talk
life
about
that's been happening every day for thousands of years. So I mean,
right?
I don't
Okay, so
understand.
when we talk about like the spiritual realm and the earth, right? Like those are the 2 separate places.
Correct. Yeah, just like you go to another place after you die. Correct.
Yeah, like don't fall into the temptations of this world. The earth is this world.
Well, that's the thing. Well, God knew that we all did, so that's why Jesus came. It's another reason why.
Right, sure, but there's the spiritual world and then the earth. Those are the 2 different places, right?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
He says, I have come to cast fire upon the spiritual world. Is that what you're saying? Or did he come to cast fire upon the earth?
I don't know. I feel like he was just talking, and it just got.
Well, it says earth here, and so it sounds like he's not talking about the spiritual realm. He's talking about the earth because of the word earth here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, like when John talks about like carefully studying the scriptures and how he warns that it gives people like eternal life. but then he warns also that you refuse to come to him and have that life.
Where's
John 5.
The words of eternal life.
Oh no, I don't know the exact line, but I know it's John.
Many of his disciples
I know it's John
heard
46. It's John 46. I know that for sure. No, I'm sorry.
Here's
John
how to
5,
get eternal life.
I'm sorry, John 5:46. I don't know the exact line, but
Jesus knew from the beginning who were the ones who did not believe and who was the one who would betray him. And he said, "For this reason I have told you that no one can come to me unless it is granted by the Father." So this is where they're kind of talking about how there's not like free will. It is the spirit that gives life. The flesh is useless.
wait, go back on that. How does that describe that? How does that equal not free will?
But among you there are some who do not believe. For Jesus knew from the beginning who were the ones who did not believe and who was the one who would betray him. And he said, "For this reason I have told you that no one can come to me unless it is granted by the Father."
Okay. So that kind of has to do with
you
the verse
don't
that
get the
I just
choice
said.
to go to Jesus or go to heaven. God.
I found the line for you. So John 5:46. I just forgot the line. 39.
Okay,
I'll say the exact line. John. Oh yeah, my
If
bad.
you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote about it.
No. Wait. John 5:46, line 39. You carefully study the scriptures because you think they give you
5:46,
eternal
39?
life. They do in fact tell you about me, but you refuse.
Wait,
to
hold
come
on.
to me
Say
to have
that. Say
life.
what it is. John 5, what?
John 5:46, line 39.
What do you mean line 39? What does that mean?
I'm just probably interpreting it wrong, to be honest. I mean, I can show you.
I don't know what I don't know what
I just opened it to highlight it so I don't forget. I mean, I knew it was in John 5:46. Oh wait,
it's in the book of John, chapter 5. What verse is it?
It's just not focusing. Fudge.
Just tell me what verse it is. Are you in the bathtub?
No, I have a fish tank.
Okay. Are you in your fish tank?
No.
Okay. So what verse is it?
It's right here, but I can't. It won't.
Just tell me what there's a little number by it.
Yeah, line 39. Line 39. But
Yeah,
it's John
no one
5.
says line.
John chapter
You
5.
searched the
John chapter
scriptures.
5:46.
If you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote about me. That's 46. 39 is you search the scriptures because you think that in them you have eternal life. Is it that one? Okay. That's okay. So that's John 5:39. That's how you say that. Chapter 5, verse 39. Just for future, that's how you say it.
So then when it says John 5 with the 2 dots 46 on the top right, what does that mean?
John 5, 2 dots 46.
No. It says John and then the
Oh, that's like up in the corner here?
Correct, to the right.
Okay, all that is saying is that's like the page is saying that this page goes from 39 to 46 so that you can look at the top and know it goes through there. But the little numbers inside here, yeah, that's like kind of like almost like a little mini table of contents as you flip through.
So it would be John 5:39. You're right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I understand now. Thanks.
Yeah, so say verse 39. Yeah, you're good. That's just how we do it. You search the scriptures because, and just so we know, this is people that are talking about witnesses to Jesus. I'll go back to 37. And the Father who sent me has himself testified on my behalf. You have never heard his voice or seen his form, and you do not have his word abiding in you because you do not believe him who he has sent. You search the scriptures because you think that in them you have eternal life, and it is they that testify on my behalf. Yet you refuse to come to me to have life.
Yeah, that's a good line. That's a good line. Some good reading right there.
I do not accept glory from humans. What does that mean?
It says same thing. I guess it says, I don't see what you're saying. I don't need praise from
people. But I know that you do not have the love of God in you. That's problematic.
Yeah, maybe it's talking about the deliberate sins that we do on purpose.
Some people don't have God's love in them?
Well, maybe it's like I said, it's referencing that the sin that we deliberately do that we know that's wrong. Like,
doesn't God love everybody?
Yeah, I do. I agree with that. He does.
So how can does
I think
God
wait, I can answer that.
do I have God's love in me?
Yeah, because you were born.
Okay, so are there some people that don't have God's love in him?
Like
in
who?
Them? Anybody? Is there anybody that doesn't have God's love
Correct.
in them?
Those who have a hardened heart, or those who have a certain lifestyle that they I guess
God doesn't love them.
Well, God loves them. I'm not saying it
is his love in them.
I'm saying that certain things, actions mean certain things. So, like, if said person hangs around someone that, I mean, we're on live, so I don't want to say like explicit stuff, but like someone that surrounds himself in evil will become evil, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, like the saying that's been around forever.
I get that, but God's love is still in them.
Yeah, I agree.
So
God
why is
still loves
Jesus
them,
saying
correct.
you don't have God's love in you?
What do you mean? Where did you say that?
42.
I know that
42.
you don't have God's love in you. Were you talking about that one?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
But I already answered that.
What was the answer? He was
We're
wrong.
just gonna go in circles because it's just all like perspective. You know what I mean? Like I said, no. I said that it's talking about the deliberate sins that we do on purpose, knowing that they're wrong.
Okay, so he just misspoke here. That's fine.
Not misspoke, but like like the people who were around Jesus during the time, as of other things, a man's ego tends to do is destroy certain things or get certain things mixed up. So I don't 100% believe the book I'm reading is 100% Jesus talking. So
agreed. So and then, did you want to explain why you had us read these verses?
Well, I don't, in the same sense, which I guess may sound crazy, but I don't fully believe that everything is false as well. But I just not gonna have the what's the word I'm looking for? To be naive, to be like, oh, everything that is in this book is exactly what Jesus spoke back when he lived, like 2,000 years ago. So
right,
correct.
That's why we read this verse 39. You search the scriptures, but so what you're saying?
I didn't know it. I highlighted it just now so I wouldn't forget the line. But I knew it was in John 5.
But
whatever.
why did you have us read it? What's the point of it? To let us know that the Bible has things that aren't true in it?
Oh, like it's more or less of like a relationship than like knowing certain scriptures or
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that like you don't have to know the whole Bible to be a Christian. Is that what you mean?
Oh, more or less, like you don't need to know the whole Bible as well. Yeah, I do it. That is what I mean. But as well as like you don't need to know the whole Bible as well or read a certain amount to have a relationship with God.
Yeah. So the other thing you brought up here when you came and said like why you always read the Old Testament. Well, we didn't. We just read some New Testament, and Jesus said some stuff in the New Testament that's also questionable. But the thing about it is like whether this is all 100% correct or not. Jesus, when he came here, when he was doing these teachings, he made a claim that he was somebody's son. Who was it?
We all know who he was talking about. What do you mean?
Was it Mary?
Well, what do you mean?
Yep, he was Mary's son, and then one other person.
I know Mother Mary, yeah, and then his dad was Joseph. I know his dad. What do you mean?
You think Jesus' dad was Joseph?
No, I'm saying like Mary was with Joseph.
His biological father, not his like adopted stepdad.
Well, Mary got pregnant without any, what's the word? You know what I'm talking about. So that or like without any like sex. So like, so no, it didn't come from Joseph.
How about his Father who art in heaven? Hallowed be his name. Who's that?
God.
Right. And so, and just to be clear, which God is it? Is it Zeus? Is it Allah?
There's one creator.
Sorry, what?
What do you mean, God? Like who created like the heavens?
There's lots of gods throughout history. Like God is a common word. Is there a specific God that Jesus said?
That's also why Jesus warned of false prophets as well and stuff. But I think
was
God
it Baal?
Huh?
Was it Baal?
Baal.
The God? Was it was it Jupiter? Which God was it?
I'm confused on what you're asking.
Jesus said, "My dad is God." Which God was he talking about?
He also referenced father as well, or
his father. Yeah. Sorry for
God.
saying dad. Yeah, father. My father is God. Which God was it? The God from Greek mythology? The God from some other mythology, or was it the God from the Old Testament?
I get what you're getting at. I'm not that naive. I get what you're getting at because you're trying to say that. Yeah, I am, because you're saying that there's what's that word in that that dude, that emotional guy, Christ before. And what's that word in anachronisms or whatever it's called that leads to
anachronisms is not what we're talking about.
I know. I'm talking about that leads to like.
All right, I'll just say it. Nope, I'll just say the point I'm making. I'm sorry for trying to help you do it. Jesus said his dad was God from the Old Testament. The Father and I are one. The Father being Yahweh.
Yeah.
Right? That's who he was talking about. That
Correct.
At the time of the Old Testament. Now, Jesus knew the Old Testament. He read it. He and his friends.
He read it? He said he read it?
Yes, he quotes the Old Testament.
He quotes it, correct, but...
Yeah, so he knows the scriptures.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's read the scriptures. He knows the story that Yahweh commanded the slaughter of the Amalekites and was like behind the sexual assaults of the Midianites. He's the one who did that. He's the one who gave the slavery laws. He's the one who did all stuff. Yep, he did all these terrible, terrible atrocities, and Jesus went, "That's me. That's who I am. I'm that guy's son. He and I are one. We have the same mind we share." Okay? So that's why we bring up the Old Testament, because it's fucked up, and the guy that you pray to saw it, read it, said, "That's fucked up, and that's me. Pray to me."
Well, maybe he was just making the act that he's always been there. Or making the assertion that he's always been there.
I want to read this verse in Jude. Now, your translation might not say it the same way mine does, but if it does, it's interesting. Jude is only one chapter. So you say chapter 1, verse 5. From Jude, he says, "Now I desire to remind you, though you are all fully already informed, once and for all, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe." In the Bible, they're saying Jesus was the guy who did all that stuff. So if you're going to say that you pray to this God named Jesus and he's all good, and we have his stories throughout the Old Testament, we should be able to read those and see, is this all good? That's why we bring it up. I'm just letting you know why we're allowed.
Oh, you're allowed to bring it up, brother.
Oh.
I'm not hating like that.
You did. You came up hating. You came up hating on it. You're like, all you talk about's the Old Testament. Wah, wah, wah. And then you cried, and then did we get baby bottles in chat? Can we get some of those?
I don't know. I got it turned off. There's a bunch of no lives in chat.
Do a little just wah sound so that we can put some. Thank you. Okay. Very good. All right. So that's why we talk about it. So now that we know Jesus is saying, "I'm the God from the Old Testament," can I bring up some Old Testament stuff to you?
You can bring up whatever Old Testament stuff you want, bro. Of course. But you got to admit also, Old Testament was also another place in time with other occurring events happening, and it was a whole nother place that we don't even particularly know about because we weren't there. You know what I mean?
What is it? Why are you saying that?
Well, it's just like something you guys always leech on, but like I'm trying to hear like indefinite proof of no God or no Jesus, you know, like the things that y'all believe in.
Right.
Let's hear that.
So have you heard about the omnipurple cat? I don't know if I've done that with you before.
Were you going to debate me about omnipresent, how God's omnipresent? What do you mean?
It's just the idea of the omnipurple cat. I have a cat that's all purple. It's head to toe, top to bottom, inside and out purple. It pukes purple. It shits purple. Its tongue is purple. Its eyes are purple. Like its tail is purple, right? It's omni-purple. And it's also half yellow. Does my cat exist?
No.
Right. You know it can't because the description of it doesn't make sense.
Well, does air exist? You can't see air. The air that you're breathing in right now.
Can I just really quick here, Siege?
Well, so
don't try to guess the argument. Okay.
I'm not guessing the argument. I'm just
No, you're missing the point. So actually listen to what Mezzo's saying. Really lock in and don't try to guess where it's going. Just listen.
I'm locked in. He said, "Do you know about my purple cat that pukes purple? That is purple."
I'm going to tell you what it is, just so you can
Joel's
see
so
that
mad.
you're wrong. Okay. He's showing you a contradiction. Something
we can measure. Oh my bad.
No, listen to me. You still don't know what it is. You can't guess. You have to listen. What Mezzo's showing you is something that is all purple can't be part yellow because that's a contradiction. So you totally missed that by not listening. So let's try to listen and just focus.
Oh, I'm
the way
focused.
you were so quickly able to say no, that cat doesn't exist, is because there's a contradiction.
Well, the cat doesn't exist though. There's no purple cat.
Perfect. You can't exist. Not only that, it can't exist. It can't be an all purple cat that's half yellow. That is impossible.
Well, what does the purple cat have to do with God?
Here we go. If Jesus, the God, is all good and half bad, then he's a purple cat that's half yellow. He doesn't exist.
How is Jesus? Wait. You say Jesus? Wait. How is Jesus? Wait. What made Jesus bad? Let's expand on that.
That's why we bring up all the bad stories where he says he wants to set the world on fire and he orchestrates the grape of soldiers. Okay, that's bad, and he's described as all good. That's a contradiction. That's why it can't exist.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Because
There we go, dude. I'm so glad that worked and we got to it. I have to leave in like
I know, my bad. I had to turn. I
so.
turned the comment out of control. I turned the comments back on for a second. I should have never done that. I got distracted, so I'm not gonna lie. But
just as an aside here, Mezzo, you should do a tote about Jesus wanting to burn down the whole entire world.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. A Jesus one,
like to just like have the quote and then just have dash Jesus, because like that is such a brutal quote. Like that is a great one, and I don't know what the image should be like.
Wait, so if I had to ask you and Joel, how do
he's got the whole world in his hands, kind of a thing, like one of those ones where he's holding it. And he's like, I wish you were already ablaze.
Burn you ablaze, yeah.
Joel, I don't want to burn you, bro. So, like, if I had to ask you, Mezzo, like, do you believe, like, in the Bang Bang or evolution, or, like, what do you...
Yeah, I believe in the Bang Bang and evolution.
The Bang Bang? You believe in the Bang Bang?
Bang Bang into the room.
Bang Bang. I mean, but what makes you believe, like, the Bang Bang, dude? Like, just because, like, you think humans just happened from the Bang Bang, or what do you mean?
No, so, like, the evidence points to that, right? Like you know about the Doppler shift?
No, I don't know about that a lot. I've barely heard about that.
That's right. I mean, it's kind of boring, like, but like the evidence that points to space is expanding and therefore used to be closer together is like abundant, right? It's so abundant that we can like make predictions based off of like the rate of expansion, and when we like spot new galaxies, they're following this pattern. Yeah. So like it seems to be true, and we use this to do predictions and stuff. Not just the Doppler shift, like the red shift, but also like the cosmic microwave background radiation. Like this is all expected under the Big Bang model. It's all there. We can make predictions, and it always hits every time, right? So that's why it's convincing, right? Whereas with God, the story is that if you pray for anything in His name and you have the faith of a mustard seed, it will work. We try it and it doesn't. The prediction fails.
Have you really tried it though?
Yeah.
Wait, my dog went in there. Huh?
I've tried it myself, and I've had. I don't have faith anymore, so I don't have the faith of a mustard seed. But other people who do have tried it, and it doesn't work. You want to try it before we go?
Yeah, I would have asked him what made you deter from your relationship.
Yeah, because stuff doesn't work when you try it. So the easy one that I try is I'm in my garage. If you can like pray in a way that opens my garage door right now, then I will believe in God.
I don't know about that. That's like me asking God for $1 million to appear in front of my eyes.
It's not $1 million. No, $1 million would be too hard for God. But opening a garage door, sometimes it opens on accident, Siege. It might be the case. Yeah. I just want you to be clear with this. It might be the case that if you pray...
Well, free will debunks that, though, because we're just all living our own
life. But Siege, just listen. Yeah. Try and focus on this. If you try this right now on the live, you do a prayer, and it opens, people are going to convert to Christianity. If it doesn't open, all the Christians are going to stay Christians, and all the atheists are going to stay atheists. Nothing will change. But if you try it and it opens, people will change. You can either keep things where they are or get more people to heaven. Those are the only two outcomes. No one's going to like be a believer in Jesus and then the thing doesn't work and then they leave because you guys have faith. So it's worth trying. If it opens, you're going to convert people. Now I'm going to check. Like I would be like, did my wife push the garage door button?
Yeah.
Like I'll do a quick, like, did someone push it and I didn't know?
So overall, do you think your peace has increased ever since you deterred from that? Or you are more happy with yourself? Or are you more happy
absolutely. Yeah, like totally. Yeah. There's like, you're so imbalanced when you're trying to do the mental gymnastics to make this like story make sense, which we're seeing. Yeah. But do you want to, but I have to go. So do you want to try the garage prayer?
The garage what? I'm sorry?
To open my garage door with prayer.
That would be blasphemy. I don't want to do blasphemy. I'm okay.
Would you get in trouble for trying?
No, I wouldn't get in trouble. It's just blasphemy. You know what I mean?
Just blasphemy. Yeah. So you wouldn't get in trouble. Nobody would convert away from Christianity, and some people might convert to Christianity, and you don't want to try it?
Huh? What happened? Sorry, I have a puppy. My dog came in.
You won't get in trouble. No one is going to leave the religion if you try. And maybe if you try, some people will join the religion. You have only good things to gain from trying. But if you don't try, then you look pathetic. And so that's what you're picking, the pathetic one? I don't want to even try?
What do you,
You're like a joke of a Christian who doesn't really believe it?
Well, you just asked me to pray to open your garage door. That's kind of a joke, don't you think?
Yeah, because I don't think it'll work. I don't believe in your God.
Oh, you believe in a God. Hey, Ruby.
Siege, you've been awful to talk to. You've offered nothing but confusion. You've stirred up a whole bunch of nonsense. You've offered
nonsense?
No explanation of anything.
What nonsense? Like me praying to open your garage door?
No, like you just playing with your dog on camera instead of paying attention to this conversation.
Well, I thought we were all about that. I thought you was about to head out. I was about to head out too. That's why I showed my dog. What do you mean?
Just leave then.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to hear some indefinite proof of no God or anything.
So we did that. I showed you the omni purple cat and you knew it couldn't exist because it's a contradiction. Then we showed you the all good God that does bad. That's a contradiction. It can't exist.
No, and you showed me a contradiction talking about galaxies and that we can, but I don't know, man.
I did. That's actually, you did catch me on that. I did do the fallacy contradiction. So you caught me on that one. I was trying to sneak it by you. It almost worked. It almost worked.
You think
Next
we can
time I'll
space?
get you on
You
it.
think we can space travel?
Bye, Siege. We'll see you next time.
See you around.
Yeah. Bye. Go away.
I'll land on the moon or something. I'll go try to go do that.
Oh, are you a flat earther too? Is that what this is?
Oh no, I'm not a flat earther, but we definitely haven't been to the moon. Where is?
It's just a waste of time. Like,
why would you bring that up?
What do you mean?
Like, so you're almost done. You're about to leave, and your last thing is like, just so you know, we never landed on the moon. Like,
I mean, have you seen videos of like?
Why are you talking about that?
What do you mean?
Why did you bring that up? What does it have to do with what we're talking about?
It doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Damn! Stop eating your bone.
He's a fucking clock sucker. He's just wasting time.
Come here to suck our clock?
He's just sucking the clock out of the show.
I mean, no one's giving me any.
Siege, you're never. Siege, block me. You're never coming up on my live again.
Show me some proof of no God.
This is disgusting. Man. This is a complete waste of time. We could show you 18 proofs of no God, and you wouldn't understand them. You're not paying attention.
He missed the disproof because he was like playing with his fish or something. What an idiot! Hey, before I go, I've made a fool of myself. Before I leave, I just want to lay out one more dumb point that's unrelated. What a great move!
Yeah.
Holy shit! Waste of time.
Oh my goodness! I feel like I've I've had a decent conversation with him, but like after that, I got to like write that name down of like never bring them up. That's awful.
He looks
awful.
Like what's that guy's name? People are posting his pictures in Discord. What is that guy's name? Ben Shapiro?
Oh, does he look like Ben Shapiro? You know, guys, we often do this is your brain on Christianity type of thing, and that's true. When we talk to Kim, like, yeah, Kim had probably some issues, like some serious issues. She was all over the map. But like the fact that you can easily get there with Christianity, like it does not slow you down, right? Like it helps. Like there's nothing about Christianity that's going to limit your insanity. It's built in, right? But yeah, obviously Kim had, or what was it? Was
I don't
Kim,
remember who.
What was her name?
Oh, yeah, Amy. No, Amy was cool.
The crazy Amy. There was a nice Amy.
Oh yeah. They were both Amy's. Yeah.
Crazy Amy.
I love that this is your brain on. We've talked about putting the side effects of Christianity may include, and then list off all the like mental gymnastics, cognitive dissonance, believing in conspiracies, flat earth dumbness.
Yeah, it's just all built into the cult, so you can like totally believe all the craziest stuff and dig right into it, and you just go way down way down that rabbit hole. It's sad and
but not
scary.
us, Joel. You and I remained strong in our unbelief, and it was close. It was a little bit close this live. There was a few people who came up, and they almost had you just on the edge of switching there. But I'm your rock. Okay, hang on. You're going to be okay. Joel, are you going to go live tomorrow or no, not till Wednesday?
I'm gonna go live. No, I'm gonna go live on Wednesday. Yeah, I might do a sub-only live because I want to read a couple more chapters of the Bible, and then that's about it. And then I'll go Wednesday before your live.
Right, so here's the deal, you guys. Tomorrow, new episode of JRB Reads Bible. Right. Joel Reads Bible reads Bible. New episode. And maybe some sort of a sub-only live, so sub to Joel right now. Also, new tote bags may be coming soon if I can make a Jesus one.
I need that tote bag.
It's a good one.
That's.
I've been thinking about making some new ones too, because I did like the price drop. Here, I'll put up the ad here. The tote bag. You know what I realized? I think people think these are fake. These are real things that you can, because we do a lot of jokes here. This is a real thing you can get. The Bible quotes.
Yeah, the link is genuinely in either of our bios.
Yeah. So I lowered the price on these 4, and what I might do is it's because it's through Fourth Wall. Like they're not like they're as cheap as I can make them. They're like $25. They're really good. They're really super quality. And God's holding the Amalekites one there. And I actually have the horse come one, and it's genuinely great. Like they're they are. People in chat are saying they are nice quality. And they're really funny, and it's fun. So I like taking mine to the library. It holds all our library books. But yeah, maybe I'll make a few new ones. If I can make like 4 more, it'd be a nice release to do here. And so we'll work on that. But then we have Tuesday, new episode of Bad Bible Debates coming out, which is a really good episode. You're going to want to start tuning in. We're gearing up towards the end of the season, so there's a short number of episodes left here. This is 22. So there.
Oh yeah, so we only have a few for like 5 more.
Yeah, it's time to tune in, catch up if you haven't listened to them all, and you're gonna love them. All right, and then we'll both be live Wednesday. That's the plan.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, weird stuff happening in Sweden, and so you probably that's probably gonna bleed into the podcast a little bit too, so check that out.
All right,
and then I guess Mezzo's got to go.
Have to go. I'm just gonna flip my camera back around, say bye to everybody. Joel, I'm dropping you.
Yeah,
love you, buddy. Bye. Goodbye, everybody. And go raid people, say Mezzo raid. Whoever's on everywhere, you guys know where to go. Y'all go to the same place anyways. Bye.